We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share.
Huawei – ведущий мировой поставщик информационных коммуникационных решений, использует новые технологии в диверсифицированных бизнес-моделях, повышая их ценность для наших заказчиков. Новая, подвижная, гибкая и безопасная платформа ИКТ обеспечивает нашим клиентам простой и быстрый переход к цифровым технологиям во всех отраслях.
world is evolving rapidly, and the human need for resources is increasing every day. Metals and various energy sources are particularly important for our technological advancement. Eurasian Resources Group, ERG, provides the world with these materials. Our group is a leading high-carbon ferrochrome, copper, and cobalt producer, and one of the largest suppliers of iron ore, alumina, and aluminum in the CIS region. The group supports global initiatives to promote a green economy and develop alternative energy sources. ERG operates in 15 countries, with the majority of our production assets located in Kazakhstan. Today, ERG represents 1/3 of the mining and metals industry in Kazakhstan. ERG is the first and largest producer of alumina and high-grade primary aluminum in Kazakhstan. The company's electric power assets account for 17% of all electricity generated in the country. The key overseas markets are Europe, China, Russia, and Japan. ERG's Metal Coal RTR, a major copper and cobalt tailings reprocessing operation in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, is ramping up its Phase 2 of production. It is now the second largest standalone cobalt producer in the world, as well as a major supplier of copper. In Brazil, ERG's Bamin subsidiary, a large integrated iron ore mining and logistics project, has started commercial production of iron ore with the launch of its Pedra de Ferro mine in January 2021. ERG has also started the construction of Porto Sul, a deep-water port in Ilhéus, and has won the auction to complete and operate the first 537-kilometer stretch of the Fiol East-West Integration Railway. In this spirit, ERG is accomplishing its mission of responsibly unlocking the potential of the Earth and its people, ensuring the prosperity of those who rely on us.
We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share.
An excellence pursuer, a partner forever. China Construction Bank, CCB, was established in 1954, evolving from a policy bank, a specialized bank, a state-owned commercial bank, to a large-scale state-owned joint stock commercial bank. CCB has been continuously expanding its business scope and exploring new financial service offerings. With 65 years development, CCB has consistently been ranked among the world's top banks with its sound operating indicators. And its total assets have remained the second on a global scale for many consecutive years. In the year of 2014, when CCB celebrated its 60th anniversary, President Xi Jinping instructed the bank to improve the capabilities to serve national development, mitigate financial risks, and improve competitiveness in the international arena. CCB remains true to its original aspiration and keeps its mission firmly in mind, focusing on enhancing three capabilities, and puts forward the new finance concept centered on fulfilling the people's yearning for a good living. With the continuous deepening of new finance concept exploration, CCB serves national development more precisely and firmly, mitigates financial risks more actively and effectively, and engage in international cooperation more openly and confidently. At present, CCB's global network covers 30 countries and regions, including major international financial centers and prominent economies along the Belt and Road. The offshore R&B business grows rapidly. CCB London branch's accumulative RMB clearing volume reached nearly 40 trillion RMB, making London the largest offshore RMB business hub outside Asia. Cross-time zone, cross-region, multi-currency, and 24-hour non-stop financial services are provided globally. In its efforts to follow the opening up policy and better serve the real economy, CCB proactively offers services to Going Global and the Belt and Road clients and projects, strengthens collaboration with other financial institutions, participates in major international events, and cultivates and attracts globally competitive talents, so as to boost the bank's internationalization process. With rapid development of the Chinese economy and the Belt and Road Initiative, CCB will never stop its pursuit for better services and its commitment to making tremendous contributions.
Good morning, everyone. Glad to see you at Astana Finance Days. And today is the final day, and I would like to congratulate for those who survived for third day. So today we would be discussing if Web3 is the future of internet, what's the role of Kazakhstan, and how we can build a Web3 startup hub in Kazakhstan. So first of all, let me introduce to our participants of our discussion. So myself is, I am Asel Janasova. I am a Vice Minister of Trade. Today we have a special guest, Geoffrey C. He is a CEO, co-founder of Poco Fund, a DAO creation and management platform building a new kind of company structure for the digital Web3 world. He worked extensively with legal to build these structures with both technical and legal engineering, and he's a YC alumni as well. Orion, he's a general partner of Orange DAO, a VC DAO comprised of YC founders, and has a large and active community of YC founders investing in Web3 technologies. Hector, founder and general partner for Nastza, one of the leading VCs in LATAM and an operator turned investor. He's building out the Web3 ecosystem in Latin America. And finally, Yakup, he's a director of fintech division at Astana Financial Services Authority, our regulated AFC. So thank you so much for everyone taking time this morning participating in our session. And to open up the session, I would like to hand over the first word to Geoffrey. Geoffrey, so can you tell about, for most of us, so what is Web3 technologies and how Web3 startups scale globally? What are the DAOs and blockchain native organizations, and why are people excited about them?
Yeah, thanks so much. That's a lot of questions at one go. So thanks very much for it. So maybe I'll just give a brief introduction about POCO and what we do. So, as Asel mentioned, we built these things called DAOs. And we help people manage them. DAOs stands for Decentralized Autonomous Organizations. The way we like to think of it is more that these are blockchain native companies. So companies where their operating system sits on the blockchain. And in order to do it, they generally issue something called tokens. You've probably heard about them. And these tokens are used in a number of ways. So these tokens are used as utility tokens, as a medium of exchange. They are used for governance, so people use them to vote to make decisions around what an organization or a group or community needs to do. And they are used for also for fundraising purposes. Sometimes people are kind of, when they're creating a new thing, they issue tokens in return for capital to work on their projects. So generally, that's how we think about the entities that we build. And I think Web3 is interesting in a number of ways. So the first aspect is that, I think for many countries where the market size is small, Web3, by disintermediating the platforms, enable people to access a much larger market. So I think that's why we think it's exciting. We've seen companies in Vietnam that have successfully scaled up, this gaming company scale up across many different countries in ways that traditional digital business have not been able to do without access to key platforms that normally sit in Silicon Valley. The second reason why we think Web3 is interesting is because we have seen very successful fundraisers, kind of true crowdfunding. I think for ecosystems that tend to be weak in terms of startup equity fundraising, it's a different approach to the market. People are able to crowdfund and scale their business far more quickly. So we look at things like Constitution DAO, within 1 week being able to raise $40 million to buy the US Constitution. And a lot of this are small checks. So I think it's a, it's a different kind of go-to-market path. I think the last part is around, very cost-efficient ways to distribute ownership among a community. So I think in this space, we've seen people try to include their users into the way they build the product. And in order to do it, they basically give tokens to a large number of members of the community and get them to go out to be advocates for the product. So it's very different business models built on the Web3 rails. And I think, more broadly, Web3 is about decentralization. We have decentralization across many aspects, things like ownership, things like data, things like teams and customers. And I think this disintermediation, is the foundation on which Web3 is built, and the potential for people to directly interact with each other through the internet rather than going through central platforms. And I think Web3 is about, the use of these blockchain technologies to re-architect the internet around peer-to-peer transactions.
Thank you, Geoffrey. My next question would be from the investor's point of view. Orion, maybe you can, first of all, introduce yourself. Where are you based now? And maybe it's too early or too late at your end. And thank you so much, first of all, for taking your time and connecting to our session. Orion, in your view, how are investors investing in Web3 technologies? what excites them, and what's the future of DAOs, probably one of the questions I would really want to ask you. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, I think Orion might have got the time wrong because I might have gave him the wrong time.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry about it.
So, Hector, are you online?
I am. Hello, everybody.
Good. So, sorry, we will wait Orion to connect, but while Orion will connect, Hector, maybe you can tell, first of all, if you can introduce yourself from investors' point of view, why VCs are investing to Web3 technologies, why that excites them, what is the future, so you can direct our startups to kind of plan for the future.
Well, first, introduce myself. I'm Hector Sepulveda. I'm Mexican, born and raised in Mexico, 43 years old. I'm a father of three kids. Very, very honored to be here. Thank you, everybody, for inviting me. And happy to talk a little bit more on the philosophical side of your question, if you will. I think I won't go that technical. But I think what we see in emerging markets is that there is so many talent out there looking for, to mean something, to build something, to create something. And in our region, such as Latin America and many other regions of emerging markets in the world, there are a lot of gatekeepers, lots of privileges around access to capital, access to opportunities. And Web3 is, as of today, I think, the most democratized, the most accessible way to actually build a true meritocratic society. In a sense, you have people that can get access to many tools, funding, networks, and many, many things through, several Web3 tools. Just to give you some few examples. We recently invested in an amazing company called Modak, which is basically a Web3 platform for kids. So it's empowering them to actually, build what they want to build. They don't have to wait till they go to college and high school and meet the right people and have the right backing and et cetera, et cetera. So it's a different path that I think young people will have to walk from now on. It's going to be more meritocratic, which I think is always good for our world, more open, and they will be able to create many things. So I think those are the fundamentals of Web3. The fundamentals are, it basically empowers creators. And if you can do that in any aspect, like what Geoffrey's doing is basically building the infrastructure to actually do this, in a structured and formal way, in a sense. And so many tools are missing out there in the world, so many problems that can be solved with this, and so many people eager to actually mean something and just contribute to our world in many ways. So that's at least our view as investors, a very philosophical, even romantic way, if you will. But I think the fundamentals are what drives everything here.
Thank you, Hector. Thank you very much. My next question would be to Geoffrey. Geoffrey, in your view, what's the trend, what's going on in the DAOs world? So what are different countries are doing from the policymaking perspective, from the startups, so who is very active currently in this space?
Yeah, so I think we've seen DAO treasuries grow from, I think if you say go back to prior to 2021, in terms of participation in DAOs, in terms of the treasury managed by DAOs, it was pretty small, prior to 2021. So I think, DAOs go back all the way to 2016, when the first DAO came out of the Ethereum project. And then, you say, kind of before 2021, it's like, I think probably the number of participants in DAO was probably at most 10, 20,000 people. And then last year exploded to 1.4 to about 2 million people. So I think there's a lot of growth there. DAOs is a very, very loose terms. A lot of them, it's kind of a governance layer on top of a protocol. So many companies do issue tokens, but have not really thought a lot about the governance side of things yet. So it's kind of fairly new, but I think there's been a lot of discussion and debate around it. We've seen a few countries pass legislation to recognize DAOs as legal entities. and enable them to participate in commerce, sign contracts, and do all these things in the same way that a company can do. And I think some places that come to mind are Wyoming and Tennessee in the US that have former DAO legislation, and basically Marshall Islands have issued a former DAO legislation. But most DAOs currently are incorporated in places that do not have a formal DAO legislation. So I think, I like to think of it as like you have the A, B, C, D of DAO incorporation, B being BVI, C being Cayman, D being Delaware, and potentially increasingly Dubai. And A hopefully will be the Astana International Financial Center.
Thank you, Geoffrey. So, Hector, my next question would be, what kind of things you will be looking when you invest? So, say we will have a Web3 community startups, and we will come to you and ask, would you invest to these startups? What you would be looking? What kind of things would be interesting for you in order to get investment from your VC?
So we're an early stage investment fund, again, fundamental based. So we were looking to, problem solving at the core in big markets, exorbitant value propositions, just not looking to make things different, just making them better, very straightforward, very aggressive, of course, within an ethical framework, but very aggressive approach to making things better in a sense. Specifically in Web3, we believe you could actually make everything all over again much better. That's what I think Web3 enables. I think we've seen a phase of massive speculation around Web3. We're looking at it right now. The first available tools to us was crypto. What is the usefulness of it? Many people ask around, why is it useful? How does it add value to this and that? Many people oversee the actual entertainment value that crypto brings, speculation like, the stock market, for example. But deep down, I think it's a great spearhead move because now we're actually seeing things that solve actual problems. DAOs, for example, great example. We're looking at many other things, like just to give you a few examples that we like a lot is education, empowerment in education. One thing that we believe is we live in the era of radical knowledge. It's not about teaching somebody, it's not about one person transmitting knowledge to another. Everything's accessible. Every kid in the world can access information right now. He can answer any question that he has right now. There's so many information out there, they just need to manage it. And we need to teach people how to manage all this information. It's a completely different kind of education. This is a huge opportunity, for example, for Web3. Another is creation, and monetization. We're seeing it in, I think, not so much in a very productive way right now, more of a speculative way, but all the play to earn, for example, video games, seeing these very young kids creating things either from avatars, NFTs, or a whole video game, a whole experience, whatever you may call it, in a digital way, is actually pretty amazing. And there's a willingness to pay around it. People are actually willing to pay for these video games. They're willing to pay for these creations. Doesn't matter how ridiculous they might sound. If people are willing to pay for it, I think we need to recognize and assimilate that we live in this reality and it matters. And I think there are many other ways. We're looking at opportunities, for example, in agriculture, where we're seeing actually Web3 tools being extremely useful for farmers to actually have just no gatekeepers, completely, no more intermediaries in their value chains, just being able to access everything at all times in a very transparent way. So anything that has lots of intermediation around it, for example, I think is a great opportunity for Web3. Anything that knowledge or decision-making is centralized, that's a great opportunity for Web3. If there is anybody thinking or proclaiming that there is a truth, centralized truth around it, again, a great opportunity for Web3 to actually, put in an alternative truth to it, So I think there are so many things out there that might not be very obvious right now. Actually, we have a saying in Nazca, which means when everybody has the same problem, nobody actually sees a problem. So we need to actually ask ourselves what we take for granted at some point. And I think great ideas and great projects will emerge from that.
Thank you. That's so true, actually. The end of April this year with Geoffrey, this is how I met Geoffrey, by the way. We met Eric Schmidt in Singapore. And when I asked him, what is the future of technologies? And he said, definitely Web3. So all the countries, they need to prepare their future generation to adapt on Web3 technologies. That's certainly his prediction. But yes, I would agree with you. So my next question to Jakub. Jakub, maybe you can tell a bit more about what Kazakhstan is doing on the crypto space. So we know that we are very famous on mining. A lot of people know about the Kazakhstan through mining lenses. Some of the crypto exchanges started to register at AFC, but what's the what is the future plan, and what is, in your view, should we really regulate DAOs? What kind of framework we should use to attract and be home for these DAO startups?
Oh, okay. Thank you, first of all, for inviting me to speak today. And in relation to your question, I think definitely crypto-type businesses should be regulated, because the practice shows that this type of businesses carry a lot of risks for investors. On the other hand, we see that retail investors, they become more resilient to market risk day by day, because this direct access to these crypto markets, they make them more immutable to all the negative factors that is happening in the space. Nevertheless, I think the regulation at a level of principles should be there, and the most important thing that it should be harmonized across all jurisdictions, because if you have different types of regulation around the world, it creates unnecessary jurisdictional arbitrage, and some countries will just concentrate the like enormous amounts of crypto businesses, while others will suffer. And if the regulations are not streamlined, so there will be a lot of jurisdictional questions as to how to enforce some types of regulations. So in terms of Kazakhstan, I think, yes, mining was very, and still is very popular in Kazakhstan, in part because there was a very low cost of electricity. But as far as I know, this is starting to change. So, and also mining across the world, probably you heard the news that like miners are offloading all their equipment, especially the GPU cards, and all the gamers are now happy that they can finally get their GPUs on Amazon or the second markets. So I think, yes, mining is important, but with this trend of moving from proof of work to proof of stake, I think proof of work and mining as we know it will lose its competitiveness, if you wish, and we should think about what we have to do as a country past. So I think one of the important things at this moment is to regulate the transactional side of crypto market, and this is what we have been focused on doing for the past year, and I think next year we'll be dealing with that as well. But I think it's also important that community and like-minded people in Web3 space, they jumpstart the conversation about what else can we do in this space. So before I met Geoffrey, before I got acquainted with you, like DAOs were very distant from a regulatory perspective, at least in Kazakhstan. But now I think at least we have to talk about it and have conversations like this to understand where are those people, what are they talking about, and what can we do together. So the main thing in Web3, I think, the notion of decentralization is very important, and so is the decentralization of regulatory powers. So before, it shouldn't come like, all the regulatory materials and regulatory questions shouldn't come in a centralized way from one single entity. And this what was happening for the last decades all around the world. So regulators should also talk with the market and identify the points that are jurisdiction specific. So I think in relation to DAO, there aren't much of a regulation around the world. Geoffrey already mentioned most of them, but there are some differences, of course. For example, in Wyoming, they enacted this supplement to their limited liability company regulation, and like DAOs that have legal wrappers in Wyoming, they get the same. Members get the same protections as shareholders in a classical LLC. But what is interesting, they created this hierarchy of legal documents in DAO. So first of all, it's a smart contract. Then it's I think it's an operational agreement, and at the last point, it's the constitutional documents of this DAO. Whereas in a traditional sense, constitutional documents are always prevailing before anything else. So, and building on this example from Wyoming, I think it's very important to understand if the smart contract is the top document in a DAO from a legal perspective. So who bears the responsibility if something goes wrong with this contract? So I think the regulators should ask themselves whether they should over-regulate DAOs, and this will have a negative impact of this a development of this space, especially in Web3, or whether allow them to self-regulate. And if we draw parallels with the social networking sites, and they have been active for quite a long time, and they were happy with self-regulating themselves. Of course, there are a number of laws being enacted, at least at the EU level. I'm talking about Digital Services Act and Digital Markets Act. But I think over-regulating DAO will not bear any fruits. So, and also one parallel was with the social networking sites, and this is very important with DAOs because usually unincorporated DAOs, they interact on Discord or Twitch or other social networking sites. So if we compare this to retail investors in the financial sphere, so on one hand we have these social networking sites users who are basically it's a Wild West at Facebook or Twitter or Twitch and Discord. Somebody can come and say whatever they want to you, and you have to accept it because you have limited means of recourse. Of course, there are community guidelines that you have to follow and behave yourself, etc. But the same is happening with DAOs. So if there are some community guidelines that you have to follow, and you have to assess as a retail investor, if you're talking about investment DAOs, for example, you have to assess independently how much risk are you being exposed to, and whether this asset should worth your time and investment and your money, basically. This is what I think about the regulation in relation to AIFC. I think it's important. I am aware of some exercise that's going on now. So a founder of a DAO is trying to register an entity in Kazakhstan. So this will provide some gap analysis. I think what is missing in the AIFC in relation to DAO incorporation. And once we know that, I think we can move forward with doing something about that and creating this Web3 hub in Kazakhstan. And I think Kazakhstan and AIFC and also the national jurisdiction as well has very much of potential of creating this space because we have the community, we have the people who are willing to help this community. I'm talking about VCs or other investors. And also, we have quite friendly regulators, both in AFC and in the national jurisdiction. So, and most importantly, we have internet. So, combining all of this, I think we can come up to some positive results and making the Astana Financial Interest Center the A of what you said. Yeah, that's pretty much.
Thank you, Jakub. Certainly, I really strongly believe that it's our opportunity with zero investment to be innovative regulator, because we won't be on the top of innovator countries. And our opportunity is through the innovative regulation, because we won't stop this development of Web3 technologies. And actually, we started with Geoffrey to find out whether certain our corporate rules will fit to DAO companies. And none of them will fit, because the whole decentralization concept doesn't work with our current rules. So we started to look at what's the identification number, BIN, EIN, doesn't really work for this type of companies. So whole the tokenization economy will need to have new rules to be set up at the regulatory level. So I believe that we need to create clear game plan for this type of companies, because the investors, they need protection. Startups, they need clear rules to operate. They want to pay taxes as the same traditional companies. So why not to create that kind of ecosystem over here? And I guess that will be our goal to work on in the near.
Yeah, if I may add, I only mentioned Wyoming as an example, a jurisdiction example, but there are also the Marshall Islands, which have separated DAOs and as a separate entity. So it's not, it's similar to LLC, but it's called differently. But also, I think in Switzerland, there is a model of ownerless corporations that also fit the model of DAOs. And at this point, I think all regulators are trying to shoehorn, so to say, the existing regulations onto DAO, like apply them onto DAOs. But I think it's a good point to start. I understand it wouldn't happen immediately, like somebody wants to incorporate DAO, and yes, here you are, you have your regulation. It's very difficult to do because DAOs, same as crypto markets, DAOs being part of it carry some of the risks. So if for example, we take it's a matter of a couple of weeks back, the Solend matter. So yes, DAOs are very democratic in their nature, so people vote for, you can put forward whatever proposal you want and vote for it. And sometimes these votes can be unfair. So you have to deal with that risk. You also have to deal with I think one of the biggest risks is the cybersecurity, because Web3 space heavily relies on Web2 infrastructure. And sometimes Web2 infrastructure is not very resilient to cyber attacks. And once this happens, there is also risk of people losing money. And going back to what I said previously, if it's the smart contract that is put on the top of the hierarchy at DAOs, then who should the regulators or even the investors or members of this DAO pursue? And there are some court cases pending right now. I think one of them is BZX before the US court, and I think it haven't been finalized yet. But
yeah, still
yeah,
ongoing.
we will see what the court will decide. And I think it will be very like landmark decision for DAO development in general. But also, I think there was something else, but I couldn't remember. So there are a lot of risks. But what I'm saying is that yes, DAOs are a good thing, but there is also risks, and we have to take them into account.
Yeah.
Geoffrey, maybe you would like to add on this?
Yeah, I think having a pathway for DAOs, I think a regulatory pathway, right, for DAOs to be recognized, an innovative pathway, and something that's agile, taking into consideration that we are at the early phases of learning about the technology, this kind of entities, and kind of need to see them in practice so that we can actually learn about what are the risks and how to mitigate them. I think that's important. The points of regulation, I think in this space, I think generally focus around the exchanges, the crypto fiat rails, and I think that's generally should be the case, right? I think DAOs as an entity, there are many different kind of DAOs. Part of them are belonging to different kind of industries, and maybe the regulation should be focused around the fact of, what are they building, right? Are they, say, a DeFi protocol, and is there regulation for a DeFi protocol? Then they should be regulated as such, versus saying that, all DAOs are in nature financial instruments, which is not normally the case. At least that's how I view it. But I think just in terms of Astana being a great hub, I think having that clear pathway for people to experiment, to try and to create something first, and then kind of building the framework around it, I think that's important. The second point, I think, is being Astana, starting with the letter A, I think is already a great advantage. We're putting a report together with Baker McKinsey on DAO incorporation around the world. So Astana automatically goes to the top because it starts with the letter A, and then you have all the other countries coming after.
Thank you, Geoffrey. So we know that Portugal, Vietnam is taking lead on Web3 developer community, and with Geoffrey, we decided to just drop a note in Headhunter. We're hiring a Web3 developer, and we put the kind of great salary, but no one actually came back to us. So what's your view? How we should create future Web3 developer startups in Kazakhstan, or in the region at least? Where we should start? I know you have experience in driving education in North Korea. And what are the key points we need to consider, or tips to drive education in this area?
So I think the main context I have is comparing. So I went to Vietnam in 2016. Vietnam has the highest crypto adoption in the world for a number of reasons, sometimes because of failure of institutions, not always good policies. But I think the comparison is just that in Vietnam, because they are very connected with the global startup ecosystem, both in Southeast Asia, that's kind of an emerging startup hub, as well as to projects elsewhere because of outsourcing work. So a lot of developers have experience in the space, and they understand the terminology, the concept, and they have built in that space. And I think that's very valuable, right? So we hired developers who have built exchanges, wallets, smart contracts, and the learning curve is a lot lower. I think my experience here is that it's a much more nascent startup ecosystem. So when we reach out, we did a few community events to talk about Web3. First question was always like, what is Web3? And then blockchain is still not, people have not really worked with the tech stack around blockchain as much as, say, in some other places that have more exposure. I think Russia actually has a lot of exposure working on blockchain. US, obviously, a lot of Eastern European countries have experience building on it. And I think there needs to be ways to connect the talent that's emerging here to working with global projects so they see what's being done outside, and they are able to pick up the programming languages and the experience building on the tech stack. So I think that's critical. I think it's how do you plug this ecosystem into a global ecosystem, something that's very international.
Thank you. Hector, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, okay, I'm just checking. So hopefully that's interesting discussion for you. Can you tell a bit in terms of the VC perspective, how we should develop VC culture, attraction of investment? It doesn't matter it's Web3 or not. So what countries should do in order to bring companies like you to the region? Because most of the time people, they have Europe, US and Asia, and most of the time they forgot about the Central Asian region. So in your point of view, what government or the region as its own should do in order to attract you guys?
Great question. Latin America was very lucky because basically it was in the same time zone as the US, and that made a lot of sense for them. Actually, it's actually something way more important than people think. I think the drivers are, you need to measure a little bit how many early stage companies are emerging. So you need to build it from the bottom up. You need to build the incubators, you need to build the connections and the partnership with several people that go into Kazakhstan and basically are willing to partner up in many ways. You know, that could be prestigious incubators, that could be many things. You need to build trust around the industry, and that doesn't necessarily mean results. That means specifically just being open and transparent about risk and how that risk is being managed. You know, Latin America was a little bit very difficult to take this off because people were overselling things. They were not being transparent about results. They were not being transparent about opportunities and stuff like that. The moment that things became transparent and open, at some point, you know, people are accountable for their own decisions, and they'll see a great market that's booming with amazing talent and the basic infrastructure to make it happen, and they'll start to take risks. In the case of Mexico, it started with a government program that basically leveraged private capital. So for example, if you wanted to build a fund, the government would put, you know, 1-to-1 dollar per dollar. You need to raise $1 in the private market, and then just, you know, they would put up another dollar, and it would be not as a grant, you know, it would be basically just pay them back, and they would forgo for all the profits in favor of the investors. So it was actually pretty interesting. When that happened, there were many failures, but the ones that actually worked really well. And you need that. You need that halo effect. You need that local winner. You need that key opinion leader, that one guy or that one company that actually is extremely successful. And once you have that, you know, you see the key employees of that company saying, wow, you know, I'd like to do this as well. So they start to do it as well. And they need capital to do it. So you start to see this multiplier effect going on. It's kind of slow at the beginning and suddenly just takes off. And it takes off so fast that nobody knows what hit them. That happened in Latin America. We went, like in Mexico, we went from, I'm just going to give you estimates, but we went from $50 million invested in the country in venture capital to 1.4 billion in 1 year. It just exploded. And then the last part of it is you have the incubators, you have that infrastructure, you have the government participating. Of course, the government needs to help in anything that has to do with, you know, fiscal easiness, you know, anything that will help international investors say, hey, you know, I'd love to invest here. Stuff like that. And then, you know, suddenly it comes the mid-market, you know, like you see the Series A guys coming on board, or you see larger funds growing in Kazakhstan that they could invest in Series A. And suddenly you see all the, you know, big guys coming over to Kazakhstan, investing in the Series B, the growth capital, and taking these companies global. Another thing that I would ask in Kazakhstan is my market big enough to sustain, you know, whatever initiative you have? Like, for example, in Israel, they asked that question and the answer was no. So they need to export, you know, they need to think globally. And that's not bad, it's not good or bad, it's just different. And Israel was, hey, I can't remember, like 8 million people, I think, and suddenly, they need an international market. They need to create things that will solve everybody's problems. I think in Kazakhstan, you have a little under 20 million people, if I remember correctly, and it seems a pretty good market in a sense. You have a pretty good high GDP per capita. So, but the region around it, it's actually very interesting. So collaboration with your region is amazing. In Latin America, we were lucky enough that most of all of Latin America except Brazil, we all spoke Spanish. So that helped a lot. What do you guys share in common in the region? Is it language? Is it culture? Is it certain customs or way of doing business? That's where you have to actually look at it together and try to build something. Think of it in terms of cities, not countries. Like when Uber came to Latin America, they didn't think about, I'm going to Mexico and then to Colombia and then to Argentina. They thought, I'm going to Mexico City because it's the largest city. And then, but they're already in Mexico, so normally people think, hey, I'm going to go to the number 2 and number 3 city in Mexico. And they said, why would I do that? I'm going to go for number 2 city in Latin America, which is, for example, Buenos Aires or Peru, Lima in Peru, completely different countries. Just these kind of business models are more of urban centers than there actually are in countries. So if your borders are reasonably passable from a business standpoint, you could make that happen. Just take a look at it as a region, a group of big, amazing urban centers, and that actually could work. Sorry about this big monologue, but that's a little bit of our experience.
Thank you so much, Hector, for deep advice. Thank you so much. And finally, Geoffrey. So Geoffrey has been in Kazakhstan for 9 days today. So my question, his first time, my question would be, what did you love most from Kazakhstan? So we have online session, and I guess a lot of international people watching this session, and they don't know about Kazakhstan. Maybe you can, in short, describe what you have seen and what's different from the perspective when you just read outside and being here physically. And what would be your advice to government, to people, to drive Web3 technologies in the region?
Yeah. So I have to admit, before I came to Kazakhstan, when we first met in Singapore, so it came on the map because I had a friend who was teaching at Nazarbayev University, which is just across the road. He's from Singapore, he's a professor from Singapore, and he comes here to teach every summer. So he was telling me like, hey, there's great talent, and there's a migration of talent because of the war happening in Europe to Kazakhstan. So he said, hey, you should check it out. Then we met in Singapore, and you're telling me, there's all these interesting things that the government is trying to do to promote the tech industry. There's a national crypto strategy here. And it kind of really piqued my interest, although I honestly didn't have kind of much of an image of Kazakhstan before I came. So when I first came here, I was just like, it just really surprised me that the infrastructure is very well developed. Astana to me looks a bit like Dubai. Almaty to me feels a bit like an Eastern European country. So I think it's wonderful. Hopefully I'm very excited. The weather has been amazing. I've not been here in winter, so major disclaimer. I've heard the winters here get a little bit chilly. But I think so far, I think it's been amazing to see, especially how there seems to be a determination to be innovative, to carve out a space and a brand for AIFC and Kazakhstan in the tech scene globally, and to take some risks and be innovative in the area. And I think that's, to me, one of the biggest things, right? I think if you are not a big name in the global tech or startup ecosystem, I think you have to do something more innovative, take more risks to stand out in the space. So I think that's one of the first things that I hope to see, and I think is happening. The other part is just being international, right? Having that global orientation. And I think that's a question that of kind of how people think about what role AIFC would play in the tech ecosystem? Is it a regional hub? Is it a global hub? And I think if they make that decision on, say, oh, we want to be one or the other, then a lot of the processes and activities kind of would follow through from just that overall positioning.
Thank you so much. And finally, I would like to thank everyone for attending the session. Thank you, Geoffrey, for coming. And we hope to see you next time again and bring you more community to Kazakhstan. And from the government perspective, I would certainly say that we will be working towards creating right ecosystem for the players, because the future is not behind the big tech companies. Future is behind the new startup companies around Web3 technologies, because the decentralization will come. Metaverse is driving this trends in changing how we perceive the world of technology. So we will be working with the community, Web3 community, to create right regulatory environment to be probably not first but second home for Web3 companies. So that's my final word, and I wish everyone rest of the day. And thank you so much for attending. Hector, thank you so much for your time connecting from Latin America. Hector, are you there? Cannot see you.
Yes, I'm so grateful, and reach out anytime. We're more than happy to help, and I'm really looking forward to meeting in person and getting to know your surely beautiful country.
Thank you so much, and I will invite you to visit our beautiful country. So we'll work on that, to bringing you and to show you Kazakhstan in the next following months. And Orion, unfortunately, he couldn't join, but thank you once again for connecting.
Very happy and very honored. Thank you, everybody.
Bye-bye.
стремительно развивается. Ежедневно растет потребность человечества в ресурсах. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ERG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. Наша группа – лидер по производству высокоуглеродистого феррохрома, ведущий производитель меди и кобальта, один из крупнейших поставщиков железной руды, глинозема и алюминия в странах СНГ. Группа поддерживает глобальные инициативы по продвижению зеленой экономики и развитию альтернативных источников электроэнергии. ERG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. Сегодня ERG в Казахстане – это треть горно-металлургического комплекса страны. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. Благодаря деятельности группы более 150 тысяч казахстанцев обеспечены работой. ERG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ERG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Будучи флагманом горно-металлургической промышленности государства, ERG также играет важную роль в повышении экспортного потенциала Казахстана. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. ERG – это прежде всего одна большая команда. Дружная, сплоченная и профессиональная. Единство наших сотрудников, их ответственность перед компанией и местными сообществами, а также инновационный потенциал обеспечивают безопасность производства, эффективность инвестиций и долгосрочное развитие ERG как лидера горно-металлургической отрасли в Казахстане и мире. Так, ERG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share.
Это что такое? Да не игра. Вот это. Возможно, вы думаете, что виза — это просто банковские карты. А что, если я скажу, что название, которое вы видите повсюду, это больше, чем просто надпись? Виза — это сеть. Она помогает людям переводить деньги отсюда вот сюда. И помогает этому парню работать онлайн, чтобы он мог продать джинсы, находясь да хоть бы на этой горе. Это волшебство, которое остается за кадром, но может объединить всех со всеми. Эта сеть позволяет взглянуть на мир свежим взглядом за утренней чашкой кофе и меняет точку зрения на то, что делает бизнес бизнесом. Виза — это сеть, которая может объединить всех. Там, где вам нужно быть. Там, куда вы мечтаете попасть. Там, где вы заслуживаете быть. Эта сеть — ключ к исполнению мечты. Ведь Виза каждый день открывает двери по всему миру, чтобы коммерция объединяла нас всех. Виза — сеть, которая работает для каждого.
Huawei – ведущий мировой поставщик информационных коммуникационных решений. Использует новые технологии в диверсифицированных бизнес-моделях, повышая их ценность для наших заказчиков. Новая, подвижная, гибкая и безопасная платформа ИКТ обеспечивает нашим клиентам простой и быстрый переход к цифровым технологиям во всех отраслях.
Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen. We're kicking on in a few minutes, so please take your seats. So before we start, just a few words of appreciation to our sponsors, ENG, Chevron, Visa, Huawei, China Construction Banks for their financial support and making this event happen. As the name of the session suggests, today we're gathering to discuss the issues of legal and tax aspects of operation business in the AFC as an AFC registered company. So before we I'd just like to make a few words of introduction. We're all part of a company called AFC Business Connect, which is a AFC body which helps company register and operate their business in the AFC. Let me introduce the panel of our today's speakers. Tamerlan Ildibayev, Aisha Manapova, and Arsen Amanbayev. They're all part of a structural division of structure and business solutions of AFC Business Connect. So today's session's objective is, as the name suggests, is pretty much clear. Is to understand what are the critical and typical, let's say, aspects of setting up a company in the AFC, conducting a business in the AFC, and a sale of or transfer of shares of company to a third party. That is, we want to cover all the major aspects of a life cycle company set up in the AFC. So without further ado, guys, I'd like to pass the floor to you, to describe what are the key, let's say, legal forms one can incorporate a company in the AFC, and also, I guess, a particular point of interest would be to understand the concept of recognized company, because that's one of the most frequently asked questions that we receive. So if you could dwell on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So as you know, whenever a business comes to the AIFC, the first question that is asked by the legal advisors of that business or by management of that business is, of course, which legal form to choose in order to incorporate its business here in our center. We do have a number of legal forms available as part of our law. They range from companies limited by shares, we have partnerships, foundations, which include general, limited liability ones. However, based on the data that we have so far, we conclude that the most popular legal form that our participants choose is that of a company limited by shares. And that is why, since we have quite a limited time today during this session, we will focus only on companies. And as part of the first section of our session, which is entry to the jurisdiction, we wanted to focus on one of the most frequently asked questions, and that is, what is a recognized company? A recognized company is this sort of enigmatic concept, also prescribed by the legislation that regulates companies as a whole, and that consists of the companies regulations, or comregs as they are informally known, and companies rules. And the question that is asked by lawyers, especially Kazakh lawyers, is whether or not a recognized company is essentially the same concept as that of a branch as prescribed by the Civil Code of Kazakhstan. In accordance with the Civil Code of Kazakhstan, a branch is a structural division of its parent company. It is established on the basis of internal corporate documents. It gets property from its parent company, and its directors and officers act on the basis of the relevant corporate resolutions of the parent company and powers of attorney issued by the parent company as well. If you look at the AIFC concept of a recognized company, which is regulated by Part 12, a separate part of the company's regulations, a specific part, you will see that even though in name the concepts are quite different, in substance they are pretty much the same. So the requirements for a recognized company, as stated by the legislation, are the following. You have to have one person authorized to accept service on behalf of the recognized company, you have to have a registered office address in the AIFC, and you have to comply with certain filing requirements, e.g., for example, you have to submit your annual return and financial accounts that were prepared in the mother jurisdiction. So as you see, the concepts are, I would contend, pretty much the same.
Yeah, Aisha, I just wanted to add that maybe our audience is much more the concept of TO, the legal form that usually used in the general jurisdiction of Kazakhstan, is conceptually more understandable for our audience. And I just wanted to mention that, as far as I remember, in the legislation, in general legislation of Kazakhstan, it actually states that branch is not a separate legal entity. I mean, it's kind of a direct, clear provision. Is it the same in the AFC Act, or it's more like not on the surface?
Yes, so you are completely correct. In the Civil Code of Kazakhstan, you get a very nice, very easy to understand provision that expressly says that a branch is not a legal entity and it's a structural division of its parent company. In the AIFC Acts, you will not find a similar provision. However, the situation and the position is actually the same. However, it requires analysis of a number of different provisions of the Comregs. And the first one of those is the provision in the very beginning of the Act, which deals with a separate legal personality of companies. And if you look closely, the provision only relates to companies, capital C. So if you go to the definitions section of the company's regulations and you look up the definition for a company, capital C, you will see that it only includes private and public companies. It does not include a recognized company. A recognized company is in turn defined as foreign company established in accordance with the Comregs in the AIFC. So analyzing those provisions cumulatively, let's say, you come to the same conclusion, that it does not have a separate legal personality, so the recognized company.
So it's like more from the definition that actually a company from capital C, it does not include directly a recognized company.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I think it is important to mention that our recognized company may conduct almost any type of businesses in the AFC. We can separate them into the financial and non-financial. Non-financial business can be any type of business you want to expand into the AFC. And financial business, in instance, if your mother company possesses some financial license similar to ours, you can go through the recognition process and establish your presence here in the AFC. Let's say you have a fund management company in Kazakhstan or in Russia, and you apply to the AFC to conduct a similar business here. For instance, we have a number of, if I'm not mistaken, Kazakhstan-based and international fund management company and banks in the AFC represented by recognized companies. Big advantage of such expansion is, of course, expansion to CIS region, as you will have additional tax exemptions, and I think, the biggest advantage is that you don't need to provide minimum base capital requirements. That's the exemption from the potential requirements.
Thank you, Arsen. I think that another thing worth mentioning today is that even though this discussion is largely academic for legal purposes, there are certain significant practical matters that we need to consider from the point of tax.
Thanks, Aisha. Yeah, I just wanted to mention that from tax perspective, there is a sort of a concept, I would call it a concept of taxation of a permanent establishment. And before diving deep into that, I just want to mention that AFC tax legislation is based, first of all, on the tax code. And in addition to the tax code provisions, you should kind of use or be guided by the Article 6 of the constitutional law on the AFC. And it should be noted that the constitutional law does not consider these principles of how the taxpayers should pay taxes, how they should calculate it, when they should report it, and all these matters are covered in the tax code. And from the perspective of a taxpayer and, of course, the tax authority, whenever they meet that recognized company, actually what happens? They look at the definition in the tax code and unfortunately cannot find the direct term of a recognized company. And what also should be mentioned is that it is in Article 1 of the tax code, which actually states all the definitions. This is a big list. And in the list, there is a sort of a general definition called structural division, which by definition includes a branch or a recognized or representative office. And there is a point that there is no direct link or like any reference to any other applicable legislation, like where you can find whether the branch actually includes a recognized company. And it may kind of it may not be helpful just to go to the Article 1, and what should be mentioned here is that there is a general concept where whenever you cannot find a definition of the tax, you actually should go to any other legislation, the civil law or any other legislation in Kazakhstan, and here is this link with acts of the AFC defining what is a recognized company. And okay, with that technical matters, just by, you know, like jumping to the point, is what, in my opinion, a recognized company by substance from legal form actually is a branch. And in case whenever you would like, whenever you in future meet the tax authorities or just would like to understand how the tax consequences will work for your recognized company, you should just consider it will be the same as for a branch. And what also a key point that should be mentioned here is for Kazakhstan legal entities, whenever they create a branch or recognized company, in case of AFC here, there is no much difference from taxation perspective. But for non-residents, it should be noted that in case they create a recognized company and actually get a status of a permanent establishment, this P, permanent establishment, defines that such company will be liable to pay 20% corporate income tax, and in addition to that, instantly pay 15% branch profit tax, which actually applies to a net income after CAT. It is a sort of mechanism like whenever you create a legal entity and pays dividends instantly once you kind of have a final result at the end of the year. And it may be reduced to like 5 to 10% depending on the double tax treaty, but what should be from practical perspective noted that the international taxation currently is toughening, and what the requirements to apply the double tax treaty become higher. And you need to consider that from the 1st January 2021, the MLI, so-called multilateral instrument, the initiative of OECD was, it is actually a multilateral agreement, I would call. It was signed, ratified, and started working from 1st January 2021. And it also creates additional requirements for any taxpayer whenever they want to use double tax treaty provisions, with, of course, certain requirements, limitations that I believe are details. But that's pretty much it.
Thank you, guys. I think, let me just summarize a few points from this discussion. So, as far as I understand, there are like a variety of legal forms available for incorporation company in the AFC, but like one of the most prevalent one is the LTD, private company limited by shares. In terms of recognized company, this concept is, let's say, similar or analogous to a concept of a branch, both from legal and tax perspective. And a recognized company can undertake both financial and non-financial activities. And like for financial companies, they are already regulated by a financial regulator outside of Kazakhstan. Recognition process is the most logical way to proceed, I guess, like given the less time it takes to get licensed, and like let's say like less stringent requirements that are imposed on a recognized company. If we move on, like I've set up a company in the AFC, registered company AFC. Now I want to finance that company. So what are the critical issues that I need to be aware of when financing company, either through equity or debt. Can you shed some light on that?
Yes, so indeed, the most popular types of financing that we see being used by participants in our center are equity and debt. With equity, there are a number of legal technicalities that we wanted to highlight as part of our session that we get asked about in practice. And the first one actually relates to incorporators of a company becoming shareholders thereof upon incorporation. There is an express provision to that effect in the Comregs, and why it's important and why we get asked questions about that is because because in Kazakhstan, if you look under the joint stock companies legislation, there is a two-step process to actually becoming a shareholder in a JSC. So first you have to incorporate your JSC, and then you have to register your issue, the share issue and the issuance of those shares to the incorporators of the JSC. And only when you do that in the relevant authority that is competent in those matters, you actually become shareholders. With LTDs in the Comregs, the position is similar to the so-called TOR form and the position that we have in the UK under the Companies Act 2006. So you become a shareholder of the company upon incorporation. So that's incorporation. After incorporation, usually what we see in terms of equity finance is that more shares are being issued by the company to be purchased either by existing shareholders or by attracting new investors. And that, of course, requires us to go through the process of allotment of shares. And in that respect, we wanted to highlight a very interesting and welcome amendment that was introduced by AFSA to the Comregs, and which has been in effect from the 1st of January this year, and that is that the board of directors is now allowed to allot and issue shares without necessarily getting approval from shareholders. Previously, the position was that you did need to go and get a resolution of shareholders before the directors could allot and issue shares. Yes.
But that provision, is it mandatory, or I can insert it into the AOA and just consider doing so my business, or whenever I want, like a shareholder, I want to keep my, to keep this right, and I can kind of protect my rights in the company. Can I do that?
Yes, actually the general approach that you see throughout the company's regulation in the AIFC is that there are not many the so-called imperative norms. So you can obviously provide a more stringent approach in your articles of association, which will of course prevail over the lower legislative standard.
Okay, thank you.
Another thing in relation to allotment, which is of interest, especially to Kazakh lawyers, would be the preemption rights of existing shareholders. In accordance with the AIFC law, if you are a private company, you may actually disapply or significantly vary the preemption rights of existing shareholders in your constitutional documents. That is not the position under the TOR, where the norm is imperative and you have to comply with that. And that, of course, may make your life much easier as a company and make your corporate secretary, your corporate lawyer's life much easier, because there is a procedure which you can basically get rid of at the get-go. Okay. Yeah.
Are there any other mechanism if, for instance, investor does not want to use cash for pay up for share capital?
Yeah, we actually get a lot of requests regarding non-cash considerations. Yeah. Can we do it?
Yes, we do get a lot of requests about whether or not you can pay for shares in a company by contributing property and not cash. And the Comregs is quite extensive in regulating that procedure. So you get 2 different sections dealing with the so-called non-cash or in-kind consideration for both private companies and public companies. And another flexibility that our corporate regime offers is that if you're a private company, you do not need to engage an independent valuer to value the property that you accept in exchange for issuing the shares to the relevant shareholder.
Just to mention it, and I believe as our audience might be interested. So I kind of may invest a pen and just call it a 1 million worth investment in a company and get shares worth 1 million. There is no like separate requirement to evaluate it. Does it work only for private companies or like for public also?
Yes, it works for private companies only. As you know, directors in limited companies, they have a number of duties that are expressly and in a lot of detail prescribed by the legislation. That includes the duty to avoid conflicts of interest and other fiduciary duties. And when you owe someone a fiduciary duty, you owe them the duty that sort of ensures that you have to exercise utmost trust and confidence when you are doing that. So if, let's say, in your example, directors do issue, let's say, $1 million worth of shares to a shareholder who gave them a pen in exchange, then if later on there is a court procedure, there is a court claim, you're in for a number of very significant, very serious consequences, ranging from fines to being disqualified to act as a director for a long time.
So this is a flexibility with more responsibilities.
Exactly.
For beauty.
Yes.
Okay.
With public companies, you mentioned public companies, the position is more stringent, understandably. You do have to get an independent valuer to value your property. That must be done not earlier than 6 months prior to you actually allotting shares in exchange for that property. And importantly, the independent valuer must be licensed as an auditor in the AIFC. So you cannot get, let's say, an auditor from Kazakh legislation. You have to get someone who has a license, an ASP license here in the AIFC. And thankfully, we have a lot of those now. Yeah.
Thank you, guys. So can we now switch on to discussing the debt financing? So, like, what are the most important issues one needs to be aware of, like, when issuing a debt? So, like, including convertible debt, which is becoming increasingly popular, especially for the venture capital financing.
The Comregs do not have any restrictions that would prohibit a natural person or an individual shareholder giving out a loan to his or her company. So from the standpoint of the AIFC law, there are no restrictions on that. However, if your shareholder is a Kazakh citizen, you do need to take into account the prohibition that is contained in the Kazakh legislation, which prohibits natural and any persons from giving out loans unless they are licensed to do so by the relevant competent authority and unless the loan is being granted not by way of business. That's why you see a lot of zero interest loans being given out by natural persons to
so-called financial aid, what we usually see.
Exactly.
It is important to mention that if you're an FC participant and you're giving such loan to your company, it must be done through by way of business. Otherwise, you would be triggering the general prohibition where an FC participant cannot carry out regulated or financial activity without an obtainment of a correspondence license. So the by way of business implies that such entity conducts it as a main business and he holds himself willingly to hold such business and he solicits other person regularly. So if you do it through by way of business, that would not trigger the general prohibition. So make sure.
Timirlan, you also mentioned convertible loans. We do get a lot of requests actually from parties that would like to use convertible loans when financing their companies. And we do indeed see that being done in practice. So a convertible loan envisages a lender providing money to a company, and then when certain circumstances arise as prescribed by the relevant agreement, the loan is then converted into equity. So as a means of paying to the lender gets is issued shares in the company to which he or she gave out a loan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But there is one important moment from tax perspective that I want to mention. From the tax code perspective, there is no such provision like convertible loan, and it actually happens since in the most popular TO form. There is a prohibition to, as I remember, there is a prohibition to do so, and the loan from a shareholder cannot be directly, by one transaction, be converted into an equity.
Yes, the Civil Code has a provision that says that you cannot pay you cannot get shares in exchange for someone forgiving your liability, let's say, if we may use those terms.
And thank you. And actually, that's why the tax code lacks of that principle, and what the taxpayer should consider, and how the tax authorities actually may interpret such transaction is like two-step process, where first you got a debt forgiveness, which is actually taxable in Kazakhstan, and the amount of, in that case, a loan amount which was forgiven will be considered as income and taxed at 20% corporate income tax. And the second transaction will be considered as an equity injection, which is actually tax-free. So in case if this instrument, I believe it becomes popular, and whenever you hear that, or whenever you consult anyone or just consider to do so, make sure that you consider the tax implications in this case.
Yeah, I think it's always important to assess your tax consequences well in advance. We have set up Astana Stock Exchange. So, what if I, as a AFC registered entity, want to raise financing through that stock exchange? What are the issues that I might encounter?
Yeah, that's right. That would be an alternative to the conventional finance when you want to offer your securities to the public to raise additional funds. In the AFC, we have regulated trading facilities such as an exchange or an AX in this case, wherein a potential offerer wants to issue, let's say, equity instrument or debt instruments to acquire or to raise additional capital. In the AFC, we have market rules which regulates the manner, the conditions, the corporate regulations by which an offerer can offer its securities to the public. So the main conditions, one of the main conditions that you must have a prospectus. Prospectus is an essential document which stipulates all the relevant information to the securities. Let's say its assets, its liabilities, what rights attached to such security, and of course, the reason of issuing such security. That's the first part. And the second, there are certain conditions by which you can offer. Let's say you want to offer only to accredited investors, or if you want to target retail, you will have certain requirements, or I would say restrictions, that such issuance might not exceed $5 million, or you can only target 50 retail persons at once. So that's some basic requirements. And regarding the AX, I would say a couple of words that the high-level listing requirements is that you must have an audited financial statement of at least 1 year for the RAM companies, I would say it's medium enterprises, 2 years for the debt issuance, and 3 years for the equity issuance. Also, there's a requirement for the equity issuance that the public company must have around 25% of free floats. That's the shares in the public hands. Also, the minimum market cap requirements for the debt issuers is the $500,000, and for the equity issuers is it's $1 million. So for the more information, you can contact AX representatives, and they will tell you more about that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Arsen. So let me just summarize key important points out of this discussion. So there are a number of ways to change or to alter the capital of a company registered in AFC. And in certain ways, AFC provides more flexibility compared to Kazakh legislation in terms of altering the capital. So features like optional disapplication of shareholders' preemption rights, as well as absence of requirements to appoint an independent valuer to value or assess the property as part of non-cash considerations are one of the examples of such flexible regime. But at the same time, flexibility causes some complications when it comes to taxation. So like I think one needs to be conscious about those aspects. In terms of raising capital through stock exchange, I guess like the major document that one needs to carefully study is the market rules, which sets up the manner in which securities may be offered and the conditions for admission of securities to trading and official lists of the authorized investment exchange. Timirlan, can you just give a, I know like taxation is something you can talk about like for hours, but like can you just in 5 minutes give a brief overview of the typical like tax issues one encounters when operating as a company in the AFC? So like I have a business in the AFC and I want to understand what tax I need to pay or like what tax I'm exempt from.
Yes. Thank you, Timirlan. Yes, for sure. Just maybe half of requests we receive are related to taxation in the AFC, and that's actually because we have this Article 6 in the constitutional law on the AFC, which grants various tax benefits for our participants. And what I would like to highlight that basically to understand the taxation here in the AFC, you may kind of separate these benefits into two groups. The first group is related to conducting regulated activities whenever you have a license to provide financial services or whenever you have a license to provide professional service like accounting, legal, consulting, and other services listed. In that case, first of all, you get exemption from corporate income tax. So there's no 20% CAT anymore, but only on income received from provision of such services. So there is one key point that usually, we usually have a calls when AFC is compared with special economic zones in Kazakhstan. There are many of them. And what actually happens in case of a special economic zone that you have a threshold which you should not exceed, like you only have a 10% or you can only have 10% of income out of your all aggregated income during the year from any other activities except the preferential one. Once you reach the threshold, all your exemptions cease and you have to pay taxes on all 100% of income. And that's actually how it works in certain special economic zones. But in case of AFC, there is no, like, as far as I remember, there is no direct requirement that you have to maintain certain threshold. You may mix your services with regulated and non-regulated. But in that case, you need to maintain separate, so-called separate tax accounting. Like half of your money should be taxed if they are received from, if that is an income or received from services not provided under the license, and half of your money which are provided under the license are tax-free. Another point, good point, is that you may also receive value-added tax exemption on income, again, received from provision of regulated services. And I should say that this VAT exemption does not actually include provision of professional services. So if you are an ASP, you have, for example, accounting firm providing services to our participants, you unfortunately cannot get an exemption from value-added tax. But there is a certain threshold, so you anyway may kind of avoid value-added tax in case if you have a like small to medium entity here. And for regulated companies doing financial business like managing funds, such income will be also exempt from VAT. Another good point is that you may also get a property tax exemption and land tax exemption, but there is one peculiarity that this land and property actually should be located on the territory of AFC, and I'm not sure if my colleagues already mentioned that. The AFC territory is, there are borders on the map which actually defines what is the AFC territory, and just basically speaking, it's the left side of Astana city, Nur-Sultan city. Another good point that you may also receive just it usually happens that whenever we structure a business here, our participants say that we want to we want our professionals from foreign team to join the, for example, board of directors or some get some foreign staff to do operational work here. Can I do so? And actually, will I get any benefits for that? And the answer actually yes, you can, and yes, you will get some benefits. Salary income received by foreign individuals, the citizens of foreign country actually, or people without citizenship, may get an exemption from personal income tax, which is 10% in Kazakhstan, under their employment agreement with the AFC participant performing regulated activities. And that's, I believe, basically for the first group, those who perform regulated activities. And in case, whenever we have, for example, a holding company here, no license is needed, and that's actually a quite popular request to us. What if I create a holding company here and I just want it to hold the operational assets here in Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and other countries? Do I still get any benefits? And the answer, yes, you do. The constitutional law actually has a good provision stating that the dividends paid by AIFC entity to anyone, basically to anyone, there are no like blacklist, there are no special requirements. Such dividends will be exempt from Kazakhstan withholding tax, I would say, first of all. And that is the main difference with respect to how in general the non-residents income taxed in Kazakhstan, since currently, as I understand, the new amendments were signed at the level of parliament, if I'm not mistaken, which actually sees participation, so-called participation exemption, a tax benefit granted to non-resident under the general tax regime, which also may be more beneficial for those who are considering to establish a new entity and just right now choosing whether it should go to Kazakhstan, the general jurisdiction, or maybe the AFC is a better place. And the second good point is that whenever you would like to exit this jurisdiction by selling of shares, the capital gain income won't be taxed in the Kazakhstan. If I'm not mistaken, the withholding tax rate currently is 15%, and there is again certain amendments that will seize the general tax benefit under the tax code. And another good point: the constitutional law grants this all exemptions that I mentioned before until the 2066. Am I correct, Aisha?
I think you are.
Okay, thank you. And another point that I should mention, that capital gains and dividends exemption, tax exemptions, tax benefits, are also granted to any entities, including those performing the regulated activities, professional services, so they are kind of not linked to having a license. So if you are considering to create a holding company, that's actually a good point, I believe, a good point for you. And Timirlan, I think that's basically it with tax matters.
Okay, thanks. Well, tax issue is always complex and complicated. So, like, we urge to hire tax advisors before you contemplate to undertake any serious transactions, I guess. Anyway, so like moving on to last cycle of a company. Let's say, like, if I want to sell a share of my company to a third party, what should I take into account of?
Yes, so let's say you are contemplating an exit from a project. Obviously, there are a number of ways for you to do that. And the first method that comes to mind is, of course, liquidating your entity. However, liquidation of AIFC participants is a separate let's say, area of law called insolvency. We have regulations on that topic, and we have rules. It's a very complex, very interesting part of the acting law of the AIFC. However, unfortunately, we will not be able to dive into those during our session as we are limited in time, and that probably ideally will require another session or a series of sessions on those. So today we wanted to focus exclusively on a shareholder selling his shareholding to a third party. And that action will require the existing shareholder to transfer his shares to the third party. And the process of transferring shares is actually not regulated by the Comregs in a very detailed way. So usually the transfer happens, usually it's a four-step process. So the first one is obviously the seller shareholder agreeing with the buyer to transfer shares. That can usually be done by means of concluding a share sale and purchase agreement or a deed of gift or any other contract, depending on the nature of the deal being contemplated. After that, you must complete the so-called instrument of transfer form. We do have that form available. It's a one-page form, very easy to fill in. It's usually appended to the relevant board resolution that you will later on submit to AFSA, that will actually provide for the registration of the new shareholders, but that I will mention a bit later on. After that, the form is submitted to the company by either the buyer or the seller, and the directors of the company, and that's important, they have to decide now whether or not they will register the transfer by means of issuing the buyer a certificate of shares and including the name of the buyer into the register of shareholders. So that's pretty much the process. Now, if you look at the legislation and how the process is regulated, you will see that it's literally half a page of a small section in the Comregs, and it basically states that, well, shares are transferable in accordance with the Articles of Association, and that the directors may refuse transfer of shares only if it is on reasonable grounds. And if they do refuse the registration of that transfer, they must within 14 days provide the transferee with the written reasons why the transfer was actually refused, 14 days after the transfer form was lodged with the company. Now, that leads us to advise you and other potential participants that when you are registering a company and you are drafting the constitutional documents of the company, including articles of association, you may want to thoroughly and in detail prescribe the reasons and situations in which directors may either may refuse to register a transfer or may allow the transfer. And let's say,
Didn't you previously mention about the preemptive rights?
Yes, actually an important thing to note is that we do not have statutory preemption rights for a transfer of shares. We only have them in relation to allotment of shares. This is different from TORs. In TORs, you actually, before you, as a participant in a TOR, before you transfer your participation or participatory interest into a third party, you have to offer your shares, your interest to the existing participants. With Comregs, it's different. So you may want to include preemption rights on transfer into your articles of association. And then later on, let's say, this will help you not to end up in a situation whereby you have people or companies joining your company that you wouldn't necessarily want to see or to work with. So it's advisable for corporate lawyers to keep that in mind in the very beginning of your business life cycle when drafting the Articles of Association. Another important thing to note is that our regulator, AFSA, it also plays a sort of post-registration role in many processes. Usually it's a requirement to notify the regulator of certain one-off events that happen in relation to your company. That includes change of name, change of CEO, change of director, allotment, and transfer of shares. With transfer of shares, there are a certain number of forms that you need to complete. We have our amazing colleagues from the Participant Support and Sales Department who will guide you through the process. And so you complete those forms, you liaise with the AIFC Business Connect, and then you lodge them with AFSA and pay a fee. And then you may consider the process completed.
Thank you a lot, Aisha. I guess it was pretty much helpful. So like just to maybe summarize some of what you've mentioned, basically what you say is that transfer of shares is very lightly regulated. As you said, like it's just half a page of in the corporate law. So like one has to pay a lot of attention when drafting their articles of association. So detailed issues of how transfer of shares can be undertaken and what grounds might serve as a condition for like directors to refuse such shares should all be there in the articles of association. So like that's a very important aspect of company incorporation, and one that should not be discarded or like paid little attention to, I guess. So I think we've covered most of the issues that we wanted to. I think we have just some time for questions from the audience. Please feel free to ask if you have any questions. Please. Yeah.
Thank you for this useful overview. Actually, we have a number of questions. Maybe we can start with three at least. Thank you once again.
Maybe just one, because like it's just like three minutes, and like
okay,
we'll have to leave the room, unfortunately.
Summarize quickly. On taxation, thanks once again for this overview. But is there any guidance or maybe position paper, or would you plan to have that? Because when you deal with, let's say, Kazakh tax authorities, you would need to, let's say, explain, proof or something. For instance, you explain this permanent establishment regime applicable to recognized companies, but there is a position on that, probably.
Maybe second question related to tax matters. You mentioned that there are some tax preferences, benefits, we know, but as far as we know, these tax benefits they provided from services rendered to the AFC bodies or participants. So I mean, if we provide services to companies outside of AFC, then we would not be able to get any tax benefits. So yes, that's the important thing. Yeah, so I mean, just to be on the, I mean, for the sake of clarity, because most of the audience, they can just think that we can provide. So
yes, thank you very much for this clarification. Yes, it should be noted that your professional services should be provided to AFC participants performing regulated activities, which is financial activities. Otherwise, unfortunately, corporate income tax should be paid. Yes, and with respect to the position of taxation of a recognized company, I may ask my colleagues from tax policy department if we ever issued such a position. But what I should mention that whenever you deal with taxation, the first matter is it's not more about the official position or a letter that you have, because actually it does not have any legal power, maybe in case whenever you have a tax audit and you want to just clarify your position, because even whenever the tax authorities issue their tax letter, unfortunately they may issue one letter confirming that you can do certain transactions, and during the tax audit just say that no, unfortunately you cannot and you should pay taxes. So that's why it's more like from a practical perspective about the assessment of your risks whenever you do a business here. And I hope I answered your questions, but in case if we have an official position, just please contact us. I will try to contact with you and provide this.
Yeah, okay, thank you. That's clear, of course, that that position, even if you had a position paper, that would not have the same, let's say, legal force, but just as helpful to explain certain, let's say, interpretation side of, let's say, this Article 6 of the main law. And the second question, if I may, on the recognized companies, also you mentioned that for instance, if a business wants to conduct regulated activities, a recognized company would still be suitable, and would that need go through the same authorization process?
Yes, exactly. For instance, let's say a Kazakh company with the license from National Bank or RFR, they want to expand their business to the AFC. They'll establish a recognized company, so-called branch, and go through the authorization recognition process, which means they will obtain a financial license from our regulator. So they will be able to conduct the business from within the AFC, from this branch.
One follow-up question, maybe can I ask Aisha? We know that there are several ways to entry to AFC, way of entry to AFC, incorporation, redomicile, then registration. And have you had a chance to deal with redomicile of TOO, a limited liability company, registered in Kazakhstan to AFC? Because that's the question. I mean, we, being a legal counsel, we asked several times, because based on practice, as far as we know, that it's not so common, or AFC are not so comfortable with this structure, and it doesn't work well, and it's not well tested as it seems to be. Thank you.
You mean a Kazakh TOR being reorganized into an LTD? Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I suggest that you can, like, I guess, discuss this issue like privately, like after the session. Unfortunately, we've run out of time. So those of you join us online, please address your questions to the email that you see on your screen. Let's give a round of applause for our speakers. I hope please free to join us for a discussion outside of the hall. Thank you.
We will be here near the door, so please join us.
Бизнесіңіздің кеңею орталығы. Астана халықаралық қаржы орталығы жаһандық бизнес үшін қолайлы экожүйе мен преференцияларды ұсынатын орталық Азиядағы бірегей юрисдикция. Біз заманауи мүмкіндіктерді пайдалану жолында Еуразия алаңында ұзақ мерзімді экономикалық экспансия кезеңінің басталуын аңғарудамыз. Бұл өз алдына бизнеске, үкіметке және жеке тұлғаларға өркендеу жолында жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашады. Капитал нарығы орталық Азияда толыққанды және серпінді қаржы нарығын құру. Финтех жаңа технологиялардың банктік, мобильді және жеке қаржы саласына инновациялық енгізілу үрдісі. Жасыл қаржыландыру, тұрақты инвестициялық мүмкіндіктерді дамыту және қолдау. Исламдық қаржыландыру, дәстүрлі қаржының этикалық қағидаттарға сәйкес баламасын қайта енгізу құралы. Жалпы құқық, Нұр-Сұлтан қаласында әлемнің озық тәжірибесін бейімдеу. Банктық қызметтер, отбасылық кеңселер мен жеке стратегиялар құруды қамтамасыз ететін сенімді экожүйе. Біздің веб-сайтымызға кіріңіз, бизнесіңізді тіркеңіз, артықшылықтарды өз пайдаңызға аударыңыз.
Әлем қарқынды дамуда. Технологиялық ілгерілеу үшін металдар мен электр энергиясының түрлі көздері қажет. ENG әлемді осындай ресурстармен қамтамасыз етеді. ENG кәсіпорындары әлемнің 15 елінде жұмыс істейді. Қуаты кәсіпорындардың дені Қазақстанда шоғырланған. Компанияның соңғы 5 жылда елдің жалпы ішкі өнімге қосқан үлесі 5 триллион теңге. Қазақстандағы жоғары маркалы бастапқы алюминий және глинозем өндіретін алғашқы және жалғыз кәсіпорын ENG құрамында. Электр энергиясының 17%-ын ENG-дің электр энергетикалық активтері өндіріп тұр. Шетелге өнім өткізудің негізгі нарықтары Европа елдері, Қытай, Ресей, Жапония. Осы жетістіктердің барлығы біздің қызметкерлеріміздің еңселі еңбегінің жемісі. Компанияның басты құндылығы адам. ENG жердің және адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты пайдалана отырып, өзіне сенім артқандардың өркендеуін қамтамасыз етіп келеді.
We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share.
Бұл не екен? Ойын емес, мынау. Бәлкім сіз визаны жай ғана банк карталар деп ойлайтын боларсыз. Егер мен сіздің әр жерде көріп жүрген атауыңыз жай ғана атаудан әлде қайда зор нәрсе екенін айтсам, не дер едіңіз? Виза дегеніміз желі. Ол адамдарға ақшаны ана жерден мына жерге аударуға көмектеседі. Және де мына жігітке тіпті таудың басына шығып алса да, онлайн жұмыс істеп, джинсаны сатуға көмектеседі. Бұл кадр сыртында қалатын, бірақ бәрін бір-бірімен байланыстыра алатын ғажайып. Ол таңғы кофе ішкенде әлемге жаңа көзбен қарауға мүмкіндік беріп, бизнесті бизнес ететін нәрселерге көзқарасты өзгерте алады. Виза бәрін біріктіре алатын желі. Сізге қажет жерде, сіздің арманыңыздағы жерде, сізге лайық жерде. Бұл желі арманды іске асырудың кілті. Өйткені виза күн сайын бүкіл әлем бойынша есік ашады. Коммерция бәрімізді біріктірсін деген оймен.
В самом сердце столицы Казахстана компания «Алдар» создала современный многофункциональный комплекс, крупнейший в стране. Абу-Даби Плаза – место притяжения людей и бизнеса, эпицентр столицы и украшение панорамы города. Абу-Даби Плаза стал ярким продолжением серии успешных проектов компании «Алдар». Абу-Даби Плаза – это многофункциональный комплекс с единой инфраструктурой для работы, отдыха и комфортной жизни. Торговый центр связывает воедино все здания комплекса. Живая атмосфера, центральное расположение, уникальные дизайнерские решения, форматы и всемирно известные бренды делают его привлекательным как для шопинга, так и для бизнеса. Жилой комплекс дарит возможность насладиться жизнью в столице, живя и работая с комфортом в самом сердце Нур-Султана. Отель «Шератон» предоставляет жителям и гостям столицы первоклассное обслуживание, а также все необходимое для проведения деловых встреч и мероприятий на самом высоком уровне. Знаковая локация офисных площадей Абу-Даби Плаза. Престиж и масштабность проекта делают комплекс идеальным местом для открытия представительства международных корпораций и активно развивающегося казахстанского бизнеса. Свободная планировка офисных пространств, подземный паркинг на 4000 автомобилей и продуманная инфраструктура. Здесь все предусмотрено для успеха вашего бизнеса. Почувствуйте пульс и ритм города вместе с Абу-Даби Плаза.
Today, Kazakhstan offers increasingly attractive business environment. Since independence in 1991, the country has attracted over $380 billion of FDI, thus maintaining its position as the largest economy and FDI recipient in Central Asia. So, why Kazakhstan is an attractive investment destination? Strategically located at the heart of Eurasia, Kazakhstan boasts abundant natural reserves, efficient manufacturing base, and qualified labor. The country offers favorable
Трансляция. Саламатсыздар ма, құрметті ханымдар мен мырзалар. Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first Green Hydrogen Forum of Kazakhstan. My name is Azamat Kuzhanov. I'm a managing director at national company Kazakh Invest. And at the same time, I'm the head of the investment task force under the government of the Republic of Kazakhstan that was established between Ministry of Foreign Affairs and AIFC. Our team was founded in 2021, and we have two mandates. One is to facilitate FDI, with a focus on major private equity deals. Second one is developing new industrial opportunities, generating and structuring new deals or industrial niches as we name them internally. A couple of years back, we identified several niches, and one of them was hydrogen. And as an intermediate result of that work, we're having this event today. And one of the first government officials, it would not be possible without the huge support from certain people and companies. And one of the first government officials who understood strategic importance and possible benefits of our country and supported us along the way is His Excellency Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Almas Aydarov. So I would like to invite him to give an opening speech of our event. Almas Aydarov, please.
Thank you, Azamat, distinguished guests, dear ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure for me to welcome all of you on the first Hydrogen Forum in Kazakhstan. And to tell the truth, it's also something new. We're all learning about the new hydrogen energy. And my story about the hydrogen, I just first heard about green hydrogen 2 years ago. And after, just clarify for myself different colors of hydrogen, what is it, how it's using, and new technologies. But now it's clear, especially for Europe, Europe it should be first flagman of this technology and the green technologies. And for Europe, it's clear now that if Europe want to be free from the carbon free 2050, it's impossible to cover itself by green energy. And the core issue is how to storage and transportation green energy, and because it should be imported something. And from that case, in our country, because we have a very strong wind, good quality of sun, huge territory, and we could be a leader and producer of the green hydrogen for the next decades. Except the green hydrogen, we don't see available a huge technology to produce some green energy in the future, in the nearest first and second decades. And it also provides us a good opportunity to be a leader of these new spheres. And it's a great pleasure for us that many companies now to enter in Kazakhstan, and we still don't have any regulation of hydrogen, any standards and rules in this sphere. That's why we have a lot of skepticism, because we are traditional oil and gas economic country, and of course from that point, to tell the truth, all negotiations with the companies regarding the hydrogen, we started from president's level, because the first person who believed to this technology is our president, because he has a very experienced view and feeling the international trends. And this is the first steps, and all what we want from this forum to be unit our efforts to provide green hydrogen technologies and vision in Kazakhstan, because all these projects, it's to be necessary scaling. Without it, there is no economy in green hydrogen, and it's impossible to do one by one these projects. And I believe that our land plots, it's necessary to unite all the many companies from the different countries to develop the projects in Kazakhstan. And I just back from 1 month ago from the same forum in Barcelona, and Bloomberg placed Kazakhstan third place in the world, like a potential producer of green hydrogen. So not only we and worldwide, and believe that Kazakhstan could be a huge producer of green hydrogen. That's why we are like a pioneers in these spheres, should start our common work, and to create, I don't know, the association and common units to help government to do right things, to do right regulatory rules, and to do easy this way, because it's clear for us that oil prices, high prices for oil, it seems to be the last 10-15 years. And green hydrogen, from that point, could be the second oil for our economy. So I wish you good luck, and it will be a long story, I believe. Of course, it will be not so easy, maybe so complicated way, but if we will be together, it will be much easier for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Almas Aydarullah. So let me remind you briefly. Our event will consist of 3 parts. First is signing ceremony of 3 documents in our panel session. The second one is lunch hosted by Linde, one of the top companies in the world within this industry. So we're inviting our panelists, our guests from different companies, oil and gas, energy companies that are here today with us. Third one is a roundtable among companies who's establishing Green Hydrogen Alliance of Kazakhstan and all other interested companies who would like to take part in this initiative or is considering to be involved in the green hydrogen movement. So let's start the first part. The first part is the signing ceremony. And our first one is signing ceremony among shareholders and creators of Green Hydrogen Alliance of Kazakhstan. We will be inviting by 2 companies for the first document. So let me invite Chairman of the Management Board of the national company Kazakhgas, Mr. Sanjar Jarkeshev. The second one, CEO of local office, Linde Gas Kazakhstan, Batırjan Tergiusizov. Another signees, I invite Aynur Tumышева, the CEO and Director of Investments from the RSU Renewable Energy Kazakhstan by Svevint Energy, Germany. Also, I would like to invite CEO of Green Finance Center, Aydar Kazabayev, AIFC. I would like to invite Marco Castanini, Green Spark Limited, Italy, and Baurjan Nakhanov, GSA Partners. Another company, I would like to invite Ángel Buendia, Ajusa Hydrogen Technologies, Spain. And at the same time, I would like to invite a representative from Atasu Group Company, Kazakhstan. And our last signee, I would like to invite Karina Tsoy from Rödel & Partners, Germany. So now we would like to invite all the signees to have a group photo and to picture this historical moment. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, we have to adjust a little bit our program, and we have to give the first speech to the chairman of national company Kazakhgas, Mr. Sanjar Zharkeshev, with his presentation. I would like to ask our producers, guys, to start with the presentation of Kazakhgas.
So good morning, everybody. Thank you for accelerating the schedule because I have to leave for the HEC forum at the Samruk-Kazna. So HEC is the #1 priority for Kazakhstan national company. But I think today's event is a historical event, really. Thanks to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Aydarov is pushing this agenda. I think everybody who signed the document today will have a competitive first mover's advantage. So hopefully we can push this industry. From Kazakhstan standpoint, obviously, as gas is a natural resource for pushing the blue hydrogen, obviously, but green hydrogen is a big deal for us as well. So as a national company, we would like to support, do whatever we can from our side so that this industry can succeed. But our agenda is in the energy security and energy transition. So I'll repeat some of the messages I gave this morning on the other session. But what's in it for Kazakhstan on this industry, on the hydrogen industry? But how we can help? But I think we can provide support for the transportation of the green hydrogen, and we've got the gas transportation system, the whole country's coverage. We are connected with the global network, and I think at the same time, green hydrogen can be used as an additive to the natural gas, so that we can boost our resource volume, right? So that's why Kazakhstan wants to be part of this story, and obviously provide, as a national company, maybe the administrative support and basically pitching this industry to the government. And also bringing some of the experts from the industry. We are connected with the international companies, and some of the companies presented today as well. And some of the trade and economic ties with other countries, other national companies that are pushing the hydrogen. So we're here to help. At the same time, we're going to push about the blue hydrogen. I know there are challenges with blue hydrogen in Europe because of the maybe unstable supplies of gas, but we're still interested in pushing blue hydrogen from our side. But green hydrogen, as we said, one of the best countries in the world is Kazakhstan for green hydrogen, and definitely Kazakhstan wants to be part of this story. We are diversifying our portfolio as well. So as a national company, we became the independent national company last year, thanks to the president of Kazakhstan. And the gas industry is getting a new push to develop. And this was a clever decision to make Kazakhstan a standalone national company. But if you think about our CO2 emissions trends, and it's a little bit alarming, because we've got the 2060 climate net zero goals, and if you look at today, we should be going downwards in our CO2 emissions, but it's the opposite. The CO2 emissions are actually increasing. We should be doing something about it so that we can meet at least the interim goal of 2030 on the CO2 emissions trends, right? And so that we can reach the net zero by 2060. So I think the renewables and especially the transition fuel gas must play their role to ensure we can deliver on our promises. The benefits of the carbon neutrality, where green hydrogen will play a significant role. Obviously, you know better than I do on the economic growth and national health, the international image. Obviously, in terms of the economic growth and international attracting investors, it's difficult to source finances without being green, being clean. And gas is a God-given resource which will be a bridge from dirty to clean fuel. And thankfully, Kazakhstan has vast amounts of gas, which is enough for more than 100 years, 3.8 trillion cubic meters of gas. That should be utilized to boost the energy transition and help green hydrogen economy to grow, to make it economic, right? So that's why I think the good tandem of natural gas and green hydrogen should be taken advantage of. And obviously, the national health, very important, especially reducing the carbon emissions. Kazakhstan is converting some of the thermal power plants, which are coal-fired in Almaty and other regions, to gas. That will help significantly to reduce CO2 emissions and make our nation healthier. If you think about the global energy mix, it's rapidly changing, and natural gas will play even more role. And we need to use this to basically push coal. At the same time, I'm not saying they could say no to coal completely. We know what's happening in Europe because of the crisis of the natural gas supplies, renaissance of coal industry. Germany is opening up, back up the coal mines, right? So it's about the energy security, right? And that's why we need to be very wise on using the coal, in a clever way, because Kazakhstan has, reserves of coal for hundreds and hundreds of years. So I'm not saying that we need to be, polluting and continue polluting, but we need to be clever in the energy security. We've got gas, we've got now kicking off the hydrogen industry, so we need to accelerate that and then say no to coal in a rapid way. But until then, we need to make sure we've got the basis for energy transition. So a lot of things are happening, and in the next 10, 15 years globally, and the trend, you can see that in the peak of gas demand will be in 2035. After that, it should decline. But if you look at Kazakhstan, by 2030, we should have about 25–30% of the electricity generation should be from gas. And you can see the blue color, the hydrogen there. And if you think about the significance, it's obvious, right? It's becoming quite significant. And at the same time, gas should be the replacer of coal here. So what do we need to do to ensure we've got enough gas to meet these objectives, right? But at the moment, these goals are quite risky, but we still have the commitment on the net zero. So we are transforming the national company, the gas industry in general, so that we can create more gas resources, so we can provide more volumes for the energy transition. But we talked about this morning as well that there's a lot of work being done by the government, especially on the net zero goal, the strategy for achieving carbon neutrality by 2060. It's going to be a very important document which will affect the whole economy. By the Ministry of National Economy, a great job is being done by the whole government. Ministry of Energy has just approved developed and approved a comprehensive plan for the development of the gas industry. It was a tremendous effort of the last 2 years. Kudos to the Ministry of Energy. And there is a concept for development of the fuel and energy sector until 2030. What's missing here is the national strategy, or the strategy of Kazakhstan of the gas industry. So we are working on that. And once we do that, we need to have an overarching energy security strategy. That means, we shouldn't be shooting ourselves in the foot by saying no to coal immediately. We need to be balanced. We need to ensure we've got enough gas so that we can protect our energy security and at the same time meet our energy transition goals. So this is the whole thing, and the whole idea, and Kazakhstan is volunteering its candidacy to be the coordinator of this strategic document. With the Foreign Investors Council, we've got a very big support from the members. When Kazakhstan would like to coordinate their work, obviously as a working body, the FIC can be a very strong expert, can bring expertise because they've got subject matter expertise all over the world. And the First Deputy Prime Minister of Kazakhstan already coordinating their work on the improved model contract for the investors to make sure they're interested in investing in Kazakhstan more. So this framework already exists. We just want to throw into the work the energy security agenda. And obviously Samruk Kazna is doing a lot of work on ESG and on the energy security agenda as well. Minister of Energy, Minister of Ecology, and the AFC actually with their green finance and all the efforts they're working with the international oil and gas companies. I think there is a huge synergy opportunity here. So that's it from my side. Final message, National Company of Kazakhstan would like to provide support with whatever we can and obviously realize their first movers advantage. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, dear ladies and gentlemen, let's continue. So now we will follow our standard program, and we would like to have a second, first of all, our guest from Spain. So let's continue with the signing ceremony. And the next document, the next one is signing of MOU for development of first filling station technology for hydrogen on the territory of the Republic of Kazakhstan between Green Spark Limited and Graf Industries SPA. Please, I would like to welcome Marco Castanini and Mr. Sorani. This is the first pilot project that I believe will be announced soon. Congratulations, gentlemen. And our final document will be signed in 2 countries between Hydrogen Task Force France, a special group that is focusing on development of green hydrogen in France, and Investment Task Force of Kazakhstan at Kazakh Invest and AFC. Today we're signing it here in here, and later it will be signed in France at a different event on green hydrogen Paris. Mm-hmm. Thank you. And because we had to adjust, now we can officially start our panel session. And for the welcoming speech of our panelists, let me also invite one of the key stakeholders who support us along the way, and our chairman, my direct boss, chairman of national company Kazakh Invest, Mr. Mirjan Yusupov, please.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, warm welcome to the first hydrogen forum that was organized by Kazakh Invest team, Investment Task Force, and of course, which was also heavily supported by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and of course our friends at AFD here, which fully support us and offer this wonderful panel platform to this first forum. Actually, the history or the story of green hydrogen at Kazakh Invest started roughly 2 years ago. Our internal task force at that time was few experts started studying green hydrogen, and then right now we have a lot of work done, and we came to this stage where we can organize the forum at this level. Of course, huge work has been done, and along this work and during this period, we've learned that there are also kind of supporters and I would say, how to say, believers in this idea and non-believers, right? So that's why the idea of today's forum is to make every single stakeholder in our country be aware of this great theme about big theme, and we also learned that there are a big amount of interest on the side of large international players in terms of green hydrogen. So basically, we, as this forum, we have to first of all educate all those kind of non-believers, because in our view, the main, how to say, doubt is around the conventional energy companies. So basically, we believe that international companies that are sitting here will support us and bring their expertise and discuss the potential benefits of green hydrogen going forward. So, and this, I think this will be one of the big next steps for us, for all of us sitting in this room. And also, I would like to say special thanks to Linde, our partner of this session. Thank you very much. And overall, I would like to wish all of us a fruitful session for today. Thank you very much.
And let me invite also one of the supporters and our key shareholders, so to say, of Task Force Unit from AFC side, the Managing Director of AFC Authority, Nurlan Toyunbek.
Thank you, Azamat. Good morning, dear guests, dear distinguished speakers. It's a great honor for me to be present here today, and indeed, as just now Sanjar mentioned, we are presented on the First Movers event. This is the inaugural forum for green hydrogen story in Kazakhstan, and I believe in its future that here in Kazakhstan, with its vast territories and natural conditions, the development of green hydrogen is very possible and have a very bright perspective, I believe. Today, just now, we've been on the different session. Previous session was dedicated to energy and food sustainability. So this is the main topics of the future, and doing this first move today is the great fundament for the future projects and future achievements. And so in this regard, allow me to wish to everyone every success and good discussions today. And for AIFC, it's a great honor as well to be a part of this story. So you are most welcomed to visit all other sessions during the day of the Astana Finance Days. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, Let's start our panel session with the first presentation on recent developments on green hydrogen in Kazakhstan, with the general presentation and overview. Let me invite our industry executive and the head of Green Hydrogen Division at Kazakh Invest, Mr. Ashat Bekenov, with his presentation. Please.
Good day, dear participants, dear speakers. I'm pleased to welcome you to the first Green Hydrogen Forum in Kazakhstan. I congratulate you on creation of the Green Hydrogen Alliance of Kazakhstan. I think you are and we on the right track. In frame of my short intervention, I want to talk on the important steps that were taken and will be taken to foster the development of green hydrogen, green energy, include development of green hydrogen in our country. As a part of development of new industry segments, Kazakh Invest is actively attracting investment in new green hydrogen industry. We truly believe that hydrogen and its green derivatives, such as ammonia and others, important component of sustainable energy policy and green hydrogen projects in Kazakhstan. Today, first of all, special attention is paid to the development of a green economy and the self-sufficiency of the Kazakh economy. The first step to follow green path was to set clear targets to decrease emissions in Kazakhstan. We accepted new strategy Kazakhstan 2050 and concept of transition to green economy 2030. These documents actually form for us indicators of green energy development. The first indicators were reached in 2020, 3%, and our ambitious target is to achieve 50% of producing green energy by 2050. Also, Kazakhstan signed Paris Agreement, and along with the Paris Agreement, it was announced that Kazakhstan plans to become carbon neutral by 2060 at the United Nations Summit on Climate Ambitions in December 2020. The doctrine is the first document of a long-term vision on potential for reducing greenhouse emissions in the country. It provides a set of key measures to reduce emissions and decarbonize the economy, such as the use of green hydrogen only. In the future, demand for hydrogen is expected to increase sharply due to its use in other industries, which will increase the demand, the volume of which by 2050 is currently estimated in fairly wide range from 300 to 800 million tons in the whole world. According to the data IRENA, by 2050, 30% of electricity used will be dedicated to green hydrogen production and its derivatives such as ammonia and methanol. If we talk about the cost of green hydrogen, it will continue to decrease below 1.5 USD per kilogram. The price reduction will be achieved through improved technology and economies of scale. As we know, green hydrogen is a fuel of energy transition. And given the ambitious goals of the European Union, we understand that the expected growth in the demand for green hydrogen will not cover domestic production. The demand for green hydrogen in the European Union in 2030 is estimated at 30 million tons annually. However, the planned green hydrogen production capacity by 2030 is only 6 million tons. According to an analysis by the German Energy Agency, Kazakhstan is one of the 8 countries with highest green hydrogen export potential in the world. To follow of green path and production green hydrogen for our country became possible due to the great potential for the development of renewable energy. Wind energy has the greatest potential among all renewable energy sources in Kazakhstan. Around half of our territory has an average wind speed of about 5 to 6 meters per second. The greatest wind potential in the Atyrau and Mangistau regions, in the Caspian Sea area, and northern and southern Kazakhstan. Also, solar energy has a huge potential. Kazakhstan solar energy can produce about 2.5 billion kilowatt per year. Hydropower is the second largest renewable energy sources in Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan has an estimated potential of 170 billion kilowatt per year, of which about 62 billion kilowatt are technically feasible. If we talk about hydrogen projects being implemented in Kazakhstan under support of Kazakh Invest, today are about 7 projects, 5 of which are low power projects. There is projects at an early stage of implementation and 2 large GV projects. In conclusion, I would like to note that the roadmap for hydrogen energy development in the Republic of Kazakhstan for 2021 and 2025 was developed based on the review of international experience, analysis of strategies, and measures of the leading countries. The roadmap includes measures to study the possibility of introducing hydrogen energy in the Republic of Kazakhstan, develop and improve the regulatory and legal framework, and develop human resources. There are also plans to develop hydrogen strategy of Kazakhstan, in which I think newly established Hydrogen Association will take an active part. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashat. Now, let me introduce our next panelist, Mr. Batırjan Tergiusizov from Linde. And I would like to emphasize that Linde is our general partner today and a sponsor of today's lunch. And generally speaking, a very good friend and ambassador of Kazakh Invest.
The one of the most
please.
important part, right? This is lunchtime. So thanks a lot, Azamat, and hello everybody. I'm really excited to be here today, and I'm so glad to see so many interested faces, not boring faces, which is very important. So, slides is arriving. Yep. Let's go. I'm trying to be really precise, sharp, and quick with presentation. And first of all, why we are here and why we are paying so many attention to such topic as clean energy and green hydrogen. So, as you probably know, the temperature of our atmosphere, of our climate is changing. And it's rising year by year. And all research is showing that it's the main kind of footprint. This is our involvement in such changes. And I think that is our responsibility to change it. And the green hydrogen, the thing which can really help us with this. But how? It can be the real stock for the energy, for the renewable energy, which can guarantee the system reliance and can be used as a buffer. The green hydrogen can be the feedstock for the chemistry and other industrial production. Of course, it can decarbonize our transport. It's a mobility question. It's not only about the vehicles itself, but it's also the big trucks for the mining. We're talking about the buses, we're talking about the trains, and even airplanes. It also can help us to decarbonize the industry itself, which is using energy as a power source. It also can even help decarbonize the civil building heating. It's so many colors of hydrogen, and most probably you already know about the green one, which is our aim, it's our target, but it's also the gray and brown, it's also yellow and blue one. but it depends from the way of production, it depends of the carbon footprint and so on. But the green hydrogen means that it's hydrogen molecules produced by electrolysis process from the water using the renewable energy from the wind power, solar power, hydropower, etc. And we as Linde, the company which was established in 1889 by German scientist Carl von Linde, a great guy, really like beer. We have a huge experience with hydrogen, which is already decades. We start to operate some of our hydrogen plants in the mid of 20th century, which was not so popular, okay, about the green one, but we also have experience in all of the kind of colors of hydrogen. And it's showing here that we can be the partner for you in all type of production of hydrogen, starting from brown and ending with the green one. We have our in-house solutions to deliver hydrogen, we have our in-house solution to produce hydrogen, and we have our application solution to help you to utilize the hydrogen. For example, like hydrogen refuel station, which is more than 100 billion in Europe. We operate in Köln, in Cologne, in Germany, the network of refueling station, which is supporting civil transport there. This is all the way of producing, delivering, utilize of hydrogen here, and also some of the, I think it's, yeah, even the compression and liquefaction. Going further, I will stop on some application of hydrogen and how we can decarbonize our economy, I mean the worldwide economy. The hydrogen production with electrolyzers, it's a green one. It can be used to store electrons produced by renewable energy. It's a question about the infrastructure where we have a great experience and operate more than 1,000 kilometers of the pipelines. We have a network of refuel stations operated by ourselves, but also we supplying equipment for such stations. The carbon capture, utilization and storage, also a very interesting question. I will stop a bit more about it later. And again, industry feedstock, this is when we can use the green hydrogen to produce, for example, ammonia and then fertilizers, which is a significant, important question, especially for Kazakhstan. About the industry feedstock, I already told about the ammonia, and when we have enough fertilizer here in Kazakhstan, it means that it's our food safety for our country. But important part also is the steel production that utilize oxygen and hydrogen. We actually can decrease the carbon footprint to zero. And we already have a such kind of partnership with a steel company in Sweden. Few words about the network and infrastructure. So we are operating more than 150 steam methane reformers. So it's more about the blue hydrogen when we are capturing CO2 and store this, and we convert the gray hydrogen to blue one. We have already more than, I think it's already around 100 electrolyzers installed around the world. We have our in-house producer as a joint venture with ITM Power. We have a largest hydrogen liquefaction capacity in the world with 170 tons per day, so it's quite a lot, believe me. And again, we have some solutions to store and to distribute it. And again, Sanjar already from Kazakhstan mentioned that we had to have as a backup the coal solutions, but we also can keep in mind that we can utilize the carbon footprint from the coal power plants to capture and utilize CO2 from the exhausting of the coal power plants. So it means that it's of course not the best solutions, it's not the cheap solutions, but as a backup for the future, it can be utilized as well. One of the interesting things that we're talking so much about the CO2 as a bad thing, but actually we using CO2 in our daily life, in our medicine as well, and we have a solution how to capture and utilize it. So it's not just just to store it somewhere, but to convert it to the product and to deliver, for example, to the greenhouses who is raising tomatoes. We have an operate network of delivering CO2 in Netherlands to supplying CO2 capturing from the production from industrial stock to greenhouses and help to really utilize the product which can be just evaporated there. The same solutions we have, for example, in North America, when we can increase debit of oil from Canadian part, delivering about 350 kilometers of captured CO2 from United States to increase oil production in Canadian company. So as I promised, I try to be really fast and interested. And just as an end word, this is our responsibility for today to be successful tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Batırjan. Now, our next panelist is a company that recently became a member of Foreign Investment Council. And it's one of our main strategic consultants in green hydrogen. Also, they produce hydrogen in Kazakhstan and improve technological process at our refineries. Let me introduce a very good friend of ours, Mr. Mathieu Francais Erlikit.
Thank you, Azamat. So, dear all, hello. I'm extremely pleased to be here with you today to focus on green hydrogen. I will not do a presentation, but I will give you today a testimony that it is happening, not in Kazakhstan yet, or at least today is the first milestone, but in other parts of the world it is happening, and I will quote a few examples why it is a true story and is not just a dream or a miracle, this green hydrogen. But first, let me start with a thank you. I would like to start to thank our partner who accompany the Air Liquide journey in Kazakhstan over the last 10 years. We are working in Kazakhstan. First, Mr. Edarov, Vice Minister, thank you for your support. Mr. Yusupov, CEO of Kazakh Invest, thank you. Azamat, our dear friend, thank you for your continuous support. Without you, I would not be here today. Thanks again. As mentioned by some of the colleagues, so hydrogen is not new. It's not new. In our company, we are working on hydrogen over the last 50 years. So we do traditional use of hydrogen, like the one mentioned by Azamat in refinery. It's the so-called grey hydrogen. And you see a lot of application developing, like, for example, hydrogen as fuel for mobility. For those of you who have the chance to visit Paris, you can see a fleet of taxis who are driving with hydrogen. There are 500 taxis in Paris. It's called HYPE. There's also an Air Liquide logo on it. And we see that it's developing very well. Sorry for the microphone. So, actually, speaking about green hydrogen, I wanted to mention that there is one key topic for green hydrogen. I think it was mentioned by Askar, is the cost. So a lot of people think about green hydrogen, but they are afraid of the cost. And we tend to say grey hydrogen for refinery is €2 per kilo. When you do blue hydrogen, which was mentioned by the colleague from Kazakh Gas, it's €4. And green hydrogen, it's €6 per kilo. So you see 3 times more. That means if you produce this hydrogen and use it in a product, you need to recover basically this cost somewhere in your prices, in more product. You need to create a premium. So that's why Air Liquide, we believe, to make it happen, we need to work on the competitiveness of this business. And that's why we decided to invest in and to join, let's say, an alliance, a joint venture. We create a joint venture with Cement Energy, basically to focus on large electrolyzer and to develop ways to reduce the cost of the large electrolyzer for the future. We announced it 2 weeks ago, basically. And we have already project we are working on, and we will create a factory in Berlin, which will produce this large-scale electrolyzer with a technology. I don't know if there are many engineers in the room, but we use the proton exchange membrane technology, which is a technology which is very flexible for an electrolyzer and especially suited for renewable energy. As you know, when you use wind or sun energy, the problem is you have variation of load, basically in terms of production. And with this PEM, so this membrane technology, you can produce with different load, with fast changes of the load of the electrolyzer. So that being said, so again, in my testimony, it's happening. We have two flagship projects we are working on, Air Liquide. It's, the first one is in France, no surprise. We have also the support from the French institution. There is a funding, a national funding. So it's a 200 megawatt electrolyzer. Just to give you, I don't want to throw not a lot of number, but 200 megawatt electrolyzer, it represents savings in CO2, which is equivalent to 4.4 billion kilometers driven by one truck. So you imagine, so it's really a big step. You saw some curve with the presentation before. So it's already happening. So this project is in design and will start in 2026. We have another project, by the way, maybe I should quote also the customer. So we have Exxon refinery with the customer. We will take this green hydrogen from this facility. We have another example in Terneuzen in the Netherlands. Same principle, large-scale electrolyzer connected to wind power. And we will produce green hydrogen. So that means, it is what I wanted to say today, it's happening. So we are Liquide, of course, we will be glad to bring our support to Kazakhstan and to enable the development in Kazakhstan. And we believe Kazakhstan, it was already mentioned, you have huge opportunity with the quality of wind, sun, and the space you have in the country. Now the challenge is to find, yes, the right partners, and also the markets, basically, because, yes, you need to create some premium product who leverage on this green hydrogen. So, thank you for your attention. We'll be very happy to take any question if you have some question after. Thank you.
Thank you, Mathieu. Our next speaker is going to represent another company from Europe, from Germany to be precise, and partially from Sweden actually, that put Kazakhstan on the global map among countries that are developing mega projects in green hydrogen. Please welcome Aynur Tumuşova.
Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the given opportunity to present to you our project HyRasia 1 that would be located in Mangistau region. It would be producing green hydrogen in gigawatt scale in millions of tons. So a little background on the Svevin Group, the company is working on this project. It's a privately owned group of companies from Germany with a 30+ years of professional experience in the renewables energy industry overall. Headquarters is still in Dresden, with the offices now in Germany, Sweden, and Kazakhstan. One of the flagship projects of the Svevin Group is a gigawatt-scale large wind farm in Arctic Sweden, Markbygden 1101. The overall capacity of the project is 3.4 gigawatt of green energy that would provide approximately 8% of entire Sweden's electricity consumption by 2026, when it will be fully commissioned. It's important to say it's a large gigawatt scale project that was fully financed and structured, and Svevin was responsible for attracting this investment of 2.8 billion euros. Now, why green hydrogen? There was a lot of presentations done already on the market demand, and I don't want to repeat exactly the same things. The main thing here is to achieve the net zero target by 2030. It already has been calculated. Approximately 100 million tons of annual green hydrogen production need to be done. And by 2050, that's even more ambitious, up to 800 million tons. Now, our project, HyRasia 1, would produce only 2 million tons annually to cover that market demand. This slide shows one of the, well, most majority of the announced green hydrogen large gigawatt scale projects in the world. And we're proud to state that as of today, our project HiRegio 1 is one of the most advanced and developed projects out of all 9. And it's important that if we combine all of those 9 mega gigawatt scale projects, plus some of the projects under 10 gigawatts, all of that combined would still not cover the market demand by 2030, which is approximately 100 million tons, yeah? Which already tells you what is going to be the demand, so where do you sell it? Now coming to our project in Mangistau, it is designed to produce 30 gigawatt of green electricity, both wind and solar, to feed the 20 gigawatt electrolyzer facility. This would allow us to produce 2 million tons of green hydrogen annually, and if fully converted to green ammonia, that would be 11 million tons of green ammonia. So this scale of a large project would have a capex of 40 to 50 billion euros. Now, this would be fully attracted by Svevind with no governmental money or subsidies or co-financing. Given the track record from Sweden project, Svevind has good connection, good technical partners, good relations with the commercial institutions that would be willing to be part of the project. Now, distribution. Where to sell it, and how to get it there, right? One of the reasons why Kazakhstan and Mangistau in particular was chosen as a location for this project was because there is a few available routes and transportation, both international and domestic routes to transport the produced goods. First of them is either full hydrogen pipeline or a pipeline blending it with LNG. That's an option, a feasible option potentially in the future. It can be shipped via Caspian Sea, both as a hydrogen or ammonia. If the final product is fully green ammonia, then it can be fully transferred by rail, and all of those options are still being investigated. Let's be honest, this is early to make a final decision who to sell it to and how to transport it there. These decisions will be made alongside with the offtake contracts in the future, when we'll know who is the end customer, what are they demanding, and where do we need to get it to, and then, of course, the cost of it. And finally, last but not least, there's the potential of local market, if that market arises sometimes in the future, right? Svevind firmly believes that with such large-scale project, more international companies would come to Kazakhstan to produce more green goods using the green hydrogen produced in Mangistau. That's also an option. Okay, looking at the timeline. In green, you can see what have been done, and the gray, I'm sorry, and the green line shows where exactly we are at as of today. So a lot already has been done, but we do understand, we have a firm vision what needs to be done to achieve our goal and start the construction by 2026 of this large project. So what is the status quo as of today, currently? Firstly, vast amounts of land in Mangistau region have been secured for the project needs. Secondly, on the technical side, concept design study done by European offices of ILF and Rollenberger has been finished. Thirdly, the on-site investigation for wind and solar has started, as well as the permitting process in Kazakhstan in accordance with the new environmental code. There is ongoing negotiations with the potential off-takers and suppliers. And of course, we are on the final execution stage of investment agreement with the Kazakh government that would be the basis of the project realization for the next 2 decades, which is very important to us. And using this platform and using this opportunity, Svevind would like to express gratitude for the tremendous support it has received from the government of Kazakhstan on all levels, starting from the first Deputy Prime Minister, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Aydarov, entire team of Kazakh Invest and Task Force, Akimat of Mangistau region. It has been a tremendous journey for the last 12 months. And we plan to stay and work so closely from now on as well. We welcome all of the potential industry players and all other companies who are interested in cooperating with us. We're open to speak. And last but not least, we're looking for the day when we will be able to deliver first ton of green hydrogen produced in Kazakhstan to a world market. Thank you very much.
God willing, it will happen. God bless this project. A very interesting case, to be honest. Thank you, Ainura. Our next speaker is representing an international company that is heavily involved in the development of green hydrogen around the world. Mr. Askar Amanbay from Bureau Veritas will share with us their vision. Please.
Good morning, good afternoon, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's really a pleasure to be here to witness establishing of a new industry in Kazakhstan. There were many words regarding the previous works done in other countries, in Kazakhstan, and it's really great that such a mega trend, which is hydrogen, is going to be established in Kazakhstan. At the same time, I would like to focus particularly my topic on the risks which can be associated with each project. Each and every project. There are legal risks, there are financial risks, there are technical risks, and I would like to mention about how we can de-risk such a value chain for tomorrow's clean energy. As an international company, Bureau Veritas is also not staying away from this process. We are doing our contribution to such projects. We have commitments, and our experience, expertise, value which we can add to the projects can show based on our international experience all over the world. We all know that Europe now is a locomotive of such hydrogen, green hydrogen, and the scale of such projects. So now we can see, based on our international experience, based on our best understanding, that 90% of a global GDP, what we mean by this global GDP, it means that around halfly of, 44% is given to the countries. It's around 20 countries who is leaders in terms of GDP, and they already have established policies in terms of hydrogen development. And another 44% or 46% is going to the countries who are going to develop such initiatives all over the world. We may see that in some countries strategies are available, in some countries strategies are under preparation. Global energy demand supplied by hydrogen, we may see that from now, as mentioned in previous presentations, that we are on the initial step, initial phase by 2050, taking into account carbon neutrality things, taking into account commitment of Kazakhstan, of other countries. We're gonna increase it by 7-10 times, it's at least, and by 20 times as a maximum. At the same time, we shall understand that the risks associated with hydrogen, which is its cost, it's not like a fossil fuel-based source. So we need to understand that hydrogen shall be kind of really focused, really concerned in detail. On the next slide, you may see value chain or life cycle of the projects, which is starting from production, based on, as it is, green hydrogen, based on renewable energies such as solar, wind. Risks associated on this stage is pressure equipment, explosive atmosphere conditions, which is, I would say, it can be in some industries already matured. In Europe, there are pressure equipment directive. In other countries, there are another strategies, another policies. So on the next step, next phase of the storage, it is appraisal of underground storage, depleted gas fields, salt caverns, storage tank limitations. So it's kind of also totally giving big concern, big risks to the project of implementation. Transportation, again, as it is already established infrastructure, especially in Kazakhstan, we have natural gas pipelines who has already established ways, routes to other countries, to China, to Russia, to European markets. But at the same time, we understand that hydrogen cannot be fully supplied through such systems. So here we'll need to make a pipeline losses analysis, adjustment, purity analysis, and so on. And usage as the end users, there are also concerns related to the origin of the fuel, origin of the, how we can prove that particularly hydrogen is green or not blue or not gray. So there is also concerns. So conformance of engines, fuel cells, classification of ship propulsion, it's like all given some concerns to us. So this is like a sum up of traditional solutions across project life cycle or H2 value chain. There are, as I mentioned, already matured risks which kind of already discussed, established solutions well known to the stakeholders. H2 quality, it's now in the world we see, based on our experience, it is on a pilot phase. And on early phase, there are questions on its origin, project labeling. So industrial risks like supporting carrying out risk studies to control the design of the systems or products, analysis of regulatory compliance, defending of applicable regulations on projects, technologies. As I mentioned, there are European well-established procedures, policies and strategies, directives, ATEX, PED, machine. So all this like given as a risk related to hydrogen projects. Going to the next slide, I just wanted to say that in Bureau Veritas, based on our experience all over the world, we have projects on different steps, on different stages, supporting to our clients, supporting to the key stakeholders, including private companies, including state authorities, including other involved parties to the project. So here is the compliance, safety, quality performance, sustainability, traceability. On the last one, I'll go to a bit later on the next slide. The risk assessment, like it is kind of standard technique with regards to the hazardous identifications, hazards operability, quantitative, qualitative risk analysis. It can be a solution as an initial stage for mitigate such risks. Definition of safety critical elements, because hydrogen again is related to the pressure vessels. There shall be also particular dedication to such aspects as safety critical elements. And we're all aware that certification schemes in the world are either on development stage or in its initial stage, and there is no international well-established statutory schemes. Despite there are some organizations, companies, they have kind of non-obligatory schemes, which is based on revision of compliance, revision of safety, performance, and so on. So generally, it's like a given like a certification execution. And by this, we can exclude or mitigate risks related to the project development, project implementation. There are 4 quality criteria to be assessed to validate the carbon footprint calculations. First of all, it is completeness check based on the calculations, based on some forecast of the technological aspects. There are consistency check, there are sensitivity check, uncertainty analysis, and so on. Having mentioned about Bureau Veritas as an international partner or international stakeholder who can be involved in such projects, we have our already established, prepared, I would say, already good connections in terms of partnership with international organizations, with ISO. We are active member and key in a key international working groups, which is ISO TC Technical Committee 197, Working Group 34, related to safety requirements. Before it was mentioned that HSE, for us, it's really great concern, and we shall particularly put on this our efforts. Safety is the first. We are also in contribution to new revision of ISO 22734. So I just want to mention that there are lack of standardization in terms of its adaptation to the local realia, and we shall also, all stakeholders shall make efforts on this part. Last but not least, I would just, what I mentioned before, that regulatory drivers for certificate value, it's very important to understand is the hydrogen is green or not green, or it is blue or it is gray. So here there are developed some procedures, voluntary schemes. In Europe, again, it is red certification, which was implemented just recently in April 2022. Value in added certificates. So there are such obligations with regards to RFNBO, which is renewable fuel, non-biological origin in transport, reduction of GHG intensity and consumption. So I just wanted to conclude my presentation that as each project related to industry, there are some risks, especially related to technical aspects. So our hard work is expected in the future, and let's just put our efforts, like making partnership between companies with state authorities. It will give, I believe it will give great efforts in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. I know everybody is hungry, but we have got a couple of presentations left, so just let's bear for a couple of minutes. And our next panelist is one of the top experts in green finance in Kazakhstan, and maybe even one of the founding fathers of green finance in our country. CEO of Green Finance Center at AFD and the founder of ENG Club, Mr. Aydar Kazabayev. Please.
Dear participants and guests of our session, today our session participate His Right Honorable House of the Lord, Lord Baron Daniel Brennan. Please let us welcome standing. Thank you, Lord. I'm pleased to meet you on our session about creating Green Hydrogen Alliance, Kazakhstan. And thank you, Task Force, IFC, and Kazakhstan for organizing this bright session. Who we are? Let me introduce our team. Present time, I represent not only Green Finance Center, but all the IFC family and Kazakhstan financial institution in the Kazakhstan Green Hydrogen Alliance. IFC Green Finance Center. We was established as a development institute for sustainable finance in Kazakhstan and Central Asia. The main goal of the Green Finance Center is to introduce and develop sustainable finance instruments and attract investment into green projects and social projects, not only for Kazakhstan, all region for Central Asia. Over the years, GFC has become the only company in Central Asia accredited by the Climate Bond Initiative as an approved verifier by the International Capital Market Association and the London Stock Exchange. Has external review provider for green and social bonds. 60% of green bonds and loans in Kazakhstan have been verified by IFC Green Finance Center. GFC is also the regional office of green investment principle for Belt and Road in Central Asia, and supporting Bank of Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, and Kazakhstan to move to green investment standards. Now, GFC is ranked first in Central Asia and Eastern Europe according to the Global Green Finance Index. GFC has 3 subsidiaries company: Green Technology Hub, Eurasian Environmental Fund, and GFC Bishkek. GFC will open for Green Hydrogen Alliance, Kyrgyzstan's and other Central Asia market for its services through subsidiary GFC Bishkek. As for Green Technology Hub, Green Tech Hub, with the support IFC, will host a regional trading platform, IREC, green certificates. Also, Green Tech Hub can partner with the Green Hydrogen Organization to promote the green hydrogen standard in Kazakhstan among the companies and organizations. The next slide. Kazakhstan will play an important role in decarbonization, providing energy to the rest of the world. According to independent research, the country is among the top 10 countries in the term of green hydrogen export potential. The IFC infrastructure can offer the wide variety of financial investment solutions within the Green Hydrogen Alliance. First of all, IFC ecosystem can support through its major platforms, with GFC acting as single window for interaction with IFC in general. GFC can provide full advisor support for issuance of green bonds and loans for green hydrogen projects. Also, GFC could offer verification of projects for compliance with the green taxonomy and green financial instruments for compliance with the ICMA and CBI standards. GFC also provides ESG consulting and reporting service in addition to other advisory services for hydrogen producing companies. External review and verification is our main key service for us. And GFC helps green bond and green loans issuers throughout the whole process, starting from investor search, project screening, project structuring, sourcing best legal and advisor support for bond issuance of the best terms, and developing green finance policies and frameworks. Present time we have 2 licenses, like business consulting and legal consulting. Yesterday, on June 28, during Astana Finance Days, a national ESG club was established as part of the Green Growth Forum, and we are pleased that a large number of companies, 19 economy leaders, Kazakhstan, supported our initiative and will build the ESG business platform. It is gratifying that our largest banks, leading industrial companies, as well as organizations involved in sustainable development, are among the founders of the club. I believe that we established National ESG Club, and it's a great opportunity to unite joint efforts of the National ESG Club and Green Hydro Alliance and establish a clear interaction with the ESG Club. For instance, one of the joint activities could be ESG Global Forum that is to be conducted in October 2022, on months prior to the COP COP27 Global Conference. There we can offer the common agenda and show the project we worked on. We could position the coming ESG Global Forum as a joint project of National ESG Club and Green Hydrogen Alliance. On this note, I conclude. I would like to thank you for your attention and looking forward to our suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're about to finish in 10 minutes. In this regard, let's keep on going. Our next speaker is actually representing another interesting case that we hope will be announced in the coming month in green hydrogen developments. Green Spark Company, Marco Castanini, please. The floor is yours.
Good morning or good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much to having us here and to be here today. And congratulations to all partners of our new association. I really hope will help us in this challenge we have in front of us. So I'll try to be very fast and pass a few of the most important messages that we want to deliver today and in the next future years, let's say, with our project. So we have designed a hydrogen valley concept for Kazakhstan. When I say for Kazakhstan, it's because we are in Kazakhstan since 20 years. We work in oil and gas for 18 of these 20 years, and then we decided to convert to green economy. So now we are developing renewable energies, and with that, green hydrogen. So let me see. Okay, this is the target. So we want to save carbon emission. All of us, we want that because the world is boiling, and like this we cannot continue. So we know we have to do that. And why hydrogen? Hydrogen is good, it's not bad. It's a good form of energy. Is density of energy. Sorry, we are engineers, so sometimes we go to the technical point. So the content of energy of hydrogen is higher than sweet gas. So it's good for every use we want to do it. And is much higher than batteries, at least of the technology of today. So we will see if our friends of battery energy storage will do a better job in future. And the demand that is growing. Everybody focus on that. The demand is growing because the solution is viable. The solution makes sense. Is economically viable. Technically, hydrogen is known since many years. You heard colleagues from Linde, Air Liquide. They know this gas since many, many years. So we know how to handle it. And this is what we are doing today. So in a couple of months, let's say August, if transportation will not be further jeopardized by international situation, we will have the first molecule of green hydrogen in Kazakhstan. And we'll be in the western city of Aksai. Why Aksai? Because, as I said before, we worked 20 years in oil and gas, so we have our production and research development center there. This will happen thanks to, let's say, two phases. The first phase is the first molecule, and it was 6 months, it will be 8 months, sorry for that. And the second phase is a commercial project that we have designed, and we have proposed to two very big stakeholders of Kazakhstan that are interested to take our solution. Our solution basically is to give a turnkey solution for our client. So we don't want to sell hydrogen, we sell a solution. And the solution is green mobility. We offer a fleet of hydrogen-propelled vehicles within 1 year. So to do that, we will have our necessary contribution of graph technology that was, today we signed a memorandum for the station, and the company Hydrogen, that is a startup, because green hydrogen is very new as a technology, from Italy, and that give us the electrolyzer. So we decided to use the electrolysis technology, but we can use also proton exchange membrane or anion exchange membrane. We have all three technology in our portfolio. So this solution will abate the famous carbon emissions. And this is our facility. So the first molecule project you will see is a small one. So we are not talking about tons, but kilograms. and this will help us to solve all problems that our colleagues here will have in future, and that our colleagues from BV already highlighted. Legislation. How we can drive a fuel cell vehicle in Kazakhstan? We cannot. So we want to do that. Safety protocols. Now we treat hydrogen like sweet gas that is highly explosive. Hydrogen is not. So why we are doing so? Please help us to reduce the safety protocols. We reduce the cost, for example. No? And Mr. Mathieu highlighted very well. Green hydrogen today is more expensive also for these reasons. So we need to solve that. This is our mission. So we want to produce green hydrogen, not in the amounts that you heard earlier, because we believe also Kazakhstan is a very big country. If we want to put a station in a small city, we need a capillary production, because transportation of hydrogen is expensive, is very expensive, and storage also. So if we want to use it in, I don't know, Chepayev, 20,000 people, we need a station there and production there. Assembling of equipment. We want to localize the technology. We want to be capable to do it from here, because we don't want to be a slave of international market, let's say, caprice, and that tomorrow one component cost, like it happened this year, 20,000% more. And integrated solution. Today is green mobility and blending with the sweet gas. We have a cogeneration system that we are using for experimenting on this. So this is the area. You see, this is when I came in Kazakhstan in 2002, this was green grass. Now it's desert. This is also something we have to think about it. So you can see the details there, but I'm going very fast to help the maybe further conversation on question and answer. So basically, the project is ready, facilities installed, green energy production is ready, cogeneration system is operative, everything is operative. We wait just the electrolyzer, and we delayed a little bit because, as I said before, for transportation issues, and I think in August we'll be ready. Assembly of equipment. So we have here the two main pieces that, let's say, we focus today. We want to do step by step, let's say, the electrolyzer and the dispensing unit. So the electrolyzer, we have hydrogen that is producing up to 1 megawatt. So 1 megawatt is enough for, let's say, 100 buses, something like that. And the dispensing unit is from our partner Graph, that they developed not only this technology, but all the compression system is developed by them. But the dispensing unit is the most visible part of the installation. Graph has a lot of experience in Russia, in Uzbekistan, and the surrounding countries, so they know our norms and standards, so I hope that will be a great help for us to be immediately operative. And this is just a picture of what we want to make it in Kazakhstan. So we want to assemble the equipment here that potentially our colleagues of the association will install in bigger project that definitely will happen in Kazakhstan. Okay, and this is also what I was mentioning before. You see, 1 kilogram of hydrogen is making 60 miles. 1 gallon of, okay, is American gas, petrol, 25 miles. So we are talking about hydrogen is more expensive, but is doing more for our vehicles. So the comparison between the cost of 100 kilometers of diesel, let's say, and 100 kilometers by hydrogen is not that far already today. So we are not that far. We are very close to that. We need an encouragement. We need maybe no taxes on hydrogen, please, because this will be killing us. This is the schematic of the station that we are going to establish in Aksai. Technical details, of course, will be available. Basically, it will be 1.5 megawatt of solar arrays and 150 kilogram of green hydrogen. It's conservative. Probably will be double than that, but we have experimented this year our production in Aksai. We have 1 year of real data, and our model is working. We have a 2%, let's say, discrepancy between design and effective data. And then we have our station. The CO2 emission will be saved 37,000 tons in 10 years, just for transportation for this small project. So this is the number that the green hydrogen can give to us. And these are these green stars. Is where Green Spark is now proposing the same solution. Unfortunately, let's say in Kazakhstan only 3 locations, but we have a lot of demand in Italy, in Egypt, in Oman. Now we are discussing Emirates, Saudi Arabia, because it seems that our solution to provide, let's say, small, medium solution, but already ready for the end user that doesn't need, let's say, too much of thinking for our clients, is attractive. So I hope that will be also in Kazakhstan. We are, like I said, here since 20 years, so we hope that for another 20 we can contribute to the association here to develop green hydrogen in Kazakhstan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marco. Our next speaker is the CEO of Kazakhstan branch, Fortescue Future Industries, Mr. Nicholas Pomeroy. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. It's wonderful. Thank you very much, firstly, to the Kazakh Invest team for arranging this important forum today. And for me personally, it's wonderful to see so many people here today, hopefully sharing the same vision as we do at Fortescue, that green hydrogen is the future. We don't have much time today, obviously, but if there's one thing that you can take away from today, take away this. The planet that we're living on is cooking. And only green hydrogen is the practical, implementable solution to stop this climate change. Remember that and take it away with you, please. So, in terms of who we are, so we're different than everyone else on the panel today. So we're both a producer of green hydrogen and also a consumer of green hydrogen. And our parent company is Fortescue Metals Group, one of the largest mining companies in the world, proudly based in West Australia. And Fortescue Future Industries was created with a vision of our chairman, Dr. Andrew Forrest, who realized that the planet is cooking, and we have to do things quickly to stop this change in the climate. And what he's done is we formed this company, Fortescue Future Industries, primarily to decarbonize our mining business. And the vision is to decarbonize that business by 2030. Now that's quick. We're a big company, we're a dirty mining company, and to decarbonize by that time, it requires a lot of action and a lot of money to fund it, and we're doing that. I think as well, it's quite important as well, there's lots of talks of different types of hydrogen. You've heard a few people talking about it already today. But I want you as well to know what is hydrogen and what is particularly green hydrogen, because you'll hear clean hydrogen, green hydrogen, and then we'll also talk a little bit about a standard that's just been released globally to define what is green hydrogen. So I think most of you know that hydrogen is the most abundant element on Earth. And critically, it's got a very high energy content per unit weight. So it's a fantastic fuel. And as people have said on the panel today, it's been looked at for many, many years. But obviously, with the dependency on fossil fuels, that's been the driving force until now, when we face this existential crisis with climate change. Green hydrogen. So green hydrogen is only produced from renewable energy sources. That's solar, wind, hydropower, and geothermal. Some people refer to nuclear power as being green. Forget it. There's only 4 renewable energy sources that define green hydrogen, and these are the 4 here. How do you make green hydrogen? Well, there's 3 simple elements. Obviously, first you have the renewable energy source. Then you need water. And it's not just tap water that you can get from your home and drink. It needs to be demineralized water. So you can't use standard water for this. It has to be treated. The other element, as has been mentioned before, is the electrolyzer. So the electrolyzer splits the hydrogen and the oxygen atoms, giving you the hydrogen to use as a fuel, and the oxygen just goes into the air. So 100% clean and totally renewable. To make ammonia, another derivative of hydrogen that we're using extensively within our industry, you simply add nitrogen. So it's a wonderful product. It's clean, it's a fantastic fuel, and it will be the future. 10 years' time, you'll hear nothing of any other hydrogen. It'll be green hydrogen is the future for us. lots of applications you can use around the world. It's going to drastically reduce global emissions, and we have to start now. It's not something we can think about in 10 years' time, because these projects, as you heard, they take a long time. We can't afford to wait. We have to work now at developing these projects. We'll be able to use green hydrogen for industrial processes, for marine applications, for residential and community heating, particularly useful here in Kazakhstan, and replacing some of the hydrogen feedstock that's used in some of the process industries today. Now, this is another important development that's happened recently. So as Mr. Aidarov mentioned earlier, at the Global Green Hydrogen Conference that we attended last month, a very important milestone in the development of green hydrogen was reached, and that was the creation of a green hydrogen standard. So this will define what green hydrogen is worldwide moving forward. And the important thing was this, is that the whole life cycle of the green hydrogen project, from the production of green hydrogen through to the use, has got to have at least close to zero emissions as possible. What does that mean? So if you're producing if you have a green hydrogen production plant and you're using thousands of wind turbines, if those wind turbines have been produced or manufactured using fossil fuel power, it's not green. So this is what we're defining with this standard, and there's very important ESG applications here as well. The governance is very important. Anti-slavery is very important to this standard as well. And we're promoting this to make this the standard for green hydrogen worldwide. It's a 25-page document, so it's a serious technical document that's been produced, and we would encourage you to look at this and to understand the technology a little bit more. So more about FFI. So as I said, we're decarbonising. The prime goal of our company is to decarbonise the Fortescue Metals Group business. And we're doing some amazing research and development and implementation of projects here. And we're investing billions into this, into our research and technology. These trucks that you can see here, these are very common trucks on mining sites. So we're developing battery technologies for zero emissions for these trucks. We're also looking at converting these trucks to ammonia fuel. So potentially we've got autonomous trucks working on our sites running on ammonia fuel 24/7. We are looking at hydrogen fuel cell drilling rigs, so the mining drilling rigs we use, converting those to hydrogen fuel cells. Locomotives, so we have huge locomotives in Western Australia, or in Australia, that are 2 kilometres long, 3 kilometres long, and we're converting those locomotives to ammonia fuel. It's easy and simple solutions that could easily be implemented for any locomotive worldwide. We're also converting a ship to run on green ammonia. So we have very large ships that transport our iron ore products to China. We have hundreds of ships that are working on a daily basis. And by the end of this year, we will have our first ship, it's an offshore support vessel, converted to green ammonia. The first ship in the world that will be running on green ammonia. Also, we're looking at green metals as well. So green metals is a fantastic solution, which is very applicable to Kazakhstan. So we know that in Kazakhstan there's plans to build some new iron ore plants, steel facilities. Don't do it. You're going to be investing money for a project that's 30 years in the future. Look at green technologies to implement those solutions. So green steel, green copper. Green copper is another solution. So this technology exists already. This is not new. This is not an invention. It just requires application. We're also involved with some very groundbreaking projects and alliances. We have signed an alliance with Airbus, the airplane manufacturer, to provide, to decarbonize the aviation sector and provide green hydrogen for planes. So hopefully in the next few years you'll see green hydrogen planes flying around. Maybe Air Astana can purchase some of those planes at some point. As I mentioned, the research and technology is extremely important. This is very critical to developing these technologies and moving forward. And we've recently acquired Williams Engineering, a British engineering company that's part of the Williams Formula One team, to work on as part of our company and develop these technologies and help us decarbonize our mining company. We've also developed what we're calling a zero-emission infinity train. So essentially using regenerative braking, it uses zero energy for its whole life. It sort of charges itself up going down the hill and uses that energy to drive itself up the hill as well. So these are fantastic, these are real solutions. This is not visionary. This is real applications that are happening today. And we're also building the world's largest electrolyzer facility. So to support all this green hydrogen, we need lots of electrolyzers. So the construction is underway for the world's largest electrolyzer facility in Western Australia, and that should be available or underway or producing later this year, early next year. The important thing is as well, and this is why this Green Alliance is extremely important, is the whole energy transition is so big and so immense. Whilst we're pushing ahead as a company, we can't do it alone. So we formed many alliances globally with leading companies to help this transition to green hydrogen. Clearly, with universities and academic institutions, we're working closely on research and development there. We have some smaller hydrogen companies that are working in the market. We're acquiring some of those companies as well. We're working with them to develop startups, etc. And some of the world's leading industries we're partnering with to help them transition towards the green hydrogen. Not on this list, and some of you may have heard as well, we've recently signed an agreement with the huge energy company in Europe, E.ON, to supply 5 million tons of green hydrogen within the next few years. That's one of the biggest deals globally, and that's going to help Europe to move towards a hydrogen-based fuel economy. And we've also, with JCB and also recently with Liebherr, one of the large equipment manufacturers as well, we've signed a very big deal with them recently to decarbonize the vehicles for mining industries. So as I say, it's not something that any one company can do on their own. We have to work together in this. We have to partner, use global information, global knowledge to support the development in each country. Look forward to working with the other panelists at these developments for Kazakhstan. And yeah, thank you very much for your attention, and very happy to speak to you afterwards if you have some more questions.
Thank you, Nicholas. Quite impressive.
Thank you.
Our next speaker has arrived yesterday, especially for this event, from Spain. Even though we notified at a very short notice, he arrived, and he is here with us today. Their company is studying our market and considering to develop a business case in the production of green hydrogen, maybe. Mr. Ángel Buendía, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for coming. Well, thank you for the panelists, for your speakers. And well, I prepared some small speech. Well, we are a 50 years old Spanish company that began studying hydrogen technology 18 years ago, starting with fuel cells, being a big match in our country and the only ones to carry out the entire manufacturing process in Spain, from the stack to the integration inside vehicles. At the same time, we are pioneers in the construction of a hydrogen refueling station in Spain. We started 10 years ago, which has served many vehicles in our country, capable to refill with 350 bars of pressure. And this year, we are going to extend to 700 bars. Among the different projects that we are currently working on is the 20 kilowatts fuel cells, which will act as a range extender for an electric truck, increasing its autonomy from 200 kilometers to 500 kilometers. Our goal is to reach at the end of 2024 a fuel cells with a power of 100 kilowatts. All right. Nowadays, we want to continue advancing with the hydrogen economy. To do this, the division that I lead is dedicated to green hydrogen generation as well as its plant energy control. We are going to build at our facilities in Spain a pilot plant for the green hydrogen generation through a beam technology electrolyzer, which will generate enough hydrogen for us to test our fuel cells manufacturing production. The electricity supply will be thanks to the surplus electricity of our factory from the self-consumption solar plant that we are building on land together our factory in Spain. and which has a power of 2 megawatts, and sorry, we will possibly expand to 1 megawatt more in the future. At the same time, we are going to use the rainwater collected on the roof of our factories to produce the hydrogen, and being in this way more sustainably with the environment. In this sense, all the hydrogen will be produced when there is a surplus of energy in the plant to later store it 30 bar pressure tanks and consume it by our fuel cells. The idea is having the plant finished in 2024 in order to test our 100 kilowatts fuel cells and to export the idea to another countries like Kazakhstan, for example. The clear objective of AJUSA is to be sustainable business park based on renewable energies from the sun, water, and of course, green hydrogen, in such a way that we want to demonstrate that another model of energy management is possible, and therefore we believe that green hydrogen is very important for this. It is the sense that AJUSA wants to close the circle of green hydrogen, born its generation and in subsequent use in the fuel cells that also manufacturers. Thank you again for all, and see you. See you soon.
Thank you very much. And now we have a last speaker. We were supposed to be joined by a managing partner of a German consulting legal company, Rödel & Partners, who is one of the co-founders of Green Hydrogen Alliance. But he could not join us today. So on his behalf, Karina Tsoi, a member of their team, will be sharing their presentation.
Уважаемые дамы и господа,
distinguished ladies and gentlemen, partners, I'm very happy to greet you on behalf of our company, on behalf of our partner in Central Asia, who is now in Germany at the working group meetings on renewable energy, and I will talk about them in a nutshell a little bit later. Rödel Partners is a leading German consulting company, and as our partners joke, for good or for bad, among all the federal lands, Bavaria is more associated with Germany. We were created 50 years ago in Nuremberg in our head office, and what our major principles and how we are different from other consulting companies, these are the three approaches. First is the interdisciplinary criteria for services. We service our clients on all types of services from one-stop shop. So a client can receive both legal and tax consultations. We also hold audit and outsource of accounting services. Second principle that makes us different from other consulting companies, this is interdisciplinary, comprehensive approach. Here you can see geographical locations of our company. These are the Southeast Asia and all Europe and CIS. In Central Asia, we are represented in Almaty from 2009 and in Uzbekistan, Tashkent from 2019. What is our third characteristic is the specialization on renewable energy. We consult project designers and investment projects. We consult operators of different power plants, energy system companies, and other companies. Out of marketing tools that Rödel holds on the global level, we should note 4 platforms. REN-RX platform, this is an exchange platform between potential clients. Snarenda as well. Quarterly, we publish our news on different relevant topics related to renewable energy. And on the global website, we have a country overview on Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. We also publish market analysis in renewable energy. Here on the slide, you can see that in the renewable energy, the company can provide comprehensive consultations on all types of services. Our approach also is based on 4 bases. We consult on legal framework, we help clients in funding, we calculate budgets, estimate risks, and profitability of renewable projects. I can summarize by saying that we should say that at the global level, Riedel Partners is the strategical partner of Hydrogen Union in Bavaria. And if you see that on the website, there will be a big number of German and other European companies who are members of this association. In Central Asia, we implemented more than 10 projects in renewable energy. One is the biggest ones is a solar power plant in Karaganda Oblast. So this is it. Here you can see our contacts. Michael Quering is our partner, and Kai Imolar is our partner in the working group.
Panel session is over, and now we would like to invite all panelists, special invitees of today's event, Chevron, ENI, Total, NCOC, KPO, KMG, Arcelor, ERG, S-System, Condor Petroleum, Toyota Tsushi, Samru Kazna, Tauken, KPMG, Deloitte, and all other industrial companies to join our lunch, which is sponsored by Linda. And basically, the location is upstairs, 2nd floor. You can actually go make a round, and there will be stairs, and you will find that place. Let's talk about, let's meet there, let's chat about this and that. And after that, we will have a round table at the Boston meeting room. All companies that would like to join, would like to become a member of Hydrogen Alliance, or are considering developing or have a presence in this industry, please welcome. We will introduce you, and we will talk more about green hydrogen. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
An excellence pursuer, a partner forever. China Construction Bank, CCB, was established in 1954, evolving from a policy bank, a specialized bank, a state-owned commercial bank, to a large-scale state-owned joint stock commercial bank. CCB has been continuously expanding its business scope and exploring new financial service offerings. With 65 years development, CCB has consistently been ranked among the world's top banks with its sound operating indicators. And its total assets have remained the second on a global scale for many consecutive years. In the year of 2014, when CCB celebrated its 60th anniversary, President Xi Jinping instructed the bank to improve the capabilities to serve national development, mitigate financial risks, and improve competitiveness in the international arena. CCB remains true to its original aspiration and keeps its mission firmly in mind, focusing on enhancing 3 capabilities, and puts forward the new finance concept centered on fulfilling the people's yearning for a good living. With the continuous deepening of new finance concept exploration, CCB serves national development more precisely and firmly, mitigates financial risks more actively and effectively, and engage in international cooperation more openly and confidently. At present, CCB's global network covers 30 countries and regions, including major international financial centers and prominent economies along the Belt and Road. The offshore RMB business grows rapidly. CCB London branches a cumulative RMB clearing volume reached nearly 40 trillion RMB, making London the largest offshore RMB business hub outside Asia. Cross-time zone, cross-region, multi-currency, and 24-hour non-stop financial services are provided globally. In its efforts to follow the opening up policy and better serve the real economy, CCB proactively offers services to Going Global and the Belt and Road clients and projects, strengthens collaboration with other financial institutions, participates in major international events, and cultivates and attracts globally competitive talents, so as to boost the bank's internationalization process. With rapid development of the Chinese economy and the Belt and Road Initiative, CCB will never stop its pursuit for better services and its commitment to making tremendous contributions.
Растут акции или падают, быки и медведи всегда в деле. Выбери свой клуб. Freedom Finance. Инвестиции с характером.
Это что такое? Да не игра. Вот это. Возможно, вы думаете, что виза — это просто банковские карты. А что, если я скажу, что название, которое вы видите повсюду, это больше, чем просто надпись? Виза — это сеть. Она помогает людям переводить деньги отсюда вот сюда. И помогает этому парню работать онлайн, чтобы он мог продать джинсы, находясь да хоть бы на этой горе. Это волшебство, которое остается за кадром, но может объединить всех со всеми. Эта сеть позволяет взглянуть на мир свежим взглядом за утренней чашкой кофе и меняет точку зрения на то, что делает бизнес бизнесом. Виза — это сеть, которая может объединить всех. Там, где вам нужно быть. Там, куда вы мечтаете попасть. Там, где вы заслуживаете быть. Эта сеть — ключ к исполнению мечты. Ведь виза каждый день открывает двери по всему миру, чтобы коммерция объединяла нас всех. Виза — сеть, которая работает для каждого.
Huawei, ведущий мировой поставщик информационных коммуникационных решений, использует новые технологии в диверсифицированных бизнес-моделях, повышая их ценность для наших заказчиков. Новая, подвижная, гибкая и безопасная платформа ИКТ обеспечивает нашим клиентам простой и быстрый переход к цифровым технологиям во всех отраслях.
We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share. We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share. We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share. We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share. We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share. We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share. We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share. We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share. We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share. We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. I'm quite happy to see so many familiar faces, so many new faces, and just wanted to thank everybody for turning out for the opening presentation on the Chevron Direct Investment Fund Limited. I'm going to have just some quick opening remarks on kind of our special guests that we have here to speak with us, but also you're going to hear a lot today about partnership. And there is no bigger partner for Chevron than the Republic of Kazakhstan and the Ministry of Energy. So one of our guest speakers or opening remarks, I guess not, will be made by Janat Jakhmetova, the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Energy. One thing I can say is that just touching on partnership is thinking about how the fund itself actually came together. And over the last year, there was a lot of back and forth between the ministry and Chevron on the best way to bring this together. And so there was a lot of discussions. And Janat was leading it from the ministry side. And the one thing that I realized from the start until the very finish was her team, herself, everybody within the ministry was so focused on making sure that every decision that was made was the right decision for Kazakhstan. And so there was open, transparent, there was nothing that wasn't discussed. It was all, this is what's the right thing for Kazakhstan. And so I do think we've come to the right solution, the right mechanism to do these investments. And I would like to commend Janat and her team and everybody in the ministry for all of their collaboration with us to do that. Additionally, we have James Martin, who, again, talking about partnership, you know, some of this was conceptual, having a private equity-like vehicle for these investments. And James has tons of experience with in various markets with the NASDAQ, but when he's been here as the Chief Investment Officer of the Astana International Financial Center, he was there to help us take concept and make it reality. So he gave us a lot of great ideas. He's been there pre-establishment, he's been there post-establishment. He still is giving us great ideas on how to generate sourcing of projects and so forth. So I want to thank James for being here as well. And then at the end is also another esteemed colleague of mine. It's Zhanar Gilimova. She, without her tireless efforts and her team's tireless efforts, working with the ministry, with Janat directly, Zhanar is quite responsible for this coming to life. And so as our fund director, I would like to thank her as well. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Janat Jakhmetova to make a couple of remarks, then we'll go from there. So thank you. Thank you all for being here.
Қайырлы күн, құрметті форумға қатысушылар. В первую очередь, позвольте поблагодарить за такие теплые слова от Демиана и на самом деле поблагодарить команду Шеврона.
I would like to thank the Chevron team for the organization of this event and for that work that they've done during that year and 6 months. Actually, we've been working on this project for all this time, and I am very grateful to them for the work that they've done. Today, we are going to talk about the objectives that the president sent, about the need to develop. In general, in the industry, producers should localize their products, and in 2021, that was only 24%, and the service market currently is the driver of the economic growth. And in this regard, the local entrepreneurs talking about business opening also note lack of financial resources. And considering these facts, we united our efforts with Chevron, and we provide that accessible financing for entrepreneurs and decided to create a fund for that. In 2021, on October 11th, we made this decision, and currently the fund balance is $248 million US, and from October 29th, you are now able to apply at cdif.kz. And through this platform, you can actually look at the criteria of eligibility and you can apply. We also accept applications openly and transparently. The major objective of the website creation was to provide information at each stage, and your application is traceable at every stage. There are open criteria for investment projects, and Chevron shares its experience so that we could improve Kazakhstan capacities, Kazakhstan business capacity. Representatives of Chevron are here with us, and he will talk in more details about this. I would like to thank all the forum participants. We are ready for your proposals. We are ready for your questions. That's why today we're going to have about 2 hours for this discussion. Thank you.
To just make a couple of remarks as well. So.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is James. You may have seen me on a few other panels. I'm the Chief Investment Officer here at the AIFC. I would like to say a few words just to put the seismic importance of this project in place. So, I mean, we in Kazakhstan are facing, difficult times. It's all about sustainability and diversification. Sustainability not only of our financial infrastructure, but also of our human capital. It's about developing our markets. We all talk all the time about diversification away from sectors, but we also have to think about diversification away from the jobs that our people have, the job changes that people will make, the re-education, our logistics routes. It's sustainability across the board. And that, I have to say, is what this Chevron investment vehicle, the fund, is all about. It's diversification. It's a company that has been here from the very start, perhaps the largest investor into Kazakhstan, one of its greatest promoters internationally. And let me just put it from my own personal perspective. When we all changed careers, I've gone through fund management, banking, and into the working for this government here in this special place, the AFC. And it's quite a change you have to make in your mentality. So you all should really try and appreciate the changes that Chevron have had to make together with the Ministry of Energy around how can we adapt this fund to make it implementable, to make it practical, about job creation, about sustainability. Chevron are making great moves across the world on ESG, but they want to prove it here where they've been such a large part of the Kazakh family. So I also want to make a special thanks around the flexibility. I have to say that Janar and her team have put in immense times working together not only with the ministry here, but also with international partners in order to understand what would people like to see in such a fund. Because hopefully many more of you will join by creating other funds. And that's the important bit. This is setting a precedent. Initially, it is Chevron investing their own time, their own money, but in the future, we hope that there will be other partners who may join this or other such funds. What we've laid out is that Chevron have chosen an international partner who can help them with regards to analysis and feasibility of these projects. What I have to say from my own experiences in this fund management and creating projects is it is quite a simple process on paper, but it requires a lot of time and patience. These 3 verticals, I'm sure they will talk about now: diversification into green, into information technologies. Manufacturing is all about job creation. It's all about reusing what we have. So we would like to thank you on behalf of AIFC for choosing us as the venue. Again, it's about flexibility, understanding what you want as a client and what our country needs for our investment in future. So thank you very much to Chevron and the Ministry. Thank you.
Thank you, James. So let me introduce myself real quickly. My name is Damon Thornburg. I am the General Manager of Finance for Chevron's Eurasia Business Unit. I also have oversight over the Chevron Direct Investment Fund Limited. And so I'm here to present what the fund is, what it isn't, and to be able to, at the end, take maybe 10, 15 minutes of questions and try to make sure we're all on the same page when we go forward. So anyhow, we're quite excited to be here, and so I'll go ahead and kick off the presentation. So, like I said at the beginning, this presentation is going to be a lot about partnership. But what I want you to do is take a look at the picture, take some time to think about that. So I think most of you probably, or many of you here, know that that's TCO, Tengiz. And if you think about that, that's modern day. And so what I want you to think about is go back nearly 30 years to 1993. You can even go back farther if you like. You can go back to 1979 if you want, when the oil field was actually discovered. Tengiz, the field itself, is huge. It's the biggest known on the planet. It's also very complex. It's 12,000 feet deep, high pressure, and a lot of hydrogen sulfide. So not an easy task to develop this. So then go back to 1993. After a lot of negotiations, a lot of discussions on what the best way to approach this would be, Chevron and the Republic of Kazakhstan started this partnership. That's the beginning for us, Chevron here, was this partnership. Now, if you think about what's happened since that brought us to this picture, we're now producing, in the last few years, about 80,000 tons per day, actually more. We've got a big expansion project that's getting close to completion. That'll take that up over 100,000 tons per day. And none of that would have been possible without this partnership. And so I know at Chevron we have great pride in this collaboration with the Republic of Kazakhstan, but also with the Ministry of Energy. They've been tremendous in helping us as well. So this is an example of where Chevron has their partnerships within Kazakhstan. I think the thing that I take from this is that you've got TCO, you've got Karachaganak, and you've got CPC. And the alignment between Chevron and Kazakhstan is clear. KMG is a partner in all three of those projects. And all of those projects have led to tremendous things for the Republic, but for the companies and the partners involved as well. And so it has been quite a journey. So, talking about what it has meant from Chevron's investment into Kazakhstan. As the largest foreign investor, we can go back and we can just take a look at the last 10 years of what the social impact, what the economic impact has been. It's quite dramatic. If you just look at GDP itself, in the last 10 years, our activities have helped fuel 6.3% of the GDP, about $11.7 billion of output within Kazakhstan per year. And then you take another look at what it's meant for the businesses. I mean, you drill down a little bit further. In those 10 years, we have spent, or directly or indirectly, $28 billion to Kazakhstani companies. And so we have been doing everything we can to continue to grow and help with the Kazakhstani economy. On top of that, we have in the last 10 years, paid in $43 billion in taxes and royalties, which helps fund about 15% of the Republic's income into the budget. And so I think from a big macro perspective, this partnership has been quite successful and has done quite a lot of good things. And so you can think about this from the economy perspective or from the government perspective. But I suggest you can also think about it from the individual perspective. If you take a close look at this, it's about job creation. For every Chevron or TCO job or jobs that we're a part of, for every one of those, we've calculated that 29 other jobs are created in support of the industry, in support of those things. And so it has had a dramatic effect. It has brought jobs to people that need them and has grown the economy. On top of that, if you take a look, in the last 10 years, we've spent $276 million on social funds, on social projects, touching on all sorts of things: education, healthcare, training, helping entrepreneurs. 300 projects, over 300 projects. 30 NGOs that we've collaborated with. And the thing is that Chevron's going to continue to do this. As long as Chevron's here, Chevron's going to continue to do this. And so we do spend a lot on social funds. And I think that needs to be thought of as we move into the next thing, because I'm ready to start talking about the Chevron Direct Investment Fund Limited now. It's not a social fund. It's actually, it's a commercial fund. And so that's part of what I'm here to do, is to share some of the information around what the fund is and what it's meant to do. So in October, working with Janat and her team, we finally reached the conclusion. There was a signing of a memorandum of understanding, and that has helped the Chevron and the Republic establish the Chevron Direct Investment Fund Limited. We tend to call it CDIF at Chevron, just because it's easier. The other part's kind of a mouthful. And so CDIF has $248.5 million. And I know that there's been a lot in the press about what it is and what it isn't. And so let's clear up some of this stuff. There's three things that I really want you to take away from this today. Is one, it has to be local. It needs to be in Kazakhstan for Kazakhstan. Two, this is very important. It needs to be profitable. These projects need to be profitable. And so three, the other part that I think probably I need to make sure everybody walks away from an understanding here is that Chevron has only taken a minority position in these companies. And so 49% will be the max of what we invest. So we're looking from an equity side, that 49% or less, whatever it turns out to be, whichever projects that we work on, are anywhere ticket size 2 million to 30 million. So the project itself is probably going to be 5 million, 60 million, 100 million. And so I think what people need to understand is we're looking for sizable investments. We're looking for things that have progressed. It's not just an idea. You're bringing 51% at least of equity to the table as you come in, or you have it structured, you know where it's going to come from. And so that's kind of the starting point, and to make sure that that's where we're at. And I think that there has been some misunderstanding around that. Now what I'm going to do is turn this over to Janar, who has done a great job on bringing this together, like from a detailed perspective. She'll be able to share more information from that side, and also the investment process itself. And then when she's done, I'm going to go ahead and come back and take some questions and answers, wrap up, and like I said, we're quite excited about this. So we'll turn it over to Janar, and thanks.
Қымбатты қонақтар, құрметті әріптестер, біріншіден уақыттарыңызды бөліп, бүгін бізге келгендеріңізге үлкен рахмет. Бұл үшін бұл тұсаукесер кеші бізге өте маңызды. Шынымен де бірінші рет біз бүгін қоғамдық келбетін жасап жатырмыз. Сондықтан сіздердің қолдап, келіп, назарларыңызға, сұрақтарыңызға алдын ала рахмет айтқымыз келеді. Рұқсат болса, мен презентациямды орыс тілінде айта берейін. Бүкіл слайдтар ағылшын және қазақ.
Colleagues, we will present our slides in English, but I'll be talking in Kazakh. For us, this event is very important. Actually, it is our first public presentation on behalf of already established company, Chevron Direct Investment Fund, and for us it is especially important to have your involvement, participation and attention, and especially your questions, as this event is meant for you, for the persons who are willing to participate in cooperation with company. While preparing to this event, we have sent out more than 180 invitation letters, and I am very happy that many who has been invited are present here. The invitees include representatives of governmental institutions, local governance officers, business associations, banks, and funds. For everyone will find a place for cooperation. And by the end of this presentation, I would like everyone who are present here be able to respond to 3 questions. The first one, what is Chevron Direct Investment Fund Limited? What is the company's investment mandate? And how to submit an application? And what are the key milestones you have to cover to gain funding from the company? And if, until you have any questions, I'll start. As Damon mentioned, Chevron Direct Investment Fund is a private company registered at IFSC. The company has perceived the key principles of FDI. We have 3 main elements. First of all, selection of domiciliate. We are located and registered at Astana International Financial Center. It's one of promoted platforms in Kazakhstan for such kind of investment activities. The second aspect is a managing company. We have attracted licensed professional companies that will ensure and manage portfolio of investments where Chevron will invest on funds. And the last item, maybe the most important one, is the committees that ensure transparency and objectiveness while making all investment decisions, as well as the decision to withdraw from the project. It is very important, as Janat mentioned in her speech. The Minister of Energy, as well as Chevron, spent more than a year and a half while discussing the mechanism of transparency of this foundation. And as Janat mentioned, that resulted in creation of such elements as a website where everyone, irrespectively of location, may submit an application, and the authorities that we have provided to the fund. The company, as I have already mentioned, has also an investment mandate where we are going to work. And today I would like to cover investment mandate. What are the financial instruments that are available in the fund? Only equity. Chevron, through its portfolio company, will get into Astana International National Sector through the project it selects. And Chevron prefers to be a minority in the project. We are not going to be an operator of an investment portfolio, will be a minority shareholder, and we will select that we will have the share up to 49%, and we will ensure that we will not manage. And 49% is defined percentage is defined with the risk taken by investor and the person who has come with their own business to the fund. And it's also very important to have a location. The company should be located at Kazakhstan, and the key areas of investments that it is going to request from the fund should be implemented in Kazakhstan, and this is especially important, and I explain why. During 6 months, we have seen different cases, and I would like to pay special attention to this aspect. And also I would like to share about the industry. First of all, I believe that you understand that not everyone strives to diversify the economy, and we are not an exclusion. But after past surveys, we made a conclusion that 3 regions are the regions that we would like to identify and target. First of all, the most important and the closest to us, we are talking about oil servicing companies, and this is what we understand, this is what we are dealing every day. And the second one is information digital technologies that are also very important. And I don't think that you are doubt that this is a key focus in the policy of the economy diversification, environment protection. For the moment, this forum is held under the aegis of sustainability growth, and so the projects on environment protection will also gain priority attention. And I also would like to note that as now we are observing the increased pressure on diversification of the economy, we are going not to stop with 3 opportunities sectors. We would like to also consider the opportunities in other sectors. We have identified these sectors, and we are saying that we are considering all the sectors nowadays, and while still we have our own priorities, and the practice is proof, and we are thankful when we receive a lot of applications from different sectors and industries in Kazakhstan. It is especially important to talk about the selection criteria, as Damon mentioned. Profitability of the project is very important because it's not a social but commercial fund. This is a fund established on direct investment, so CDF will seek for investments into the project company which are profitable or have clear path to profitability. Because of that, I would like to stress that we are considering both green and brownfield projects. All the projects, both new and the ones that are expanding its existing manufacturing, should have the focus of attractive economy and profitability, and solid estimations confirming this focus. As our managing company and CDF will check what is the suggestion and your business plans. Sorry, and I will repeat it. The company should be based at Kazakhstan. CDIF may invest only in the companies registered in Kazakhstan. So if they may pay taxes, they will pay taxes in Kazakhstan. The use of funds should be also used for development of new projects in Kazakhstan or for expansion of existing business operating in the territory of this country. And the third one, and maybe the most important provision for us, is a multiplication effect that we may gain from implementation of this project. How many jobs will be created? How the company plans to train and educate people? Do we have import substitution, or maybe some new types of taxes that will be paid by the project where CDIF has invested? It is critically important both for Chevron and the Minister of Energy of Kazakhstan representing the country. During this forum, we were talking a lot about ESG, and it will be one of the criteria while considering projects.
And I will not talk in detail about this now because that was discussed at other panel discussions. These are all the projects that we invest. They should give a positive impact on environment and social society. And the ESG principle should be used in the company that Chevron will invest in. That's very important. Financial and non-financial risks. These are the issues we are focused on as well. CDIF viewing many of these aspects, and that's why it's very important when we do financial or economic analysis to include also different financial and non-financial indicators. This is profitability, solvency. Non-financial risks include all legal, market, environmental risks that we are going to assess as well when we will do our deep due diligence. All the risks are project specific. So we cannot say that here is the list of risks that you should consider. But what is important, especially for those companies that are going to apply for funding, this is the filling in the questionnaire. The more information you provide to us, the more we have chance to objectively view your application and assess the risks of your company. And the last thing I would like to say, what is important for Chevron and for the ministry, is the diversification of the portfolio. Well, actually, we have diversified industry, and similar projects won't receive the funding in the industries that are already diversified. So we would like to enlarge our portfolio, minimize investor risks, and make the multiplier effect big for the economy. For those people who represent development banks or financial development institutions, this is all quite known. This is the standard package of criteria that we are using. What we would like to draw your attention to is that we would like to receive the applications from all kinds of people. So this should be easily accessible. All applications can be provided from our website, and you will see our leaflets, and you can see all the information. All the frequently asked questions are asked at the website, and all the issues, questions that still may remain, you can get the answers at our website. In the recent 6 months, we have received more than 100 applications after we opened the fund. And there are some frequent mistakes that I would like to talk about today so that you consider this and not make this mistake if you would like to get funding from us. The first of all, most important is to check the data. This project, is it eligible? Is it meeting the investment mandate? Minority investor, it means that at least 51% should come from somewhere else. That should be your equity or should be bank funding. Second, profitability. Very often we have project applications that are not profitable or completely social in nature. So we would like to underline this, that it is important that the project should be feasible. It's not like purely social. Then we receive applications for less than $1 million funding. And that's also outside of our mandate. Our mandate is to fund projects from $2 million to $30 million. It is also important to provide all the documents. We have updated our website recently. From December last year, we updated it twice. We have updated the information and also the questionnaire. You need to fill in the questionnaire. There are 60 questions. We request the applicants to provide comprehensive responses. This is important for us because only like this we can ensure objective, transparent consideration of your application. Also, as I said, it is important not just 49% to receive from Chevron. You need also to think about where to get the remaining 51% of funding if it's not your equity. The recommendations that we would like to give now is to clearly look the criteria on our website. Please see the frequently asked questions on our website. You can also send a direct question to us, and our colleagues will contact you and ask and answer your questions if you have any before applying. This will help you to first to do the self-assessment of your project before you apply. And if you provide comprehensive information to us, that will expedite the consideration of your project. I will stop on this, and I think you got your answers. What is the fund about, what instruments it uses, how to apply, and what documents are needed. Now let's go through the decision-making process. Decision-making process, as I said, we have spent the 1.5 years to consider the process. We have consulted with experts, not only from the government, but also from Chevron, from different countries. We have worked with consultants. We wanted the fund to function as transparently as possible and all the decisions be objective. At this time, I would like to give you in detail those 6 steps that applicants need to go through. First, your application. As I said, we have a website, and you'll need to apply for funding through our website. Please read all the information in detail, especially read the page with frequently asked questions and the process of decision-making. Second, after the companies applied for funding, CDIF is considering it and checking whether it meets the criteria. This is the primary project evaluation. It includes the questions whether you are eligible for our mandate, whether your documents are sufficient, whether they are proven, what is your project status, and what would be, how will be the remaining capital covered, 51% of funding. If you passed all these criteria, the initial evaluation, if you passed, we have a meeting of Observation Council. There are 2 participants. First is Chevron, and the second is the representative of Ministry of Energy. And together they make a decision. Is it strategically important to invest into this project? What would be the multiplier effect of this project? It's important also to note that our council meets every quarter. Every 4 months, applicants will get the answer. So we are at the beginning, but we plan to quickly consider the projects and quickly issue the response. After we issue the recommendation whether a Chevron fund should further consider this project for investment, so we make a short list of projects and start deep due diligence. This is a financial analysis and deep analysis of tax consequences. The team also will consider how to structure the transaction in the right way. This is the most painstaking work that we are going to do in this process of decision-making, and that will take quite a lot of energy and time. After your project passed the Observation Council, at this time you will be contacted by representatives of CDIF to hold some detailed interviews about your project, to understand your project and evaluate all the risks of the projects, pros and cons of the project. After we have finalized the evaluation, we make a meeting of the investment committee of Chevron. And here we make a decision, invest in the project or not, in what amount or not, and whether the deal that was structured, is it considered appropriate. So that is an important decision. That is actually the investment decision made by CDIF. And if this was all successful, the decision was made by Chevron, the contract will be signed, agreement on partnership, and funding will be allotted. The applicant will get the funding. What is very important, and I would like to stress that all the decisions are made collectively. We are doing our best to be transparent and to be objective. This is our work, to ensure the process, to ensure enabling environment when the applicant would be able to apply and fully unleash the capacity of the project. And we need the help from applicant as well. We need the applicant to provide full information. And as soon as you view the requirements and apply, we need your full cooperation. During the 6 months, it's actually a short time. We at the very beginning, but we already understand that the first year will be the test year, and we would like to improve our procedures. That's why we request you, apart from the application, we would like the applicants also to share your feedback with us, because the longer we wait for the documents, the longer time it takes for consideration. And it's very important for us to ensure the pipeline of projects. That's the main part of my presentation, and actually the main information that we wanted to share today. If any of my colleagues have anything to add, I think it's now the right time to do that before I give floor to Damon. Any comments from yourself? No, no comments. Okay. I would like to give floor now to Damon, my colleague, and we'll get to the interactive part of the event. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your support. Thank you for finding time in your busy schedule to come here. We are always open to the dialogue. You can always send us an email or talk to us after this event. We'll be happy to answer your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Janar. So I think it's pretty clear that we've put a lot of thought into this, and there's a lot that had to happen and a lot that needed to be agreed to with the ministry, within Chevron, to try to bring this all together. And so now it is together. It's now kind of reflecting back on this partnership thing. We've had a lot of success here between the Republic of Kazakhstan and Chevron. And so what we're looking for now is further partnerships. We're looking for people to bring us projects, submit, and hopefully they meet the criteria, and hopefully the ministry is happy with them, and then there's an opportunity. Because James touched on it. The whole idea is to diversify. Like, we need more opportunities. We need to grow jobs. And so that's the intent of this fund, because I go back to my three things: local, here in Kazakhstan, profitable, because profitable means it's got to be sustainable, long-term jobs, sustainable jobs. And then it's going to be Chevron only as a minority equity holder. And so I think those are the keys. I know Janar touched on a lot more of the specifics, but from the big takeaways, I would say those three things: local, profitable, and Chevron's going to be minority. And we will go through the process. It's a very transparent, detailed process. You'll see it on the website. Go to the website, look at it. If you have questions, contact us. We're more than happy. And so I just want to thank everybody for coming here. Clearly there's some interest, which is exciting for us. And I think we'll now open it up for Q&A and for maybe 10, 15 minutes, and we'll kind of go from there. So go ahead and start there. Thank you.
The mics are in the hall, and the people in the white shirt, they haven't. So
Okay. But maybe should I just do it from?
Hello, thank you for good presentation. It's actually excited that oil super major thinking about diversifying and investing in other things. Because I used to work for BP, and I know how hard it is for the big company to take these decisions. But my question is I still think that your approach is conservative. Like your process wouldn't fit for example, investments into digital assets, to decentralized finance, projects, and also you might meet this negative selection because you're getting applications and then you consider applications, but top projects never do applications. There are a bunch of VC who is standing in line to invest. So would you consider changing your processes for GameFi, metaverse projects, for even investing in Bitcoin like MicroStrategy did? So what do you think about this?
Well, first, I'd like to thank you for the question. That's I know there is a large universe of things that we could invest in. There is a focus though on this fund. Manufacturing works and services, digital and information technology, environmental stewardship. But we do have a fourth option. We're not closing anything out, but it has to make sense. And I think the driver here is diversifying the economy, and I understand what you're saying, but also we want to create jobs, lots of jobs is really behind this. We'd like to create a lot of jobs. And so we're thinking in that mindset. So it doesn't preclude you to submit your ideas. It's just where we're focused is really on job creation, making sure that long-term these are profitable businesses that are going to generate tax revenues for the Republic. And so that's really kind of where we're at. But I mean, I welcome you to submit if it makes sense. But we're not trying to exclude anything. But we're trying to be clear what the focus may be. So thank you.
I want to support that as the ministry side. So you're absolutely right. We're not limiting any areas. We're trying to diversify. And the other thing that you said, that the project should come from the queuing in the venture enterprises. They could also submit their documents. But the main point that we made here, that everyone should come through the portal. So this is some kind of obligation that Chevron has, and we want it to have for everyone. That's why we're creating this portal.
Just to let you know that currently, all big banks like Goldman Sachs or others, they fight for assets that left from 3 Arrow Capital, for example, billions of dollars sold for hundreds of millions. So with your 250 million, you can maybe in 2 years, Bitcoin will go back, right, at some point. So all these altcoins will go 10 times, 20 times. So think about that, 250 million, you can make 25 billion next cycle.
And again, I thank you for your comment. I think the issue, though, is that we really are focused on job creation. I think
maybe jobs will be replaced by robots, right?
Let's hope not. So I appreciate your comment, but I mean, we really are focused on job creation. So.
Good day, everyone.
Sorry.
Just maybe a quick question. First of all, thank you for a good presentation for all participants. And secondly, compliments to Chevron. Very good job done since '93. And you're continuing doing so. I'm one of the potential participants, applicants. And my question is, what is time frame for average, maybe, for consideration of applications?
So we do have a process where we bring in we bring in projects every quarter. I mean, it's a constant feeding of the web portal. We screen those projects for the criteria that Janar described. And then what will happen is that a certain portion that make the most sense, that seem the most commercial and fit the criteria, will be sent to the advisory board. And so this will happen as a quarter. So you could think of that section taking 3 months from start to finish. And then if it passes the advisory board, then it starts the deeper due diligence. Now there is some due diligence that does occur in those 3 months, but then you go into the deeper diligence, and then it actually really depends on the complexity of the project itself. Like if it's a complex. Well, I mean, I think the issue is more. I think the experience that we've had here, and why this is so important, this session is so important. Some of the experiences that we've had up until now is that the web portal's up and going. People are submitting, but we're finding that some of the applications are incomplete. We have to go back and ask for information. Sometimes we never get that information, and so there could be applicants that are frustrated. They haven't heard, but maybe we've tried to reach out and get more information, and we haven't gotten it. From that perspective. So it just fired up in January. The other part is that once you get past the advisory board, if you get past the advisory board, it kicks off a deeper due diligence process. And it's really going to depend on the complexity of the project itself. So.
Thank you. And maybe a quick second question. Thank you. Out of 100 already applied, any potential, I mean, but maybe percentage-wise, any potential defined projects?
We have projects. So I think it's something that the ministry and Chevron need to coordinate together what was disclosed, but there is positive movement. Like, I think people should be encouraged from that perspective. And, it's, again, after you get past the advisory board, which is where, Chevron and the Republic of Kazakhstan through the Ministry of Energy work together to select what look to be the promising projects. Then it takes.
And the final question.
Your final question.
On my side, is this figure 248 will increase, or it's just final and
that's the figure right now. And
right now, but every year, would it be limit? Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay, thank you.
Actually, I think Janat might want to add something to this.
I would like to make several comments in Russian on your questions. If you have urgent projects that require decision now, we have special mechanism for advisory council. We call it ad hoc meetings, and if you are eligible for that, you should have shown in your project that it's time sensitive, and it means we have an opportunity to have irregular advisory meetings. In terms of time frames, it may take from 6 months to 1 year. And if you're saying that your project is time sensitive, that you have a signed investor prepared to invest, but everything should be confirmed and Chevron would do its due diligence, we have also to have a chance of advisory council. And the third aspect with regard of consideration of the project, we said that we consider projects every quarter. If we received 10%, you see, we got 2 packages for the first quarter and for the second quarter. We will support projects, but we would not like to disclose this information. It will not impact on your application process. As soon as we discuss it in Chevron, we'll place this information on the website. I would like to make a comment on.
My name is Quinton. I'm an analyst with Prism Consultancy in London. Very clear that this is a design for local businesses. You guys are taking a minority stake. Are there opportunities for foreign investors to also take a minority stake in these projects?
I mean, the answer to that is yes. I mean, but we're looking, the entity needs to be established in Kazakhstan. And the intent is to create jobs in Kazakhstan. So.
Да, добрый день, поздравляю за...
Good afternoon. Thank you with the launch of your foundation fund. It's a significant demand for the entire market. I'm Pavel Koktishev, Director General of TCAP AFC. We're developing technological platform and AIFC, including VC markets. Two questions. One is very technical. I'm not talking about particular industry or technology. The first speaker who asked question was mentioning about mechanisms, to which extent they can be changing in the process. Today you are carried out through the portals, through the process, as you have described it. But we understand that there are the professional participants of the markets, funds that would like to have co-investments together with you. You have more permanent communications at the level of investment strategies and interaction. How this process may be changed and how you plan in parallel, being a big fish in our sea, how you plan to develop investment market, as with your size you really impact this market, even though if you are focusing only on projects, then in some sense the chain that is being constructed nowadays, this chain may somehow change with your active appearance. And practical questions: do you plan to participate in a form of LP in other funds, maybe thematic funds, maybe digital? Tomorrow will turn to this format because they will hardly coexist with industry, with plants and so on.
So there was a lot there. Let me see if I can address. I mean, I think part of what's here is that we've established the fund. We've created a process, a mechanism that is just starting. I think on some level we have to allow the mechanism to work for a while, and before we're already trying to make changes to it. So I think, you know, what's happening right now, I mean, this is the first, I mean, this is for us our opening presentation, right? Is to make sure that everybody understands kind of what we are, what we're looking for. And so I think part of it is we have applications that have started but haven't been completed. So I think, you know, if there are people here that haven't heard something, you might want to check to make sure your application's been complete. We may have been trying to reach out to you. So it's part of the process is working it out. I take your point that there may be a better way, but you have to also, I think, reflect that you're taking a multinational corporation, you're taking a government, and you're trying to create a private equity-like vehicle that the intent is to create jobs, add value, diversify the economy. So I think it's a very positive thing. It may, you know, it's not going to look exactly like your typical LP-GP structure that you would see in a regular private equity fund. And so I think there is some needs to be some understanding around that piece. And you know, as the process goes, I mean, obviously, I think Chevron has a history of improving processes over time. And so I think that this will be no exception. So, but we got to let it work for a while.
Thank you. My question about IT, and I want to ask, you said that company has to be profitable, yes? But IT startups, they earn money, but we do anything for growth, and our unit economics not so positive because we reinvest our money, and if you said that we have to be profitable, right, and how it will be for us, I mean, for IT startups.
So great question, and I think when I talk about profitability, we're talking about your long-term profitability. We understand that startups, there's a period where you're pumping capital in and maybe not getting anything in return, and what you are getting in return, you're just pumping it back in. So that's understood. But in your detailed business plan, in your models, there needs to be an understanding that there is, at some point in time, this business is going to be profitable and generating cash flows. Because like at the end of the day, if it doesn't, if there isn't the end in sight where money comes back, then it's not sustainable. And those jobs that are being created at that point in time won't be sustained. So.
Okay, thank you. You know,
Sorry.
Yes. About valuation. I mean, startup has changed his valuation. Can we change our apply?
Are you asking if you can change your application if you have better information?
Yep. I mean, if you make decision 1 year for startups, it's a long.
Okay. So let me just make sure I understand the question. Is the question if your application's rejected, can you reapply it at another point in time? Is that the question?
No.
Okay. Do you think you understand? Like.
Можно я отвечу? Damon, can I answer?
Let me respond. The response is yes. It's cool.
Good afternoon. My name is Miras Moldabayev. I'm Chief Investment Officer at BV Management, a private equity management company. My question is regarding the monitoring stage. In terms of monitoring, how are you going to monitor finance the project that you have already financed? Are you going to consider some general partner companies, or how it will be going?
So Chevron does have an investment advisor to assist in this, and they will be helping Chevron monitor. But you got to understand that the Chevron Direct Investment Fund is essentially, it's a private company. And so we do have an investment advisor that will be helping us monitor, but Chevron will also be monitoring. And so that piece will also be there.
Здравствуйте.
Good afternoon, Association Cat Service, Niyaz Jumat. The question is, Chevron is also a participant of several social cooperation in Kazakhstan. Such companies as NCOC, TCO have their share of 70% of all procurements of works and services and goods in petroleum industry. What would be your attitude to the projects where targeted client is a Tengiz Chevron? The projects where Chevron simultaneously is both investor and a potential client.
Question, and my response would be is that Chevron and TCO are separate. TCO has to make its own commercial decisions. Chevron in this particular instance has to make its own commercial decisions, and there is a separation. Chevron does not have the ability to tell TCO what to do. And so when one of these projects come in, if they're assuming that Chevron's going to get them in the door to TCO, that's a bad assumption. And so I think the assumption needs to be this is a sustainable project. Doesn't mean you can't have business with TCO, but you're going to have to be the one that generates that business because Chevron's not opening that door for you necessarily, okay? And so that there is a separation there, and that needs to be clear. So.
Can I ask a question? First of all, I want to thank Chevron for local investments for decades. And my question is, the second part of equity, could it be some assets, especially software, and how you evaluate software, or it's only about cash?
No, I mean, I think in any business, like you can bring intellectual property, you can bring what it is to the table. It has to make sense. You know, Chevron is a financial investor, right? But you can be bringing assets to the table, and that's your contribution. It just has to, like when you model it, it has to make sense from that perspective. And so just thinking about it that way. So when you submit your business plans, you need to be thinking about those. But like those, that is understood.
Hi. If there will be a good project, assuming valve assembly, whatever the manufacturing would be, whether the choice will be for the ones which is automated, number of people will be minimum, or the one which is a manual one, when the number of people to be hired there. В случае выбора проектов.
In the case of a selection of the project.
Just a second.
Oh, okay, sorry.
В
Yeah. Yeah. So we're looking for, at the end of the day, we're looking for something that creates sustainable jobs. So if it's a manual process that is going to be somehow automated 12 months from now, we're not looking to invest in things that are going to automatically be automated. We're looking to create sustainable jobs, profitable, competitive jobs. And so that's what we're looking for. And so the business model needs to make sense. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it needs to be profitable, right?
Добрый день. Good afternoon. My name is Abdrahmanova Asel, and I'm representative of artists who draw pictures with mouths and feet without using hands. So do you have any programs for socially vulnerable strata of population? May I apply my project for consideration? Thank you.
It's a great question, and I think that's a good question for this forum. Like, Chevron does a lot of social programs that help projects such as what you're describing, and we do have these here. We, in fact, have one of our representatives from Chevron here that deals with these types of projects. This particular fund is not that, but we do have funds for similar social projects that help those in need. So I would suggest that you reach out to, so Layla's right here, so you can actually talk with her at some point.
Thank you. Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much. Thank you. My question to Janar. Do you have limits for profitability? In your projects?
Can that translate?
What are the minimum limits of IRR that our fund will be considering?
So and then maybe Janar can translate. It needs to make sense for the sector. There isn't a hard IRR, but there needs to be an IRR, if you get my point there. And it needs to be competitive in that sector. And so right. Right.
So, it's general profit for general sector. Starts from 85 to 25.
I mean,
it's common.
Yeah, I mean,
what is minimum for you?
it'll depend on the project. It'll be project specific. I mean, the area, if it's an IT project, it might require a higher IRR versus a manufacturing project that generates a ton of jobs might have a lower IRR. And so that's, yeah. And so, I mean, it's not black and white, I guess is what I'm saying, is that it's something that.
You are looking for some limits, start from, for example, from 5% to 30, or what is the minimum?
What is if you want to go with minimum, I would say anywhere from 5 to 10%. But like, I mean, I'm just telling you, projects that I'm seeing are higher than that right now. So that's what I'd probably say to you.
Не будем вот такие вот лимиты сюда ставить.
We will not set limits because everything depends upon projects and the area. It could be an agricultural or IT project. The projects will be different, and we should not select the minimum and then make a project for this minimum. It would be wrong. Actually, this clarification is very important for everyone, so as people understand what limits they have to show in general for economy sector. Maybe sometimes why it is possible. IRR is more or less the same, up to 30%. We would like to have an understanding. Are there any ideas for us? For instance, if Chevron requests at least 20% profitability, maybe we should not have to submit the application if our minimum profitability threshold is not fulfilled.
Более общий вопрос задать, вот в продолжение этого вопроса.
Hold on, let me answer that real quick for 1 second. I I think what you need to think about is your project within that sector or within that business competitive with others? And then how's that going to stack up with some of the other projects that are being submitted? You know, we are looking for return. We are looking for job creation. And so if it's a low returning sector that's not producing many jobs, it's permanent jobs, it's probably going to be passed upon because it is a competitive, we're looking for competitive projects. And so we want competitive projects. You're happy to, as you're going through the process, to submit or reach out and test an idea with somebody within the CDIF team or the investment advisor. Like, you can test some of this, but like, again, it needs to be competitive. Yeah.
Мы сейчас не ставим таких лимитов.
Now we are not setting limits, and we are not going to set such limits, and we've heard you, we'll work on that. But so far, we don't have such limits set. Can we continue? My name is Kairat Balıkbayev. Chevron and Janat, I would like to thank you for creation of this fund. I'm not a crypto enthusiast as the first speaker who asked about the cryptocurrency. I'm more crypto skeptic, but actually here people speak about that people are very much interested in funding, and in some way they would like to be involved and apply and receive the funding. And I have a question. Do we need to repay this loan? For example, if we did not achieve the indicators that we have set. And also important question, if the project is very successful, Chevron, for what amount the Chevron is ready to sell its equity of 49%? So it's not like very conservative way for Chevron, but I would say this is a quite strategically profitable way for Chevron, not for startup. So if you answer these two questions, I would like also to comment that I lived in Atyrau in 2010, and I think everybody knows that there is a refinery, Atyrau refinery, the project that needs to be monitored, environmental monitoring. So, for example, around that refinery, this is a social project. It cannot be profitable. And Chevron is a responsible investor. It's a responsible taxpayer in Atyrau region. Can such project be passed in your fund that will help people to breathe cleaner air and to understand that environment is in good hands?
Thank you for your question. Let me kind of go through the first two first. We're not issuing any debt, so we're not like a bank. It's not that you'll repay the loan. What we're doing is we're coming in as an equity investor. So we're going to own, like if you have a company, let's just take for an example, you own a company, but you want to expand and you want Chevron to invest for that expansion, we're going to come in and we're going to say, we'll give you whatever the money is, but we're taking 49% of your business. So you're now a partner with Chevron. We go through, eventually Chevron, like you, in your example, Chevron does really well. We'll sell, like at the right time, we will sell the company for whatever the market price is for that company. And then we will have those proceeds. As for clean air and or the refinery question, I mean, Chevron, again, does a lot of social projects that make sense. We do also invest a lot of money in cleaner technologies. And I would invite you to go to Chevron.com and go to New Energies. We are doing a lot of things around carbon capture. And in fact, just recently we signed a memorandum of understanding with KMG to explore lower carbon solutions in Kazakhstan to help clean these things. And so all of this, the industry is moving in that direction. We're investing a lot of money in finding solutions for cleaner air through carbon capture, through lower lower carbon hydrogen, there's a lot of things. And so my answer to that would be Chevron is doing what they can, maybe not specifically with this refinery, but there are projects out there that are trying to achieve the same goals.
Фонд коммерческий.
It's a commercial fund, so it will not fund social projects. You need to show the profitability in the project. Aset Shepekov.
Yes, Aset Shetekov, I thank you for presentation. I really appreciate the fact that finally we have a mammoth private equity country-specific inbound fund, and it's a great news for the country. Coming back to the investment mandates of the funds, just to clarify, will it also include investments in PPP structures, in private public partnership structures? Just to throw you an example, a number of business groups considered establishing charger stations for e-cars. And the best way to create such infrastructure is in cooperation with the state, with municipalities in Almaty, in Astana, and other cities. And it's, of course, it's not an established business, but still, it sort of follows the mandate of ESG. Would you consider that as well?
I mean, I think these are types of projects that, yes, that would be considered. And I think what I would suggest in a project like that would be to either reach out to us, and we'll put you in contact with our investment advisor who's going to help us evaluate the project. But it's a lot of it is how is it structured, and so you know, and these are like to this gentleman's question about how fast something can happen. A project such as what you're suggesting, these are going to take time to bring together. It's not going to be 3 months kind of thing when you're trying to pull all these different entities together. And so that's why I can't give you a definitive answer on timing, but like, you know, trying to flesh out what a project like that might look like, you know, it probably is worth having a phone call or something with the right people.
Lead time is quite long.
Yeah, exactly.
It's definitely worth the wait.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. Yerkep Koshmokampeta. I am a chairman of the Energy Committee. I have two questions to Damon and Janat. Damon, question to you. I understand that this is a commercial fund, but here in Kazakhstan we have an urgent issue of ensuring our energy security. You know about Kazakhstan. We talked about construction of nuclear power plant. This is not an issue of the president, but we want to be energy secure. In Zambul Oblast, there is a Taras Regional University. From this year, they will train specialists on developing minor hydro energy. So we receive electrical energy through water. So we find like the difference in elevation, 20-30 meters, and we will be able to produce, for example, 1 megawatt of electricity. But the university does not have money for that. So what university can do? That's the first question. Second question, Janat, question to you. For example, we understand that we are all in the same boat. From 2025, there will be carbon tax introduced, and the costs will go up. Can Chevron invest the money in Almaty and Zambul region by receiving green electricity through using water and also reduce the carbon footprint? Thank you.
Okay, so the first question on what could Chevron do to help the university is my understanding what that is. Honestly, like we collaborate with universities all the time on various things and trying to understand technologies. In fact, recently we just signed a collaboration with Nazarbayev University on lower carbon and trying to help graduates and try to guide graduates towards policy and regs and understanding what those solutions might be. And so, you know, what I would suggest, if you have something specific in mind for the university, is reach out to our corporate affairs group. We have we have Yurkin Zikibayev right here, and he can help kind of explore where to point you to on that. So we do have collaborations with universities. But then let me turn the next part over to Janat.
Да, я отвечу и на первый, и на...
I will answer both questions, first and second. On the first question, it's actually a broader issue. It's not exactly this event question. And we have the collaboration of universities, and subsoil users support universities in different areas, not only TCO, but other subsoil users. For example, there is a commitment on 1% of costs of subsoil users should spend on R&D, including with universities. And now the mechanisms are reviewed, and we will automate the application. So this is one of the mechanisms how university can use that, especially on the issue of hydro energy, where a lot of research needs to be done. So we can work on that with you. And second, there's exactly such projects on hydro energy we funded in the framework of the created fund. I haven't said at the very beginning that one of the conditions is that Kazakhstan, the Ministry of Energy, actually suggests profitable projects and the Chevron invests. And we should propose profitable projects. Why we keep repeating this? Why we say that this is a commercial fund? Because we should prove the profitability, feasibility of the project. That's the major criteria that we cannot change right now. Thank you very much. My question was Chevron. Chevron invests, and there is only 4% is used out of 100%. This is the UN report information. Chevron, if it invests on R&D, on the development of modular hydro power plants, can Chevron invest in Almaty and Jambul regions? Because there is 60% of Kazakhstan hydro capacity there. So that would be green energy. And so we, for example, install solar panels and wind farms. So this is like, for example, so this is all important from other countries, all the elements, but hydropower, this is totally Kazakhstani.
From a perspective, which is what I believe you're discussing here, I mean, one of the key areas that we're focused on is environmental stewardship. So this renewables fit into that. And so, I mean, absolutely, you know, solar, wind, hydro are possibilities for investment. Again, though, they have, like, it's the profitability piece, which some of those projects, it's difficult right now, but it doesn't mean it's not. It's just make sure to put together the case to bring that forward from a business plan perspective. Yeah, go ahead.
Я предлагаю нам с вами отдельно этот вопрос обсудить.
I suggest let's discuss it separately with you, because renewable energy, we have absolutely different legislation for that, and there are tariffs. So we go through the auctions, and actually this industry is subsidized on other areas, and I don't think that should be connected to the fund. That's different. So let's discuss it separately with you. Thank you. I would like also to remind that we have just 5 minutes left. So please, if you have any questions. First of all, I would like to thank, my name is Darmin Sadvakasov, Das Capital. I would like to thank the Capital and Chevron for creating such fund. This is underinvested economy. We really have lack of venture capital, so the initiative of such size is very important. It's very needed in Kazakhstan. Really good that we have so many people here, and we need to further disseminate that information. And I think people would be standing even in line in the street. And speaking about the portfolio, we would like to understand you as Chevron, as limited partner. Do you have any expectations of the profitability rate? The profitability rate of the fund, not of the projects. And what would be the average amount per company? of investment? And how would you plan your sub-portfolios by areas of work? How are you going to break down your sub-portfolios within your big fund? Thank you.
Question. I'd say to that is that from a portfolio constructing perspective or asset allocation, I think Chevron's still formulating that a little bit, because like understanding what the market is super important here in Kazakhstan, because we are in Kazakhstan, and so there isn't every sector available right now. And so we are looking at what the optimal portfolio construction would look like. So to answer your question, I don't have a specific answer right now. It's still being evaluated. You got to understand that this started in January, was when the fund was turned on, and still understanding the market is part of the process. So.
And one more question. I understand that now you are still in process. One more question. So, question. So, you will develop commercially. Do you plan to fund equity in greenfield projects, those that do not generate cash flow right now, or you will view only brownfield? So these are the companies that already have cash flow.
We will consider greenfield projects. We currently are considering greenfield projects. You know, it's just you have to have a line of sight to profitability. But yep. Sorry.
Hello, everyone. It's a question for Damon and Janat. I want to ask if CDIF is considering investing in companies that have a portfolio of startups with different kind of IRR.
We have not been approached with something like that yet. Something I would have to consider. We'd have to understand the portfolio first, but it's not something that we've considered yet. So.
Well, we're not saying no.
Say no.
Yeah, thanks, James. So, assuming you're gonna be deploying venture capital into within your mandate, and given the minimum limits of 2 million, 5 million, I'm assuming it's like Series A, Series B startups. So most of the Series A, Series B startups tend to go international, and like co-founders are local, maybe entities incorporated locally, but most of the jobs will be created internationally. So how would you?
So, I mean, we definitely look at that. We look at where the jobs are being created. I mean, it doesn't mean jobs can't be created internationally, but we want to see jobs created in Kazakhstan.
Yeah, but like it's successful startup started in Kazakhstan with the founders are local guys, and they grow to, I don't know, Southeast Asia, and operation team is moving to Southeast Asia.
So, I mean, obviously it's something we would have to understand the business model and see what you're talking about, but you know, that there is an intent of the fund, and that is to create jobs in Kazakhstan, to generate tax revenues in Kazakhstan. Yeah, and Janat, go ahead.
Of course, we are looking at the projects that will create jobs in Kazakhstan, specifically in Kazakhstan. And if you come, for example, there will be 2 projects or several projects, and both projects will be profitable, but one of the projects creates jobs in Kazakhstan and the other outside of Kazakhstan. So we will support the projects creating jobs here in Kazakhstan.
So I'm going to take one more question.
Really running out of time. This has been a really good dialogue, but I think we're almost out of time, actually.
Can I make 2 comments on the application? First, it says there that you upgraded on June 8th, and anyone who applied before should go back in because there were new questions. I don't know if Janat mentioned that or not in Russian. I didn't catch all the Russian. Second comment is, it says that the submissions are not confidential. There's no confidentiality agreement. And I was very surprised at that. And you guys responded to me months ago that the further due diligence would be under confidentiality, but I was still surprised that the submissions were not confidential. Could you comment on that?
It is actually it's the way that the system is set up, and I don't think I really have a specific comment around that. I understand the question. It's the way that we had to set this up, and so that piece. As far as updates to the system, Janar, would you like to? I believe that if there's more information required, all the applicants should receive notification.
Yeah, so the process as such, you're right, the web portal went through an upgrade recently, and all those questions that we haven't captured before, and if your application is still being reviewed by CDIF, you probably most likely have been contacted asking additional information or additional materials for us to review. So that's the first thing. Secondly, with regards to the NDA, as we responded to you previously, NDA will be signed at the time of the deep due diligence, where we will review more specifically and more deeper. On the first stage, you do sign a legal agreement that basically giving a consent for us to review your materials. Thank you.
So I apologize. We are going to have to end the discussion. Doesn't mean we can't. You can't contact us, and we'll answer your questions. It's there's another session that follows us, and so we just need to kind of exit the premise.
And Damon, if I can make an announcement, спасибо большое всем, кто пришел. Если
I'm thankful to all the participants. You may leave business cards at the exit. We have a box for your business cards. It could be great, and we'll definitely contact you and share materials from this session today. Thank you.
Введите QR. Если у вас есть еще вопросы, пожалуйста, можете через QR нам отправлять.
If you have questions, you can use QR and send your questions to us via QR code. Что-то я уже устала.
Вот это последнее, да? Хоть вроде все понятно, но...
Ты губы не накалывала?
За счет скорости, что ли?
The world is evolving rapidly, and the human need for resources is increasing every day. Metals and various energy sources are particularly important for our technological advancement. Eurasian Resources Group, ERG, provides the world with these materials. Our group is a leading high-carbon ferrochrome, copper, and cobalt producer, and one of the largest suppliers of iron ore, alumina, and aluminum in the CIS region. The group supports global initiatives to promote a green economy and develop alternative energy sources. ERG operates in 15 countries, with the majority of our production assets located in Kazakhstan. Today, ERG represents 1/3 of the mining and metals industry in Kazakhstan. ERG is the first and largest producer of alumina and high-grade primary aluminum in Kazakhstan. The company's electric power assets account for 17% of all electricity generated in the country. The key overseas markets are Europe, China, Russia, and Japan. ERG's Metal Coal RTR, a major copper and cobalt tailings reprocessing operation in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, is ramping up its phase 2 of production. It is now the second largest standalone cobalt producer in the world, as well as a major supplier of copper. In Brazil, ERG's Bamin subsidiary, a large integrated iron ore mining and logistics project, has started commercial production of iron ore with the launch of its Pedra de Ferro mine in January 2021. ERG has also started the construction of Porto Sul, a deep-water port in Ilhéus, and has won the auction to complete and operate the first 537-kilometer stretch of the Fiol East-West Integration Railway. In this spirit, ERG is accomplishing its mission of responsibly unlocking the potential of the Earth and its people, ensuring the prosperity of those who rely on us.
We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share.
Мы начинали с фондового рынка и стали инвестиционной компанией мирового уровня. Но мы хотели большего. Сегодня мы лидируем в онлайн-автостраховании и задали новые стандарты страхования жизни. Мы первыми в СНГ запустили цифровую ипотеку и внедрили самый быстрый способ купить смартфон в рассрочку. Мы предлагаем онлайн-платежи для бизнеса. Настало время обновиться. Мы такие же надежные, но более гибкие, динамичные и инновационные. Один бренд, 1000 возможностей. Добро пожаловать в единую экосистему Freedom.
Растут акции или падают? Быки и медведи всегда в деле. Выбери свой клуб. Freedom Finance. Инвестиции с характером.
Good afternoon, everyone, dear guests and all the related parties. Let me greet you on our panel session. AFC is a turnaround place, carbon credits and opportunities for farmers, energy-intensive industries, investors, and vendors. Basically, the idea of this session was to increase the awareness of accordingly new subsection of a ESG agenda, such as carbon credits and carbon offsets. And today we try to unite on a panel different stakeholders, such as representatives of investors, representatives of consulting firms, investment projects, third-party opinion, and of course the overall AFC representatives from investment deals and structuring department. And on the panel today we have Maurice Frosch, CEO at Kingston Organic, Alex Rao, partner at Environmental Commodity Partners, Christian Burning, partner at Climate Wage, followed by Irakli Partsvania, CEO of Varnik Ecoberry, and Viktor Kovalenko, associate partner from Ernst & Young. So let me start by briefing you several slides on overall industry, and then I'll pass the floor to my colleagues. Can we turn the presentation on? So basically, in this presentation, we try to increase the awareness of several factors, such as overall Kazakhstani carbon-2 emissions are twice higher than overall world, which is 3.2 versus 1.6. And that the carbon trade agreements allow the sale of credits to emit carbon dioxide between nations as a part of international agreement aimed at gradually reducing total emissions around the world. On this slide, we try to depict that overall CO2 carbon credits, which is per metric ton of CO2 equivalent in Kazakhstan, the overall pricing is around $1, whether in European Union we see that the price is around $50, and of course the prices vary from country to country, and as per our humble opinion, the pricing of KZ CO2 emissions and credits depends highly on a low supply and demand. On the next slide, we clearly see that there is only 3 ways to achieve reduction of emissions. First, it's improving production processes. Second, the use of renewable energy sources. And the third one, sequestration and reforestation projects. In this scenario analysis done by McKinsey, we clearly see that usage of renewable energy sources combined with improving productivity and production processes won't lead to net zero. And we believe that the role of sequestration and reforestation would definitely help to achieve the net zero emissions by 2050. On this slide, we try to depict the life cycle of a carbon credit, whereas at the beginning, the project developer should and must own the large plot of the land, followed by classification and review and validate validation under the private standards, followed by credits issued on a regular basis, followed by a stage where those carbon credits and offsets can be traded to corporates over the counter or via broker or exchange, and followed by a retiring of yielding credits and biological sinks for carbon as long as they're protected and in a good health. On this slide, we also try to somehow depict the context where the project, the landowner, the agricultural farm, etc., they can also use reforestation as a tool after, of course, the validation and verification under certain standards to get their carbon credits issued, then monetize it via carbon market, and use those proceedings to use it as an additional, maybe not the only and main source of a financing, but additional source of a financing towards their investment projects. The carbon credit life cycle usually depends on the maturity and development of a project itself. And here we try to clearly depict that there is at least 5 stages at which potential investments can join the project owner and initiator, and the lesser the developed project, the methodology and the verification and validation works done, the higher IRR and the higher, of course, the risk of the project. And of course, here at this slide, we try to, let's say, list and depict the main advantages, not only to, let's say, particular niche investment project, but overall for the country and the earth itself. So it's basically the international credibility, recognition, environmental pollution reduction, higher priority given to Kazakhstani products in export markets. The fourth would be ease of effect of a EU carbon tax for Kazakhstani goods and services producers, and of course the increase of bankability of investment projects. In Kazakhstan, there is still a status quo on whether so basically, we're at the stage where we need, as a country and a regulator, decide which way shall we proceed. At the moment, we have a primary and secondary carbon market regulated mainly and fueled mainly by a national carbon plan that provides main polluters around 200 companies by carbon credits, and they do it free of charge. And of course, by providing this kind of, let's say, operation, we don't see that it will somehow influence the inflow of private and institutional investors into the carbon credits and carbon offsets markets. Well, at this stage, let me pass the floor to Mr. Maurice Frosch, the COO at Kingston Organic. Please, Maurice, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. Again, my name is Maurice Frosch. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Kingston Organics. We produce a line of humic and fulvic acids that are used in carbon sequestration. They're actually used on farm fields to increase production of the land. And we can then do that to do some offsets with carbon credits. We're doing that currently in Africa, the United States, the UK, Central and South America, working with some of the largest companies in the world on their properties. We're going to start in Kazakhstan later this year. But I think it's more important to get into the carbon sequestration. And I've actually been fighting a pretty bad ear infection. And so I'd like to really turn it over to Alex Rao, who could actually speak more about the matter of carbon sequestration in the soil, which is going to be a big part of Kazakhstan meeting its 2030 obligations under the Paris Accords. Alex, you there?
Thank you, Maurice. Yes, good afternoon to everyone. My name is Alex Rao. I'm from Environmental Commodity Partners and from Climate Wedge, and it's great to be here with you this afternoon. I'm joining from San Francisco, so it's middle of the night. Apologies if I'm a little bit quiet, therefore, today. But thanks to our hosts at the AIFC for convening this seminar and this particular session around carbon credits. I'm going to share, I have a few slides. I'm going to share a screen. I hope this comes through and that you all can see. So I have a few slides here just to set the stage for what are carbon credits and what are we talking about here from an asset perspective. So really, there are two types of instruments in the carbon markets. The one we call permits to pollute, which are allowances. The most commonly understood of these is the European Union allowance and EUA for their carbon market. And these are permits that are issued by a regulator and allow a company to emit 1 ton of greenhouse gas emissions, whoever's holding the permit. The other kind of carbon credit or instrument we have in the markets really they're the rights to the environmental attributes or to the reduction in greenhouse gas emissions that come from specific projects like clean power projects, clean fuel projects, or greenhouse gas reduction activities. These we call carbon credits. And so we'll get into a little bit of the difference between these two types of markets. But if we look together across the globe, carbon markets today cover about a quarter of the world's greenhouse gas emissions. There are about 30 programs, different programs, the European system, the California system, the Chinese national program that have exchange traded commodities. And we see now roughly a market that is approaching $700 billion on an annual basis. This is last year, 2021 values. We expect this year to be approaching $1 trillion this year. We consider there are different types of carbon credit markets. There's the cap and trade credits or offsets that we'll talk about today. In certain regions, you can have clean fuel credits from producing biofuels or other forms of low carbon transportation fuels. We also have instruments like renewable energy certificates for the production of clean power. It's injected into a grid, whether at the country level in Kazakhstan or at the state level in various other regions. And we have other environmental programs, including essentially biodiversity trading, other forms of credit instruments. If we look across the globe, most of the activity historically has been centered around Europe as the major source of demand for credits in the international framework, historically under the Kyoto Protocol, and now going forward under the Paris Agreement. But we also have regional programs such as in California or in China that are very strong and starting to build a regional bid, what we would call a bid for pollution reduction. So markets, companies, regulated emitters, as well as corporates who want to reduce their emissions, but their cost of abatement is high, will look to buy credits from other programs. And we see this concept is growing across many different countries. And then, of course, under the Paris Agreement, we expect there to be a global market emerging in the coming years for emission reductions. And we think this is a very exciting opportunity, in particular for countries like Kazakhstan, who have large resources and large lands that can host afforestation projects or agricultural sector projects and so forth. The wide sort of variety of prices. The size on some of these the charts is probably a little bit hard to read in the room, but you see a wide disparity of prices. Really, that's what this chart is showing you. From very low price programs under $10 per ton. The unit of instruments in a carbon market is always a metric ton of CO2 emissions, to certain programs where we have carbon credit prices that are over $100 a ton. And so the key question is, which markets are we talking about, and what value can a project developer, a company in Kazakhstan or any of your Central Asian countries, the neighboring countries, or projects in other parts of the world, where can they access these prices That's where all the complexity is. But if we add them all up together, we see that you see a rapid growth in the last few years of the value, the traded value of these commodities. Again, as we mentioned before, approaching $1 trillion US in terms of turnover. The vast majority of that, as you can see here in the last year, is still the European Union's regulatory market, mandatory market, which at the moment is closed for offset. It's outside of the country, but is very relevant for most countries that are exporting, because the Europeans are essentially setting up a tax on carbon emissions that would come into the borders of the European Union. And I know that's a very relevant thing, in particular for countries such as Kazakhstan. If we look across prices, again, you see here the program, which is the highest price of all these carbon markets, and there are different markets out there. One of the most important things to realize are different types of prices of carbon credits, but the European Union system is also one of the highest price markets, approaching $100 US or 90 euros per ton today. To spend just 2 minutes to talk about the European system, because it's important in particular for the carbon tax. This is a market that is mandatory for companies that are in the power generation sector, the industrial sector of Europe, and aviation, so airline emissions, and soon to be shipping. So maritime emissions are coming into the program in Europe. This is a program that has been running since 2005, so we have a lot of data, we have a lot of experience on these markets, what the price means, and you can see prices have been quite volatile, but rising secularly in line with the ambition of the Europeans to try to decarbonize their economy. So that has to send a signal to companies that there is value to reducing emissions in the form of carbon credits and other instruments like this, and that sends the right signal. How does that signal work? Just very briefly to show you, if we're looking at Germany, the half of the market is determined by power plants, and in particular in Europe, you have large coal plants, you have natural gas plants, and of course you have the renewables and the nuclear facilities that don't emit carbon. So most of the price is determined in Europe by the relationship between these, the cost of the fuels and the value of the power. So if we look at the profit from the perspective of a power plant operator, what you see here, this is showing for Germany at this particular period of time, this red line here is what we call the dark spread, which is simply the value of the electricity to that power plant minus the cost of the coal that it took to produce that power. There's some conversion factors and so forth, but on average, it's a good way to depict the operating profit of a coal-fired power plant. And similarly, the same thing on this black line here for that same period of time is for a natural gas-fired power plant, which has the cost of gas as its main constituent. And what you see is during this chart is showing you that the profit of a coal plant is almost always, under normal circumstances, more than a natural gas plant. These are currently, it's not quite the case in Europe because of the recent geopolitics and the impacts on the energy markets, but this is generally what happens worldwide. And you see it's more profitable to run coal than it is to run natural gas. Natural gas is cleaner burning, however. So if we account for the cost of pollution and the carbon credit that those power plants need to buy to be able to generate that power and deliver it to customers, you can see now there's a different cost equation that you have to factor in, which is the cost of the carbon permit. And for coal, you need twice as many carbon permits as you do for natural gas. And of course, renewables, nuclear, large hydro power plants do not need that permit at all. And so these can change the profit equation. And this is the key feature here. So you see periods of time when the profit to a natural gas plant, which is this black line, becomes more than the profit to the coal plant. And then the market automatically switches between coal and natural gas. And that's what we call real reduction or abatement in value. And so this is the objective of many carbon pricing programs, in particular the European one, is to incentivize what we call abatement. So of course, there's many other things going on in a market like this. You have lots of other correlated drivers and markets that are driving the price of a European carbon credit. You have a large options market that is also influential. But the big question is, what is the cost of reducing pollution in those those markets, and that is what ultimately governs the value of the permit. And you can see there's different attempts in steel or in chemicals and cement. Different industries have different costs of reducing pollution in addition to power generation that we discussed. So it's that interplay between all of these economic drivers and business activities that determines the carbon price. Why is this in particular relevant in the European case? Well, the Europeans are shifting their system in the next few years towards what we call a carbon tax or a border tax on imports. So steel, cement, electricity, heavy industrial products that can be brought into the European Union through trade routes will, in the near term, it looks very certain to be faced by carbon tax at the border on these imports. And I know this is a particular interest to Kazakhstan and many of your neighboring countries. In this case, the value or the cost of the tax will be based on the price of the European Union credit, so that carbon credit in Europe. So the price of the certificate that you need to buy as an importer to get your product will be based on that price, and then how many of those certificates would be based on an assessment of the relative amount of carbon emissions from the products that are produced in Europe versus the products that are produced by the importing country. And so this is a very new game in town that is starting in the next few years. It will, there's still some uncertainties in how it will be rolled out, what sectors exactly will be covered. We see the initial sectors are here: cement, electricity, fertilizer production, iron and steel, and aluminum. It's likely that other industries will be added to this list, and therefore the need to track and follow and understand CO2 prices in Europe is becoming ever more present. Kazakhstan is perhaps uniquely positioned for having long run a carbon market and an ETS in your country, showing that leadership, and there's potential that it's these kind of programs that can help incentivize relations that are driven through this carbon tax that might actually reduce the tax obligation for countries like Kazakhstan that take on a carbon price. I will stop there, but and hand over with the remaining time to my colleague Christian, who will speak a little bit more about carbon offset projects and how they are developed and how that can impact opportunities in Kazakhstan.
Thank you very much, Alex, for your extensive and knowledgeable and informative presentation. I believe the audience would have more questions rather than answers towards the topic, but I believe that it will lead and fuel further discussion between ecological teams in highly polluting entities or amongst the agricultural and farming societies. On this stage, let me pass to Christian Bruning, the partner at Climate Wedge. Christian, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christian Bruning, director and partner at Climate Wedge. We are a advisor and asset manager in the space of climate finance and carbon finance and renewable energy. Have been operating for the good part of almost 20 years in this market. Also had the pleasure of working in Kazakhstan quite a few times over the past 5 years on different engagements around clean energy and carbon markets. So I'm going to speak a little bit more about carbon offsets and how they tag on to the markets that Alex mentioned here before, and how these opportunities can be integrated into an emerging national scheme or platform for emission reductions. Can you see my screen? I hope you can. Yeah. So I guess the starting point here is that offsets are essentially the glue between the different markets. As Alex mentioned, there's different types of markets globally. Some markets that are based on a cap and trade model. Others are just credit-based markets where you can generate offsets. And now you also have under the Paris Accords, you have a new emerging international market that essentially allows trade between countries and companies across the globe. The key point today is that none of these markets are fully integrated. So what you have today is a more complex environment of compliance markets, just explained around EU ETS, for instance. Then you have voluntary carbon markets, which essentially are based on corporate and institutional demand to offset their emissions or some portion of their emissions. And then as you have this new market emerging now for international carbon trading. Under all of these schemes, you can have different forms of project-based emission reductions or offsets. And I think it's clear that the demand for offsets will be there for a long time. If we look at the market today, only a small share of the global emissions are under caps, and the need for reductions is much larger. And in order to engage mitigation activities across the globe, credit-based markets or offset markets play a critical role in incentivizing project developers, investors, and other stakeholders to take part in these markets. So if we look at the offset market more from a general perspective, how is it segmented and what's driving the market? It is today a rather bespoke market that's determined by very specific characteristics of the underlying project. So you have different attributes that determine today, especially in the voluntary market, global voluntary market, determine the value of the credit for the buyer. So it is different attributes like geography, what type of a project, is it reducing or sequestering greenhouse gases? When did the project start? What type of methodology, i.e., how is it calculating the emission reductions? What standard is it using? There's a handful of different standards that guard the quality of these offsets, Vera being the largest one, gold standard being another one, and then the registry backing up the standard, as then the volumes and vintages, i.e. what year did you create these offsets. And as you can see in the picture here, the price ranges then is a sum of these characters or the factors underlying the project. So what you have then is a marketplace that's purely driven by, especially in the voluntary side, it's purely driven by buy-side preferences in terms of location, project type, vintage, etc. So you get a very broad price picture for the offset market today, ranging from anywhere from plus $20 to as low as $1 or $2. But if we look at the offset market over the next 10 to 20 years, there's a couple of points that need to be sort of addressed and looked at, especially from, I guess, Kazakhstan's point of view and us from a broader platform point of view, that where are these reductions coming from? And you could simplify the sources of reductions to four categories. One is where you avoid losses in nature, where you avoid future emission reductions to take place through deforestations or drying of peatlands, etc. The second one is nature-based sequestration, where you add forests, you grow seaweed or mangroves, or you use another farming or agriculture methods to mitigate and sequester carbon. These two categories are projected to be by far the largest and most important sources of abatement over the coming 10 years. And looking at what sectors and segments one should prioritize, clearly you should have a strong base in these two categories in order to have a pool of projects and project types that are able to scale to meaningful volumes over the coming decade. Then you have two more technology-driven categories. One is, I guess, the most traditional and most common one, which is an emission reduction, technical-based emission reduction. These can be renewable energy, waste projects, energy efficiency. So all project types that include a technical intervention and a more of a traditional technical project that in one way or another reduces emissions against a predetermined baseline or a previous technology. And then you have a fourth category, which is a new and more emerging, albeit quite small category, which is a technical removal of carbon through different technical means. It also includes bioenergy, BECCS, which is bioenergy with carbon capture. This is a rapidly growing segment of the carbon markets, but prices and abatement costs in these markets are still quite high. And based on the McKinsey analysis, this is roughly a 20 to 30% of the abatement potential over the next decade. So this gives you an indication. Of course, the balance between the two depends on the country's specific situations, but for any kind of platform looking to develop offset projects, this is a good indication of having both types of projects involved as you develop an offset market and platform for projects. So now looking at two options for Kazakhstan, starting with soil and agriculture carbon. There's a number of opportunities in the agriculture space and in the soil improvement space that can reduce emissions, starting from simple methods of covering crops to producing biochar and using the soil itself as a carbon sink and improving the ability of the soil to retain the carbon, capture and retain carbon. And this is one of the fastest growing segments of the carbon markets today. This is an area that's becoming more important, partly, of course, because it has very positive side effects and ancillary benefits to the broader agriculture and farming markets, providing benefits like resilience and water retention, soil health, and improvement of nutritional factors in the soil, etc. So this is an opportunity that has a lot of prospects in Kazakhstan, as well as in other, of course, other larger farming areas. The second example is around gas flaring. Gas flaring obviously been a large unaddressed problem for several decades, but also presents a highly attractive short-term opportunity to reduce emissions from flaring through utilization of flare gas and associated gas in other markets. And there's a number of technical options to utilize this. Some of these options have been generating carbon credits in the clean development mechanism. And there's a lot of potential in Kazakhstan to utilize this gas, especially outside of the sort of the traditional operating practices where you're using the gas purely for field power or enhanced oil recovery. But taking out the gas outside of the oil fields and utilizing or replacing incumbent fossil fuels or pipeline gas or creating mini grids for gas outside of the fields presents an interesting opportunity to utilize and improve the value of the associated gas. I think I'll stop here. Happy to take some questions. This has just provided a few ideas on the importance of having a diversity in the project types that an offset platform or a carbon credit market would provide to the voluntary market in particular, but also seeing the longer term benefits of national programs in key sectors that can then link up to the Paris Agreement and the international markets that are connected with that agreement. So I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christian. I guess you covered pretty much two most very important sectors and industry verticals in Kazakhstan and broader Central Asia, which is agriculture, agribusiness, I would say, and definitely the energy. I believe that your inputs would definitely fuel some extra discussions, maybe around experts in those verticals. And at this stage, let me pass the floor to Mr. Irakli Partsvania, the CEO of Varnik EcoBerry, the agribusiness project that ready to consider the carbon offsets and carbon credits into their capital structure. Thank you. The floor is yours, Irakli.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, I will speak only English. My name is Irakli Partsvania. I am the CEO of Varnik EcoBerry. Риски, нависшие над нашим миром, такие как продовольствие.
There are many risks, for example, the energy security, and we have to diversify as much as possible agriculture. Our approach to this issue is the following. According to FAO report in 2018, the total pool of carbon offsets in agriculture was about 16 billion tons of CO2 equivalent. And according to that, there is a need due to transition to green economy and due to new climate policy that was again presented yesterday by our EU leaders. Now we need to diversify the agriculture and transfer it to green economy principles. And we are talking that we need to use the agronomic methods to reduce GHG emissions, use the energy supply, modernize it, the energy supply of agricultural facilities. Also, recycle agricultural waste. Our company offers the following approach to implement agricultural projects, to diversify as much as possible, to transfer all elements of the project to the green economy principles. First of all, this is energy supply, the use of renewable energies, energy efficiency. We can use here the energy of land and waste recycling, waste management, plastic waste management, bio-waste management. According to our experience, we can achieve impressive results. First of all, could you please show my presentation on the screen? We would like to present our project on growing blueberries in Kazakhstan. Our project is based on 4 principles. First, this is a high profitability, environmental principles of using carbon offsets. The third pillar this is government support of Kazakhstan support in the framework of green economy and berries development, culture development. So our investment project the purpose is to establish agro-industrial full-cycle complex, and the size of it is 288 hectares, greenhouses of blueberries 15 hectares, and also the bee houses development. The project includes plantations of blueberries, 288 hectares, greenhouses of blueberries, and lines that will protect the berries from wind. The project uses green technologies. The green technologies are presented according to the green taxonomy. This is renewable energy. We are using photovoltaic panels. We use low potential energy of land and wind. Energy efficiency is the fact that we use low potential energy of land. We use green electrical vehicles. These are green tractors and drones. The total concept of agroeconomical methods of reducing GHG emissions, the use of no carbon sources of heat and energy, using super intensive methods of soil cultivation, using the sedurators for fixing nitrogen to improve the properties of soil.
As you may see, financial indicators of the project are very high. The project recovery will happen in 4 years in accordance with our expectations. Maximum IRR is almost 42%. And at the same time, we can operate as Kazakhstan is based at the cross line of main logistics paths. Our marketing niche may include both countries of Europe and South Asian countries, including Central Asian region, Russia and India, as well as Emirates. The project provides for the inclusion of laboratories for cloning and microcloning of seedlings adopted to local conditions. An important method is that the part of capacity of laboratories allocated to the growing of especially intensive forest cultures as Paulownia, and that may accumulate significant amounts of carbon. On top of that, the project provides for additional center for farmers training to scale up and transition of the technologies to other farmers in the regions. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and I hope that my presentation was interesting for you. Thank you. Thank you, Victor. Thank you, Irakli. Thank you, Irakli, for the presentation of your project, and I hope that we will observe more and more projects in the near future. I mean, the project which in the structure of their financing will have an opportunity to make payments with carbon credits and carbon offsets. Sorry, I have forgotten to mention that we have proposed in our project to use the following methodology. At this stage of project or design of the project concept, the price of carbon offset or carbon credit, which is proposed by the company initiating this project, may be significant discount for us, 40%, 50% from the current price. At verification stage or pre-verification stage, the price will be increased. That will help the investors and potential investors already to dictate the conditions where they would like to verify particular credit, and that it will help the investor to avoid unnecessary costs. This is our concept that we would like to propose for the high meeting. The system of the discounts who would like to get into carbon market. Thank you very much.
Let me pass the floor to Mr. Viktor Kovalenko, the associate partner for ESG from Ernst & Young. Please, Viktor, the floor is yours. У нас проблема, кажется, со звуком.
Seems to have an issue with the sound. Good afternoon. I was just sharing my slides, and I hope that you can see them. And I hope that they're visible now, and I hope that you can hear me and see my slides. Okay, I'll switch into Russian as I have prepared my presentation in Russian. I did not know that I'll have to speak English. I would like to speak more about the things that have been mentioned by previous speakers. The things which we call voluntary carbon markets. And carbon units, projects arising on these markets. As the time is pressing, I'll take efforts to reduce my presentation, and I believe that you may get the slides from the organizers, and I'll miss certain slides from my presentation. Actually, the question that we have in the market, we have international markets, and international market has not started yet. I don't believe that it exists. Something has been adopted in Glasgow, and we have international trade of units. It is still not available. We are talking about regulating market and voluntary market. It is clear from carbon units that regulated markets is as the units that arise within the quota established by the regulator, and the need for emitters to buy the difference between the emissions that they actually produce and the quota which is established by the regulator. At voluntary market, we have carbon units, which in principle includes the volume of abatement of GHG, which is reached within the project on decrease of GHG emissions in accordance with proper standards, criteria, and requirements. Or it is a project on absorption of GHG gases from atmosphere, and these volumes are transferred to the number of carbon units. So we can say for regulated market, this is a bottom-up to-bottom approach, which has been specified in NDC of the country. So within this frame of this objective, the state establishes certain quotas, and we have to, and the emitters have to operate within these quotas. And voluntary market is bottom-up approach. Mostly the demand for carbon units is caused with the fact that companies and corporations set certain commitments on reduction of its impact on climate, and in voluntary markets, the companies can get certain amounts of offsets or carbon units that they need to demonstrate their reductions, including producing carbon neutral products and get certain premiums with regard of these products. Most often, this approach, which is practiced by metal producers, green copper, green steel, green zinc, and so on. So as the climate project at voluntary market could be produced as climate-related project and carbon units can be produced, there are certain principles. I'll not discover the America. These principles are available on the screen. The project should be compliant with these principles. A very important principle is complementarity principle. The carbon units gained as a result of the project should be complementary to the units that would exist if this project is not implemented. If we're talking about market, will not explain, will explain where is the sense of our project idea, risks, ideas, effects, and so on. We developed a detailed design of the project with methodology allowing us to assess the volume of reduction or absorption of emissions and how we can ensure and provide the monitoring of this process, how we can prove compliance with this complementarity principle, and then we have a validation of the project. Independent experts would check this design, and then we are implementing the projects, and the third party comes and does its verification. They check what is actually achieved as a result of the project, and that we really produce a reduction of emissions or the absorption, and it is compliant with the statements. So then carbon unit is issued in accordance with international standards, and then we have a procurement of it as a tool. Previous speakers has also touched upon the standards existing at international voluntary carbon markets. We have the whole list of them. We have a survey, and if you would like, you may load it down from the website, but there are 6 main standards, including key standards too. These are verified carbon standards and gold standard that takes the lion's share of the market and which are the most popular. They are different to each other, but still a verified carbon standard does not establish a certain social or environmental additional requirements to the project. It is focused exactly on carbon effects, reduction of emissions or absorptions of emissions. Gold standard at the same time establishes the requirement with regard of SDGs that the climate-related project has to comply. This project has both to contribute to goal 13, but should be also aimed to achieve at least 2 sustainable development goals. Actually, it is oriented to by ecological affairs. The voluntary market is growing. On the screen, you see the information on emitted carbon units, on their redemption. The market is growing, but it is not growing as fast as regulated markets. But here I would like to add a little bit about the price, but the growth of markets plays for the prices and for market growth. But we have to know that globally we have a lot of national and sub-regional markets for carbon units, and many of them are regulated. And actually, the use of carbon units from voluntary carbon markets can be permitted at regulated markets. This is one of the key drivers of this market. This is one of the key trends at voluntary markets. It is an attempt to connect regulated markets and voluntary markets. So within regulated markets, it could be possible to offset the carbon units which are bought at voluntary markets as a compensation or as the offsets of own commitments on quotas and so on. For instance, if we take projects and units emitted in accordance with verified carbon standards and gold standards, they can be accounted at Colombia and South Africa within the framework of commitment on carbon tax at regulated markets of these countries. And also, if we have an initiative for aviation within IATA, it is an initiative called CORSE that also includes our ECARIS. It is a scheme of compensation for abatement of GHG emissions in aviations, and so within this scheme, carbon units are accepted, which are certified on VCS and gold standards at voluntary carbon markets. These are the most important areas. So at the voluntary carbon markets, we observe significant prevalence of the projects related to absorption of emissions due to forestation projects and use of land and renewables. And this is visible from the scales. They are prevailing, they are taking leading positions, but still inside the standards, we can observe variation among sectoral scope of mechanisms and the projects which are produced in accordance with the standards, but mostly it's forest, land use, and renewables. Less we observe energy efficiency, garbage processing, sustainable waste management, and so on. The things that I have mentioned, unfortunately, at voluntary markets, the prices are significantly lower than at regulated markets, and they are identified with the type of the project and their reliability. But what is important and why we're talking about it, even with these prices, voluntary carbon markets can add additional economy and economic sense to implement climate and carbon-related projects, including Kazakhstan. One thing, when a company is trying to implement a forestry project so as to decrease the emissions of CO2 or to absorb CO2 or GHGs in the country. And as a result of that, the company wills to get some economic sense of this project. Now, voluntary market could give this economic sense or partial recovery on the possibility to sell these carbon units as this market. And the idea is, if we talk about Kazakhstan, then the state can think. So as within cost as ETS, we can accept carbon units issued at voluntary carbon markets. And if these units are issued in the projects in the territory of the country, so reduction of emissions will happen in Kazakhstan, and that will help those companies and organizations who are implementing these projects, and that would add more economy to the projects. Victor, sorry, we are a little bit behind the schedule.
Let me thank each and everyone who shared their precious time with us, diving into interesting topic of carbon credit and offsets, and I wish that today's information and the efforts of the speakers would definitely fuel some thoughts and maybe a conversation amongst, be it on your work, on your offices, in your committees for ESG initiatives, be it on your investment committees, and I wish each and everyone a good health and have a good day ahead. Thank you very much, and special thanks for our speakers as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Спасибо.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our session about central bank learning through cooperation. My name is Mark Cousin. I am the Executive Director of the Reinventing Bretton Woods Committee. It's a think tank that has been established more than 20 years ago, in fact, to build a dialogue among policymakers, central banks, academic, private sector, on trying to improve the global financial architecture. So I would like first to thank our organizer, AIFC, for this annual conference. That was quite impressive as we cover many discussions over the last few days, and particularly to discuss exactly what is missing in Central Asia and what can be done here to try to enhance central bank cooperation. Is there a rationale for it? What should be the modalities? And in order to do that, we have an excellent panel. Unfortunately, our colleagues are not with us, but they are with us online, and they are coming from different parts of the world. Let me first introduce them to you, and after I will ask them to speak around 8 minutes, and we will go for a round of questions and answers. So, welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us from different parts of the world. First, Aliya Moldabekova, she's the Deputy Governor of the National Bank of Kazakhstan. Welcome and thank you for coming. Armen Nurbekian is the Director of the Macroeconomics Directorate from the Central Bank of Armenia. Armen, good afternoon to you. We have also Carl Johansson, he's a co-chair of Eurasia Economic Center, if I'm not mistaken, no? And last but not least, Victoria Nugger, who is a principal economist from the Inter-American Development Bank, and she's coordinating an important network among central banks in Latin America on greening the financial system, and she will tell us more about this. So one of the key takeaways and one of the key questions that we ask our panelists today, we were at the annual meeting of the Bank for International Settlement. This is an international organization that brings together all central banks around the world. And I was struck by the fact that there was few central banks governors coming from Central Asia. So maybe there is something already a case to be made that maybe there is a way to enhance first central bank cooperation in Central Asia. These countries are, of course, some of them landlocked countries. And what we can clearly see that maybe the process of central bank cooperation in terms of research, in terms of exchanging information, is not as developed as we can see in other parts of the world. So one of my first questions that I would like to address the panelists, do they see a rationale for enhancing central bank cooperation in Central Asia? Number one. Number two, if this is the case, what should be the modalities? What should be also the type of research that they would like to conduct among themselves, but also to try to do it with also the academic community and think tank in the region. So without further ado, why don't we start first with Deputy Governor Aliya Moldabekova to provide us maybe some input on her side, and what do we see is missing in Central Asia today? And we will go after to Armen. Deputy Governor, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Udan. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, first of all, it is a great pleasure to be the part of this panel discussion. And I hope that Astana Finance Days will bring a lot of good communications to each participant. Mr. Udan, thank you very much. I think you highlighted some very kind of interesting topic to discuss. As we may know, and as we can see from our own experience, central banks community is the special community. And I think it is a very good level of cooperation and exchanging the views between the central bank, both in a regional and in a global basis. Of course, we know that there are a lot of places for us to make a good discussions, including IMF meetings in Washington, regional seminars, direct communication, technical assistance, etc., etc. So we think that central banks, because there are a lot of common things in their monetary policy, responsibility for the financial stability. There are a lot of common topics to discuss and to exchange views. Coming back to your question regarding the regionality, the community of Asian Central Bank, here I would like to stress that, yes, because the landlocked countries, we have a lot of common problems, but at the same time, we have different approaches because of the structure of our economies, etc., etc. But as the common sense, the most of the central banks in our region responsible for price stability, a lot of the banks are looking for or already transmitting their monetary policy to the inflation targeting regime. So this is the very common and very hot topic for our communication and collaboration. But at the same time, I already mentioned that because of the differences in the structure of our economies, there is no one common approach to be kind of implemented. And in this case, we think that it is extremely important to use the experience, technical assistance, capacity development from other central banks outside of the regions of our region, kind of to implement the policies more or less kind of considerable within the particular economy. So in this case, my point is that we shouldn't kind of limit ourselves by only focusing on the regional cooperation. So we really would need to bring the best international practices to the region. And I think the best example of what I'm trying to say, this is the Regional Capacity Development Center, which was opened in Almaty. Because of the pandemic, because of the restrictions, unfortunately, we didn't open the center physically, only virtually, but hopefully we are expecting the physical opening of the center in November this year. But despite of this, since the beginning of 2021, it was a number of very good and useful seminars, video conferences on the topics that are common for the region, because this Regional Capacity Development Center includes the region of Central Asia, Caucasus, and Mongolia. So I think that's the best example of the regional cooperation. But at the same time, having in mind that this is the Capacity Development Center organized by IMF, we have this ability to share, to bring the best experience from the globe. So the best specialists from other central banks, including our colleagues from IMF, come and teach the local specialists. So that's, I guess, the best example that I wanted to mention.
Thank you very much. We come back to you later on for a couple of comments and questions, but let's continue our conversation and may ask Armen. Armen, please.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good morning, probably to some of us, and it's indeed a great pleasure.
Для меня большая честь участвовать в этом форуме, хотя я, к сожалению, онлайн, но я здесь вижу, что форум идет очень хорошо. И я бы хотел подтвердить то, что говорила госпожа Молдобекова, что парадоксально наилучший образ регионального сотрудничества — это мышление на глобальном уровне. И это очень важный момент, потому что вызовы глобальны.
I'll touch upon the research agenda of the Central Bank of Armenia, so you can also see what are the commonalities. But I think given the challenges, and I don't think the number of challenges is going down, there is no way to get out of this unless you really think on a global level and target excellence. And openness is a very important part of this particular thing. So I completely agree with that point. Now, in terms of the Central Bank of Armenia's research agenda, our research agenda is based on our strategy, and the main pillars of the research agenda is first, a digital agenda. which is the digital financial system. I'll talk a bit about the what are the bottlenecks there. Second one, of course, monetary and macroprudential policies. And here, I don't think the world is boring. There was a time that monetary policy was considered to get more and more boring. Everything was going to digital. Fortunately or unfortunately, monetary policy is not boring anymore. So I will also touch upon a couple of points where I think there is a significant room for development. And of course, the third point, which is connected to the digital agenda, but basically the CBDC, which I wanted to mention as a separate central bank digital currency, is a separate topic. Now, in terms of the digital financial system, the important thing there is that we see more and more that the world is becoming more digitized. All the questions about what is going to be the financial system, how are the banks going to react to the digital world, these questions are out there. But in Armenia, Central Bank of Armenia, made a decision that, in any kind of circumstance, the fundamental infrastructure, digital infrastructure, is key. So the robustness and the resilience is key, and so that is why now Central Bank of Armenia and the government of Armenia together are investing into basically the sound digital ID, interoperability of data, and cybersecurity pillars, which will enable whatever future we see. It will basically give a fundamental notion to that, because what we saw, because you don't have that infrastructure, all the individual agents in the financial system have to invest heavily in this infrastructure. But at the end of the day, you get a piecemeal solutions, no interoperability, and then consumer protection becomes a problem, because the data eventually is not owned by consumers, and consumer protection is a very important part for the Central Bank of Armenia. So I think digital IDs and digital financial infrastructure is an absolute key. In terms of monetary policy, Central Bank of Armenia adopted inflation targeting regime officially in 2006, and one of the key aspects that we see now is that the monetary policy around the world, and we just undergone an external review on this, and there are two actually important things that we're going to invest in. One, the decision making under uncertainty is a very important point, because as COVID showed, and as the recent event showed, having just one baseline scenario just doesn't make sense anymore. So if you have one baseline scenario, and based on your decisions on that scenario, very hard to make any decision. That is why it's very important that we have framework where you can actually communicate with more than one scenarios, and also base your policy response more on risk management as a important part of the monetary policy, rather than just reacting to the central scenario. So this is a key development that we want to do. Second is it's a bit more technical, but I think important to mention is that we think that approach of having monetary policy rules, that also has to be reconsidered, and we need to look at the loss function, where basically one of the important aspects of monetary policy making for the central bankers is to look at the loss of the loss function, where you always balance between the aggregate demand and inflation. And importantly, important part of the job is to make sure that economy is steered away from so-called dark corners, as Olivier Blanchard coined it, his famous speech. So the point being, again, in many cases, central bank may not work on monetary policy as a based on a baseline scenario, but look at the dark corners, and part of the policy would be to avoid these possible dark corners. Currently, a good example is, of course, higher inflation expectations. We know that credibility is at stake now of all the central banks around the world, and the world where credibility is getting lower and lower, and inflation expectations are getting de-anchored. This is indeed a dark corner, which I think should be avoided. And by the way, BIS latest report, Mark, I think underlined that issue really well. The last point that I also wanted to mention is the consumer protection. I mentioned one point of the consumer protection, which has to do with the decision that Central Bank of Armenia made, which is that in the financial system, data is the owner. The people are the owner of their data, and banks, in the medium term, have to adhere to the principles, and the competition should be opened. But because Central Bank of Armenia is also responsible for financial literacy, an important rethink there, we see increasingly more important the behavioral part of the policy. So we think the policy has to be behaviorally informed. We have been investing a lot before into having many workshops, increasing the literacy of the people. Continuously, our research shows that you can, in a short run, increase the knowledge of people, increasingly difficult to change the behavior. And so I think the whole framework has to be fundamentally rethought. I think, so the last point is, of course, the CBDCs. We are looking at the CBDCs right now. Until end of the year, we'll be publishing our sort of the policy paper of decision and modalities of, if we want to have a CBDC or no. If yes, in what ways? I think the answer is far from being obvious. One thing is obvious: we need to have capacities if the world goes towards that direction. And I think the key elephant in the room, and this is where cooperation is very important, the interoperability and international dimension of CBDC, I think, is just absent, and nobody knows what's going to happen. So I think this is a big question mark for all of us. So I think I used most of my time, Mark. I'll stop here, and we'll be glad to answer any questions later on. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Armen, for this comprehensive remark and also the comprehensive research agenda. Let's go now to Carl. Carl, over to you, please.
Now you can hear me, yeah? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, thank you. So on behalf of the Greater Eurasia Research Center, we are delighted to be part of this conversation. I think the issues that Aliyah and Arman have raised are issues, and we recognize one, is that it needs a global perspective. That is, you can't operate in any of these issues and any of the technical discussions without a knowledge and connectivity to global issues and to a global network. And secondly, a recognition that indeed the economies and the businesses are unique in some fashion. So clearly the issues around digital issues, policy issues, and currency issues are critical. What we see the opportunity is to provide that global linkage. So the center is working with HKUST in Hong Kong, together with the University of Chicago, in developing resources and networks. So specifically, what we see is the opportunity to have a multidisciplinary network of academics, practitioners, and policy experts, and to use the information and knowledge, not just in Central Asia and the Caucasus, but as well on other institutions and groups as IMF and ADB. Secondly, is to focus on capacity building and knowledge in programs and support that help. Clearly, knowledge helps bring about the management of risk. It may not change behavior, but at least identifies the critical areas that need to get looked at and provides support. The second is looking at online opportunities, which has already started, as noted in Astana and Almaty and elsewhere, but to expand that and to develop a base for further cooperation. And I think Victoria will give us an example of what happened in South America. But clearly, as you noted earlier, Mark, that sometimes there's a lack of representation from this part of the world. But what we've seen now, particularly with the global economy in a relatively unstable situation and the emergence of different geopolitical groupings, it requires us within this part of the world to look at these things in a different way and bring in a network and resources. So that's what we see the opportunity working with the Astana International Financial Center and bringing in resources from other parts of the world to help address some of these issues. So I think just to keep the conversation going, we can come back to it later on, but maybe Victoria now can share some more practical input.
Thank you, Carl. Thank you very much. I'm going to give the floor to Victoria, but before I give the floor to Victoria, you are principal economist at the Inter-American Development Bank. And if I look at Latin America, I will also argue that, yes, you have already some other research centers. You have the BIS Latin American office that do and cover central banks in Latin America. You have also the Technical Assistance Research Center from the IMF that I think is based in the Caribbean, but still, you were able, through the IDB leadership, to establish a network of central banks in Latin America. And maybe you can explain to our audience and to our counterpart here in Central Asia what was clearly the rationale of this network, how this network has been involved, because it seems to me that you have been involving numerous academics to provide independent research to central banks. So I think this is a very interesting point to showcase to our colleague from central banks here that there is maybe a potential opportunity to establish something that doesn't rely only on international institutions like the IMF, Technical Assistance Center here in Almaty, or the BIS, that you have maybe the need to deepen your cooperation with think tanks in Central Asia, with academics in Central Asia, that when you go to the IMF meeting, when you go to the BIS, you come up also with maybe upgraded research and you develop also your own local expertise, you know. So Victoria, maybe if you can give us your experience here for our audience and our other counterpart here. Over to you. Thank you.
Hi, Mark. Hi, everyone. Good morning from now in Mexico. So good morning from Mexico. So thanks a lot for the invitation. So going to the part of the rationale, why do we exist when we have, like, you know, as Mark was saying, the BIS here in Mexico, we also have SEMLA here in Mexico for, like, you know, the whole region. And so basically, I think it's because we provide more flexibility and we are demand driven by the central banks. So I'm a researcher at the IDB, but I'm also a team leader of this network that we call Financial Stability and Development Network, that right now we have 10 central banks actually most of the central banks in South America, part of this network. And it actually was created by a demand of the central banks. So they asked the IDB to create this opportunity of, like, you know, of this environment where they could discuss stuff in a more flexible and, let's say, I would say less bureaucratic, like, you know, institution. So we are very demand driven in the sense, like, you know, the Central Bank of Peru comes and asks us, oh, we are interested on thinking on a course, like, you know, building capacity on this topic. Who would you recommend as professor? So we hire that professor. If it's another topic, we go, like, you know, we have variety of topics, and we have, like, you know, this part of, so we don't want to compete with SEMLA or BIS or the IMF. That's, like, you know, for sure, we are all cooperating, but we also function as, like, you know, complements to these central banks. So, for example, you know, the BIS has these annual networks where, like, you know, they point the topic. And so every central bank has to do research on that topic. So we might be able to provide capacity building on that topic. We might be able to continue with the agenda that was created. So, for example, so I have a little presentation, but I think I'm going to skip it. I'm just going to tell you, like, you know, we have like 3 main points of our network. And these 3, like, you know, boxes, as we want to call it, are like policy dialogues, which we maintain a regular and well-informed policy dialogue discussing topics of current relevance to improve the mutual understanding and policy responses to the regional challenges. And here I think the regional part is very, very important, because the central banks wants to talk with what is going on, like, you know, in their neighbor country. How are they dealing with, like, you know, the same challenges? I mean, these are economies that are, like, you know, they are very different, like on many aspects, but on some other aspects are extremely similar, like, you know, labor informality levels, financial inclusion, financial literacy. So these economies need to talk to see how they are dealing with this, with these challenges, and how they are, like, you know, doing their monetary policy more efficient, given all this context. And so this regional part is very important. We might, I mean, we usually invite, like, you know, central banks from Europe or, like, you know, from like the US or Mexico, because, like, you know, it's very important to have also their perspective, but they also need to have the regional dialogue. They also need to talk with banks that are facing the similar questions in a context that is very similar to theirs. And so I think the global part is very important, as you were all saying, but also the regional aspect of it. We need to continue thinking about it. It's not that we need to move to I think we need to move to the global aspect right away. They might have best practices in another countries, but also you have to learn from your neighbors so you can do more efficient policies. So that was like the policy dialogue. Then we have the capacity building and training, whereas, we also have flow of some data, we create some data set and we share them among the central banks with data that might not be actually published in the central banks. But the good news is that, some of the databases that we created are now becoming public. So that's a good news. They start sharing with the other central banks in the network, and they decided why don't we do it public? The Central Bank of Brazil has it public, we don't. Why don't we start to publish it? So I think that's very good. Very good outcome of sharing data. And then we have a third box that is research. And we are building a common research agenda and knowledge dissemination. And something different. So we partner with the Journal of International Economics in the past, to create a special issue, to invite the best researchers in the world, to talk about stuff that are related for the region. That's about to come. But we also need to think that these central banks are very different, and the human resources that every central bank is different. So this year, we would like to have it for more than 1 year. Our funds are expiring, so have some limitations there. But the idea is each central bank has their limitations, so we are going to support the way they are. We don't want to publish the best research of the area, because maybe that's 1 or 2 central banks, but we want to push every central bank to create a working paper that is the best that they could do. And we know, capacities are very different. So we want, one one professor that is gonna, support them, and they're gonna take, the best of them. And I think that's working very well. And every central bank was very happy, especially, the smallest one and the ones that have less human resources and less time to spend on these topics, because there are fewer people. And so, I work at the central bank, but you guys know much better than I do that, you start working on something, but as a researcher, but they need you for other stuff, because of course, right now, monetary policy is getting much more interesting and it's not boring kind of anymore. So we need to provide answers right away to different topics. And so the research time assigned to you might be changing all the time. So you also need to align there the incentives between your research, the research that you're pushing, and what the central bank is relevant. So if the central bank think that research is relevant, I'm sure you're gonna have time to spend on that research project. And that's something that actually we have been facing for some central banks, that they like this project, they wanted to support it, but it wasn't relevant anymore for the policy discussion that the central bank was facing, and so the project drops. But if you have a correct alignment between what you are supporting inside your bank, that project might continue, and you have the advice of a great professor that is actually discussing with your researchers about this topic. And I think the discussion at the end of the day for monetary policy becomes much more interesting. So I stop here, but happy to continue talking afterwards.
Victoria, if I may, before I give the floor back to our colleagues here, I see that your network is now called Greening the Financial System, no? So is it you research? Please.
Not yet. We ask for resources.
Okay.
We ask for resources. We see if we're going to be able to get them. So no, that's not official yet.
That will be the next frontier of research, hopefully, for you and your colleagues, in terms of climate change and how central banks should be thinking about financial stability issues and so on. why don't I get back to our colleagues here? Armen, you want to comment on maybe Victoria experience, and do you see here something that can be done also in your, because I think what I think is important here is not, to replicate, I will say, what the IMF is doing, what the technical assistance centers are doing. I think it's also to bring back the Central Asia regional dimension. As you said, you have, cooperation among yourselves, but we never see when we go to the IMF, an academic or central bank or providing the view coming from Central Asia. Of course, your countries are different, but as you said, you are dealing with global problems. So even having, emerging, economists from your region, that I think I see a potential here. That's why I think it will be good to pursue the conversation. Amen.
I think Victoria's points are excellent, and indeed, the one thing, for example, the very first point that Victoria mentioned, which is the policy dialogue platform. Right now, this is an extremely relevant topic because the countries in the region are facing similar shocks. There is also regional global shock. We have all experienced very turbulent last 3-4 months. And even the question, how is everybody dealing with the issue, is very important. Like, for example, in Armenia, exchange rate depreciated by 15% after, in the beginning of March, and now it's actually appreciated by 20%. And the question is, all these countries face the same roller coaster or no? How are we doing, in terms of doing so? I think this policy dialogue point is excellent. Of course, both Ms. Moldabekova and I sit on the SICAMTAC board, which is the IMF's regional assistance center, which is also based in the Almaty. And then, of course, I don't think there's a replication issue. So I think this policy dialogue point is absolutely essential. So it can be done. Now, second point, which I think I would also agree, part of being relevant, I think the reason, the best reason to be relevant is because you can produce high quality stuff. I think that's the best way to be relevant. And research and data are two very good ways of doing it. And I think data sharing, especially the micro data that all of our countries have, can be a very good way to attract good researchers and working on this particular issue. So I think both are very good point. And finally, the third, I think the last point I wanted to mention is, I think in the central bank, you really see high quality research whenever it's really connected to a real policy issue. So whenever it is not connected to a good policy issue, I think it's a bit of a, you can always spend lots of resources, bring big names, but very limited impact. So that's why I think, the policy dialogue is the first fundamental sort of the building block, where you can recognize what are the issues that everybody have, and then you can, on top of it, start more of a, basically more serious data sharing and research agenda issue. And right now, I think, for example, the same exchange rate, FX interventions, and all these issues, and they're always relevant. In Latin America, they're very relevant. They're relevant everywhere. And I think this is a good policy agenda to pursue. So I think Victoria covered it very well. I agree. So maybe we should start, at least meeting once a year and just discussing what are we up to.
Thank you, Armen. Why don't we go now to Alia, please, if you have any comments coming from Victoria presentations and insight.
Yes, thank you very much. I also wanted to highlight that Victoria raised a very important, very good topic, and I wanted to elaborate a little bit what Victoria and Armen said. I totally agree with the point that we need to develop policy dialogue between the neighbors. And here, as Armen mentioned, it would be great to meet at least once a year to use, let's say, think tank methodology. And I would like to highlight the issues that could be very relevant to the region. First, of course, monetary policy issues. We are facing the consequences of tightening the monetary policy. We are facing the high level of inflation and inflation expectations. So, of course, it is the hot topic to discuss within the region. Also, it is very important to understand that as the region, we need to discuss more general things. For example, attraction the foreign investors, foreign investments to the region. Another issue, financial stability, the kind of the stability of financial institutions in the region, the potential improvements that we could do in our prudential policy, in the policy of our regulators, etc. So I think these are very important issues that could be and should be discussed on the regional level and further on developed on a more kind of a global level. And in this case, as Armin mentioned, historically, central banks have very good capacity building teams, research teams. In this case, sharing the views, sharing the results, I don't know, of the experience of, let's say, stress testing, etc., could be really very useful, taking into account that the situation globally and in the region is a very volatile one.
Thank you. Carl, please. You are muted.
All right. I'm all right now. It's kind of like being in Mexico. I mean, a little bit colder. So, you know, the points made, I think, are very relevant in that given the volatility that's going on in the world, but also as well as in Central Asia and the Caucasus, the informal communication, and in particular, Armin mentioned the collection of data and databases that can be accessed, particularly by a wider group. And so I think that is something that we're looking at in the research center with HK and with Chicago is how do we build a platform that allows access and obviously security, but gives us data so that we can have better insights, because a lot of that is getting the data at the right time and in the right place. So I think the points are well made. I think the informal connectivity is important. Structures and other things, you know, are there. But I think opening up communication and dialogue, and what we can do is really support whatever initiatives in Central Asia and the Caucasus, and particularly providing outside resources from either Europe or the US to come in periodically together with IMF and ADB and others. So it's a cooperative effort on an informal basis that gets the quality of data such that we can really make a difference when the research and policy discussions are made.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you, all of us. I think I will conclude with giving you maybe just an outside perspective and give you the example of something that's been created in Europe called the CEPR. The CEPR is called the Center for European Policy Research. That's been established more than 30 years ago by Richard Portes. And what they have done over many years was they built a group of academics, researchers, and built special program on international macroeconomics and monetary policy. And this group of academics have been working closely with central banks, so they were able, you know, over the years, you know, to organize with different central banks from Europe, you know, special programming on topics that were very relevant from central banks. And now this network has been well established. And in fact, because as Victoria said, you know, this is driven demand. If there is a demand from central banks, this network has been working very closely with all central banks in Europe on very important paper on monetary policy, on international economics. So I think something along this line can be a very good model for Central Asia. I think coming from the academic community in Central Asia, being able to provide also, you know, suggestion to central bank on policy that has been, I mean, the term of policies and term of topics has been very well described by our two representatives from central banks. I think now we need to identify here in Central Asia, you know, the expertise coming from the academic and to build this network that I believe will be quite relevant for central banks. And I will also suggest to our colleague from central banks, you know, You all been invited to Jackson Hole, you know, the important conference organized by the Federal Reserve. A couple of years ago, the ECB decided to do something similar, and now they have the ECB Sintra. So I will suggest to you to organize something similar for Central Asia, because that will help you to set up this policy dialogue, but of course to invite the important central bank from advanced countries, because we are all, you know, taker of monetary policy coming from the Federal Reserve or ECB. So that will create also, which I think is relevant to all of you, Central Asia identity, because you are part of Central Asian Caucasus, but also realizing that you share many things together, and particularly the major new challenges that all central banks are facing, you know, the inflation restart and the implication of that inflation for the world and for monetary policy. On this, I would like to thank all of you for participating to this session. Thank you for joining online, and we hope that AIFC, who is behind this initiative, will welcome you face-to-face soon in Kazakhstan, Armenia, or other part of the region. Victoria, thank you very much, because you are providing some very good input coming from other parts of the world. And we look forward to see the next step of this initiative coming from AIFC and Carl. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
Yeah.
We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share.
Это что такое? Да не игра. Вот это. Возможно, вы думаете, что виза — это просто банковские карты. А что, если я скажу, что название, которое вы видите повсюду, это больше, чем просто надпись? Виза — это сеть. Она помогает людям переводить деньги отсюда вот сюда. И помогает этому парню работать онлайн, чтобы он мог продать джинсы, находясь да хоть бы на этой горе. Это волшебство, которое остается за кадром, но может объединить всех со всеми. Эта сеть позволяет взглянуть на мир свежим взглядом за утренней чашкой кофе и меняет точку зрения на то, что делает бизнес бизнесом. Виза — это сеть, которая может объединить всех. Там, где вам нужно быть. Там, куда вы мечтаете попасть. Там, где вы заслуживаете быть. Эта сеть — ключ к исполнению мечты. Ведь виза каждый день открывает двери по всему миру, чтобы коммерция объединяла нас всех. Виза — сеть, которая работает для каждого.
Мир стремительно развивается. Ежедневно растет потребность человечества в ресурсах. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ENG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. Наша группа – лидер по производству высокоуглеродистого феррохрома, ведущий производитель меди и кобальта, один из крупнейших поставщиков железной руды, глинозема и алюминия в странах СНГ. Группа поддерживает глобальные инициативы по продвижению зеленой экономики и развитию альтернативных источников электроэнергии. ENG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. Сегодня ENG в Казахстане – это треть горно-металлургического комплекса страны. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. Благодаря деятельности группы более 150 тысяч казахстанцев обеспечены работой. ENG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ENG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Будучи флагманом горно-металлургической промышленности государства, ENG также играет важную роль в повышении экспортного потенциала Казахстана. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. ENG – это прежде всего одна большая команда. Дружная, сплоченная и профессиональная. Единство наших сотрудников, их ответственность перед компанией и местными сообществами, а также инновационный потенциал обеспечивают безопасность производства, эффективность инвестиций и долгосрочное развитие ENG как лидера горно-металлургической отрасли в Казахстане и мире. Так, ENG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
Huawei – ведущий мировой поставщик информационных коммуникационных решений, использует новые технологии в диверсифицированных бизнес-моделях, повышая их ценность для наших заказчиков. Новая, подвижная, гибкая и безопасная платформа ИКТ обеспечивает нашим клиентам простой и быстрый переход к цифровым технологиям во всех отраслях.
You'll find Talan Tower's Executive Hub serviced offices in the business and administrative center of the capital. They're part of an elite business complex rated International Class A. We have everything you need right here. Comfortable lounge areas, state-of-the-art presentation equipment, and recreation areas with real and unique character. We set new standards in all-inclusive service. Everything here is tailored to your needs and to helping you succeed. And that includes the view. Detailed information on the website.
В самом сердце столицы Казахстана
Компания «Алдар» создала современный многофункциональный комплекс, крупнейший в стране. Абу-Даби Плаза – место притяжения людей и бизнеса, эпицентр столицы и украшение панорамы города. Абу-Даби Плаза стал ярким продолжением серии успешных проектов компании «Алдар». Абу-Даби Плаза – это многофункциональный комплекс с единой инфраструктурой для работы, отдыха и комфортной жизни. Торговый центр связывает воедино все здания комплекса. Живая атмосфера, центральное расположение, уникальные дизайнерские решения, форматы и всемирно известные бренды делают его привлекательным как для шопинга, так и для бизнеса. Жилой комплекс дарит возможность насладиться жизнью в столице, живя и работая с комфортом в самом сердце Нур-Султана. Отель «Шератон» предоставляет жителям и гостям столицы первоклассное обслуживание, а также все необходимое для проведения деловых встреч и мероприятий на самом высоком уровне. Знаковая локация офисных площадей Абу-Даби Плаза, престиж и масштабность проекта делают комплекс идеальным местом для открытия представительства международных корпораций и активно развивающегося казахстанского бизнеса. Свободная планировка офисных пространств, подземный паркинг на 4000 автомобилей и продуманная инфраструктура. Здесь все предусмотрено для успеха вашего бизнеса. Почувствуйте пульс и ритм города вместе с Абу-Даби Плаза.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to today's panel on assessing investment attractiveness of Kazakhstan. My name is Enid Lee, and I will be your moderator today. I'm a vice president in JP Morgan's Sovereign Advisory Team, where we advise sovereigns globally on credit ratings, positioning, and fiscal policy considerations. Unfortunately, Minister Kwantarov couldn't join today due to an urgent meeting with Prime Minister, but he sends his regards. I'm very honored to be joined by Vice Minister Absal Abdi Karimov of the Ministry of National Economy of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Arvind Ramakrishnan, Director at Fitch Ratings, Maximilian McGraw, Associate Director at S&P Global Ratings, and last but not least, Clément Bruneau, Research Manager at the Harvard Growth Lab. Max and Arvind have covered Kazakhstan extensively for S&P and Fitch, while Clement is leading a research team on Kazakhstan's new growth model and diversification opportunities. I'm very excited to hear from the experts today, and we will spend the next 50 minutes on a range of different topics, including Kazakhstan's rating drivers, reform progress, and investment trends and policies. So without further ado, let's get started. I'd like to start the discussion with a question on Kazakhstan's credit ratings. Kazakhstan is currently rated at BBB with a stable outlook by Fitch and BBB minus with a stable outlook by S&P. And I'd like to start with S&P's view. So Max, you have covered Kazakhstan extensively for S&P. Could you please share your views regarding the key drivers for Kazakhstan's ratings? For instance, what are some of the key credit strengths and challenges that you see?
Thank you very much, Enid. My name is Maximilian McGraw. I'm a sovereign analyst at S&P Global. And thank you to the AIFC, the organizers, and the Vice Minister for hosting this forum today and inviting me. So we last affirmed our BBB minus sovereign rating on Kazakhstan in April, and the outlook is stable. So the two key strengths of the rating are the government's fiscal position and the economy's external position. Government debt is modest at just under 30% of GDP. Government assets more than cover this, placing the government in a net asset position of around 3% of GDP. And we believe prudent fiscal planning will sustain this net asset position over our forecast horizon out to 2025. So the assets were primarily built with budgetary surpluses generated during a period of high commodity prices that ended in late 2014, although we do seem to be entering a similar cycle now. And they're mostly accumulated in the national fund and invested abroad. Because they're invested and held abroad, they also support the economy's external position vis-a-vis the rest of the world. So liquid external assets of the economy more than cover the external debt, and gross external financing needs are low. The National Bank of Kazakhstan holds ample reserves, which we estimate cover about 5 months of current account payments. Now, Kazakhstan is a major oil exporter, and oil revenues have supported its fiscal and external accounts. Now, while those revenues have been beneficial, the dependence on oil does weigh on our rating assessment, as commodities are subject to price movement and price volatility, as one can imagine. So further diversifying the economy, increasing wealth levels is one of the key challenges that we see for the rating going forward. We do view the institutional governance framework in a relative basis as limiting. So the centralization of decision-making inherent in the institutional setting does cloud the predictability of government decision-making in our view, and we have seen social upheaval in the past, but we have seen government policy change to be a little more responsive to societal priorities, which is positive. We also view that weakness in the banking sector can potentially weigh on economic growth potential, monetary policy effectiveness, and the fiscal burden of the government, although we note that there has been great improvement recently in the banking sector following the asset quality review initiated by the authorities a year or two ago. Finally, while monetary policy was previously a weakness of the rating, we have seen a steady improvement in the recent years. Dollarization levels have decreased, interventions in the FX market have decreased. The national banks announced plans to withdraw from state support programs, which should increase operational independence and help them focus on inflation targeting. So there's also been some policy improvement there as well. So I think that's overall a basic review of the rating. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you so much, Max. This is really helpful and helps to set the stage for our discussion today. And next, I'd like to turn to Arvind. Arvind, you have recently concluded Fitch's review on Kazakhstan, and it was the first in-person review since the pandemic. So is there anything you'd like to add on the credit story? And for instance, I'm interested to know, how has Kazakhstan fared compared to its peers during the pandemic?
Yeah, thank you very much, Enid, both for the invitation and also for your question. So firstly, with regard to Kazakhstan's performance during the pandemic, from a ratings perspective, Kazakhstan was actually quite resilient. And indeed, I would echo what Maximilian said, that the fiscal and the external positions of Kazakhstan, especially the external position, is quite an important rating strength for the credit, for the sovereign. Yeah, and also the debt levels are quite low, and that did not really change during the 2.5 years or so of the pandemic. So we had Kazakhstan at BBB stable throughout the duration of the pandemic, and of course we affirmed it quite recently, that is last month. Quite comfortably at BBB stable. With regard to any other factors to consider on the credit story, I would just say that obviously, though without overstating the importance of this, governance is of course an important component of our rating model, and it's come more sharply into focus since the events of January and the subsequent government policy responses, and also more recently the referendum which was passed and the new constitution. Without going into too much detail into that, I would say that we at Fitch are watching this with an open mind, but also with caution, given that like decades of there's been perhaps decades of institutional resistance or like entrenched networks which have to be overcome in order for the reforms to succeed, both from meeting a quantitative target perspective as well as from a societal and political sustainability perspective.
Thank you so much, Arvind. And I think this is a really good segue into the next question. Now that we've heard from both Arvind and Max from the rating agency view, I'd like to switch to Clement. Clement, I understand you were in Kazakhstan recently as well. Could you talk a bit about your work there and your views on Kazakhstan's reform program? So for instance, what reforms do you think are the most significant?
Absolutely. Thank you, Enid, for your kind introduction. And most importantly, thanks to the organizers for having the Harvard Growth Lab represented in this distinguished and already very interesting panel. We indeed have currently research work ongoing with Kazakhstan. It's not a new thing. We've been looking at Kazakhstan for more than 15 years now at the Growth Lab. But we're currently engaged in much more intense, much deeper effort. That is a very applied effort to understand better, as you mentioned, the growth regime and what can be done to improve further in the future. So this is just to say that the general direction of our research is slightly more maybe fundamental, or we're not directly dealing with the fiscal position or the external position that Max was referring to. We're looking at this, especially at one of the key drivers of these two metrics, which is the underlying quantity, quality, and sustainability of growth. When it comes to Kazakhstan specifically, we're looking at, I would say, the past, the present, and the future. We're interested in the past to understand what Kazakhstan's growth engine has been. Unsurprisingly, we are looking at an oil-driven growth model where a very dynamic expansion of the oil and gas sector has fueled the growth of the country, including through the development of non-tradable service activities. At times, and my colleagues from S&P and Fitch know that way better than me, this has presented risks, and we've seen that in construction in the late 2000s, and we've seen pretty protracted issues in the banking sector since then. At the end of the day, however, our assessment is that in spite of repeated and sustained efforts by policymakers, a second an independent engine of growth, independent from the oil economy, has remained elusive. So that brings us to today, and you asked about the kind of strengths and challenges that we see Kazakhstan relying upon or facing. We see a number of strengths. One is that since August 2015, the exchange rate does not stand in the way of economic diversification anymore. We find that that relative price correction, while not sufficient to ensure competitiveness in a range of other activities, is at least a necessary element for a more balanced growth path. So that's the first one. Second, we feel that some lessons have been drawn on some of the excesses of the past. The situation in banking side, while far from perfect, is much better than it has been. And if anything, some metrics actually point to large amounts of domestic capital currently sitting unused and waiting for high reward investment opportunities. Third, we also see that a number of important policies have been implemented that we think have a potential to pay off in the midterm. And here I'm thinking about infrastructure development in particular, under the general umbrella of the Nurlijol program, which is at least one attempt to tackling the connectivity issue that Kazakhstan, by definition, or because of geographic constraints that are not amenable to policy, is facing. Now, in terms of challenges, we see three areas that are, let's say, high on our agenda based on our analysis. The first one is improving further the macro financial framework. We believe that a lot has been done on trying to stabilize to mitigate, let's say, the effect of oil swings on the real economy. We believe, however, that more can be done in a more transparent way, in a more structured way, and probably there's still a little bit of space to improve the way oil revenues are managed at the national fund and government level. We also think, in terms of microfinancial framework, that there are important issues with access to finance. This is high on the agenda. However, some of the policies that have been implemented, while having some success, have also proven very distortionary, and also pose some issues, I think, as Maximilian was referring to, in terms of transmission of monetary policies or the tax issue. The second challenge we see is more broadly the question of competition, governance, and the role of state-owned enterprises. It's no secret that competition has been imperfect in Kazakhstan, but in that realm, we see very high importance in focusing on increasing the performance and the governance of state-owned enterprises. One challenge there is to ensure that these state-owned enterprises, as redefined, actually continue to play a role, a catalyst and a coordination role to drive economic diversification. So it is not about making do with state-owned enterprises. It's about repositioning them so that they can play the most possible positive role for the economy. And third, a third challenge, which is also a very structural challenge, is skills development and capability development. We know that the ambition of Kazakhstan's government, and I assume Vice Minister Abdikarimov will talk about that, is transformational. Transformational in terms of evolving Kazakhstan's industrial structure in a pretty decisive manner. For that, there's a question around the availability of human capital. And on this, to a certain extent, we feel the investment in education may have been a little bit less obvious, or at least more concentrated than what has been done, for instance, on the infrastructure side. So probably there's room to improve there. Second, at the Growth Lab, we tend to believe that specific products and specific activities require very specific skills and very specific people, and we call that capabilities. We feel that there's a lot of room, and maybe we'll have time to talk about this again later in the panel, to work on the diversification strategy and put in place policies that will favor that and maybe avoid some of the pitfalls of previous efforts. And then finally, in conclusion, you asked, I believe, how I assess or we assess government reform efforts. The short version is, I will tell you in 5 years. But joke aside, we do feel that we're in a key transition period. And in the last week, as you mentioned, we were indeed in Kazakhstan consulting with a number of private sector players, with entrepreneurs, with investors. And we do feel that on the ground there is high momentum for reform. So what policymakers could call high expectations, we call momentum. And in any case, it seems that the space of what is thinkable or what is possible in terms of policy has expanded a bit, and we find that a very positive development.
Great. Thanks so much, Clement, for taking us through your research and your findings. And it's great to hear about the reform momentum going on and very exciting developments. Next, I'd like to turn back to Arvind and Max. I had a question about the impact of geopolitical developments in the region. And how do you see the government's fiscal and monetary response during this period? So perhaps Arvind could start first this time, and then I'll be interested to hear from Max as well.
Yeah, sure, Enid. So the government's fiscal response, obviously, when the crisis in the Ukraine started with the subsequent sanctions, so it was multifold. And from the government's perspective, it seemed clear to us that it was important to restore confidence in the tenge, right? Because the tenge obviously had a big hit in the initial days of after the conflict began. So which is why we saw a sharp increase in interest rates from the monetary policy side, and we also had the policy imperative to prevent deposit flight into FX, which is why we had the preferential interest rates which were introduced for deposits which would be held for at least 1 year in the local currency. And our initial view on that is that these measures have not, have had an impact in reducing volatility. So the tenge is largely back to where it was before the conflict began. And these measures have not really impacted, in our view, the ability of the tenge to act as a shock absorber, right? On the fiscal perspective, from the fiscal perspective, of course, there was already some measure of government thinking going into place to have more of a stimulus after the unrest that we saw in January, and arguably that intensified. So we had about 1.2 trillion tenge, which has been provided as stimulus to the real economy. The effectiveness of the targeting, I suppose, still remains to be seen in terms of how that can impact, because a lot of these are, say, anti-inflation measures. Right, so we have those. So these are just some of the policy measures that we have had, and then of course on the banking sector, where the banking regulator has been trying to reduce the role of the Russian parents in the three main banks, and that is also something that we have been watching. So these are just a few of the measures which the policy measures which the government has used in response to the conflict.
Thank you so much, Arvind. And Max, do you have anything to add on this?
Sure. No, I'll add a little bit, but I think Arvind made some excellent points. So our view has been that the spillovers from the recession in Russia and the complications for Kazakhstan arising from sanctions on Russia will likely weigh on economic growth this year, slow the pace of fiscal consolidation, and increase pressure on macroeconomic stability. Now, having said that, Kazakhstan's strong government external balance sheet, as I mentioned before, are available to mitigate these external shocks to the economy. And we have seen increased stimulus measures, as Arvind discussed. And since the beginning of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, we have reviewed the rating twice, actually, and both times we've affirmed it and maintained the stable outlook. So Russia and Kazakhstan do have very close ties. We don't expect a complete decoupling at all, but given the sanctions on Russia, it does create a more difficult environment, operating environment in the region. Russia is Kazakhstan's largest trading partner. It's a key destination for non-oil exports, both part of the Eurasian Economic Union. It's a key source of investment as well. So there are some growth headwinds. Now, having said that, real GDP outturn was quite strong from January through May, 4.6%, which is ahead of our forecasts. High oil prices are supporting economic activity and the external position, which posted a surplus in the first quarter of 2022. And of course, the increased revenue from higher oil prices has offset partially this increase in government spending to support the economy. Now, all of this points to the resilience, I would say, of Kazakhstan's economy to the fallout from the Russia-Ukraine conflict.
Thank you so much, Arvind and Max. It's really helpful to hear about your insights on the policy response and also about Kazakhstan's resilience and also buffers to deal with external uncertainties. So turning on to Vice Minister. Vice Minister, thank you so much for being with us today. I saw that FDI in Kazakhstan has been promising, increasing by almost 38% in 2021, and the government recently approved the new investment policy concept of Kazakhstan until 2026. Could you share with us more about the government's investment policies and also the key priorities of the government?
Thank you, Enid. Thank you so much. First of all, I'm very pleased to join this important session today, and I would like to welcome the other speakers and participants as well. Indeed, over the past year and a half, we've seen a gradual increase in investment activity in Kazakhstan. Total volume of investment in fixed assets for the last 5 months of this year amounted to 4.6 trillion tenge, which is 2.5% more than the same period of last year. The main driver of investment growth was actually manufacturing industry, showing an increase of 52%. FDI, as you mentioned, last year was increased by almost 38% and amounted to almost $24 billion. In the context of industries, I would like to point out that the largest increase in foreign direct investments was in agricultural sector, like increase about 2.8 times, and also information and communications industry increased by 80%, 65% increase we see in the manufacturing industry. Last week, last week government approved the new investment policy concept of Kazakhstan until 2026. This document was widely discussed with stakeholders, business community, and especially with active involvement of the World Bank. There are 3 key strategic directions of the concept. First direction is the further development of investment ecosystem, which focuses on the formation of a transparent and predictable investment policy. Second direction is to promote investment activity in the private sector by creating an unrestricted and stable access to a market and starting the business. Third direction is unleashing the investment potential of the economy. This includes development of manufacturing industry and service sector, capital amnesty, subject to their return back to the Kazakh economy, simplification of bankruptcy procedures, transfer of Kazakh companies from foreign jurisdiction and offshore zones to IFC jurisdiction and others. Manufacturing industry will become the main driver of increasing competitiveness of the economy. Key emphasis is placed on the growth of labor productivity, increasing the volume and complexity of exports, development of new productions of higher grade products, and localization of production. At the same time, state support will be concentrated on mainly on the implementation of high-tech capital-intensive projects. Here I would like to point out that state participation will prevail in social projects that are strategic and important for the stability of society, like social facilities, transport, infrastructure, defense capabilities, etc. Last but not least, the government pays special attention to the implementation of ESG principles in our investment policy as one of the important elements of sustainable development growth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice Minister, and we look forward to seeing the continued progress in investment. So now I'd like to shift gears a bit. Oil prices have risen significantly, which should be supportive for commodity producers, but playing devil's advocate, sometimes questions may be raised about whether high oil prices could potentially derail reform efforts. So Clement, I have a question for you, and I know you touched upon diversification earlier. I was interested in your views about Kazakhstan's diversification efforts, and do you have any suggestions?
Yes, thank you. Indeed, the diversification effort is key, as we were mentioning earlier, in charting a growth path that is less dependent on hydrocarbons and hence probably more sustainable, less volatile, and at the end of the day, conducive to higher creditworthiness of the sovereign, of the government of Kazakhstan, but also of Kazakhstan corporate. So, in a way, all of that discussion is interrelated. The difficulty is, I think, was well summarized by a panelist in a panel that I attended yesterday. A lady from the AFC said, when oil prices are high, diversification seems unnecessary. When it is low, when the prices are low, diversification seems unaffordable. And that's a little bit the pitfall in which many oil countries have fallen. In that sense, I think it's important to give credit where it is due. And in the case of Kazakhstan, there has been a commitment to working on diversification, not only theoretically, but practically through very concrete policies since at least 15 years. One issue is, of course, that other emergencies have come up. To a large extent, the non-performing loan issues of the 2010s have taken a lot of policy space and also maybe prevented optimal allocation of capital to the most promising diversification option. More recently, as you know, the new geopolitical landscape creates very concrete and very pressing difficulties and challenges in, for instance, finding new physical export routes that again, must take up a large share of policymakers' minds. But back to our assessment of the results of these diversification efforts, I think we're looking at a mixed picture. Overall, over time, we find a stagnation of the share of non-oil tradable activities in GDP and in exports and employment. The picture is probably less encouraging if once you remove metal and metal products. There's been very large-scale successes in that area. But once you take this out of the picture, probably the rest of the tradable economy is looking less dynamic, at least in terms of exports. There are a few success stories, of course, and several of them are testament to direct policy efforts. I'm thinking about efforts around railways and rolling stock. I'm thinking about a number of successes in agricultural diversification, for instance. Now, you asked if we had ideas, and indeed, it is a field that we research very intensively at the Growth Lab, and we've developed a number of ideas over the years to look at this in, I think, an interesting lens. And those are the ideas of economic complexity and the idea of a product space. So we tend to think that diversification does not happen in vacuum, but diversification happens on the basis of what you already produce, and that products that are related to what you produce are easier to diversify into and may present promising prospects. So based on these methodology that we will not expand on too much, we feel there are a few broad ideas that are important to keep in mind when thinking about diversification today. The first is indeed, what I was referring to is build on what exists. We feel that what we call proximity or distance is very important, and it is much easier to build on what exists than to create activities that are far from the existing set of capabilities. In that sense, the success factors that I was mentioning, the key success cases that I was mentioning, I think go in the direction of proving that building on existing strengths is a promising way. Second, I think we need to recognize the challenges of remoteness and connectivity. In the past, policies have been very ambitious. They've been very aggressive, and they've been focusing a lot on what a country ideally would want to specialize into. I think maybe increasingly we see more focus on what is actually doable, and especially a very specific aspect of what is doable or not doable is what specific activities or tasks or products travel or don't travel well. In that sense, there's a little bit, there are encouraging global trends, and I'm thinking especially about the possibility to export professional services on a global basis. More and more, the expansion of telework has made that not only an exception, but slowly becoming the rule. So that's for remoteness. And finally, a third idea that we keep close to, that we keep, let's say, high on our own research agenda is the issue of regions. Kazakhstan, as everybody knows, is a very large country. It's also a very diverse country. North Kazakhstan's exports are 88% agriculture. At the same time, Almaty is a global city with thriving creative industries and a very large, high-skilled professional service sector. These two realities have nothing to do with one another. The west of the country, the oil Kazakhstan, let's say, is yet another case. The southern part of the country has mining and very different agricultural possibilities. So for us, and that's the way we're looking at it right now in the research project, we're looking at things in a pretty disaggregated way and making sure that we do not propose a diversification path, but a handful of diversification paths that correspond to the different regions of Kazakhstan. Hopefully, our work can be integrated in a broader government effort, and of course, we stand ready to help further and share ideas and be proven wrong whenever it is deserved.
Great. Thanks so much, Clement, for sharing with us your insights on the research. And I think your comment about the different diversification paths is super interesting. So the next theme I wanted to move on to is ESG, because both Clement and Vice Minister mentioned about it earlier. So for Kazakhstan, I think what is interesting is the environment pillar, because it is really relevant in the context of Kazakhstan being a commodity producer. So Vice Minister, I was wondering, can you please touch on Kazakhstan's carbon neutrality goals and strategy?
Thank you, Andy. Definitely. Today, the climate agenda plays a defining role in the medium and long-term development of the global economy. In this regard, I should remind the pioneering role of Kazakhstan in the region in pledging achievement of net zero emissions by 2060 and ratifying the Paris Agreement in 2016. Given the current and upcoming large-scale transformations, a draft of strategy for achieving carbon neutrality of Kazakhstan until 2060 is being developed by the government. This document takes into account the outcomes of the 26th of climate conference in Glasgow, as well as the possible risks of the carbon border adjustment mechanism, CBAM, being introduced by the European Union. Regarding the last one, I would like to inform you that local companies are actively preparing for the introduction of the CBAM, which is very important. It affects the competitiveness of local companies. Furthermore, necessary work is being carried out to converge national emissions trading system with the European system. As a result, we expect that we will have access to the international carbon market. I should also mention that we pay special attention to implementing ESG principles, as you mentioned, Ingrid, as to one of the important elements of transition to carbon neutrality. Local companies have already been actively implementing ESG standards and related reporting. Also, I would like to point out that it is compulsory to bear in mind that carbon neutrality entails the reduction of jobs in vulnerable sectors, especially in the coal industry and the related sectors. In coal industry, we have more than 30,000 workers. Therefore, our job to ensure that workers in these sectors will have sufficient alternative employment opportunities after achieving the carbon neutrality. Having said that, I would like to emphasize that Kazakhstan is going to implement its new investment policy in line with the taken commitments and goals of the Paris Agreement. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Vice Minister, for sharing with us the developments and also the government's priorities on this very important topic. So next, I wanted to go back to the topic of higher commodity prices. And I would like to ask for Max and Arvind's view, because how should we look at rating trends for commodity producers as their fiscal and external positions improve? And bringing this back to Kazakhstan, what could potentially contribute to positive rating outcomes? So perhaps Max could take this question first and then followed by Arvind.
Happy to, thank you, Enid. Right, so oil prices are certainly higher. We expect an oil price of $100 a barrel for the rest of 2022, followed by $85 a barrel next year, and then a return to around $55. So those are the expectations that we're working with for our forecasts. And as been mentioned before, oil is the key sector in Kazakhstan, directly accounting for a high share of GDP, government revenues, and exports. So the higher oil prices will certainly be beneficial. While we anticipate that this is a bit of a temporary spike over this year and next year before returning to more trend levels, it does seem unlikely that these current higher oil prices will translate into higher rating movements. And additionally, on the fiscal and economic sides, Kazakhstan already scores extremely well. So there's not that much more space there from the oil price. But that being said, higher than expected oil prices, sustained high oil prices could have an impact going forward. There are other areas where we are looking for potential upside, for instance, in the banking sector or the institutional setting. So we could raise the ratings if the banking sector's health improves. This could, for example, be supported by further advances in regulatory oversight or improvements in corporate governance, and that would strengthen our view then on monetary policy effectiveness and reduce the risks to the government's fiscal position. Additionally, we could also raise the ratings if we saw improvements in the institutional or policymaking effectiveness through, for instance, significant progress on devolution of power, increased transparency and accountability of institutions, or a strengthened business environment. I think these were some of the topics that Clement had brought up earlier as well. So we see eye to eye there a bit as well. Thank you, Enid.
Thank you so much, Max. That's really helpful. And over to you, Arvind.
Yeah, so I'll limit my comments to what like higher commodity prices mean for Kazakhstan rather than oil producers as a whole. Our oil price forecast for this year are actually higher than Max's. So we expect $105 a barrel annual average this year, going down to 85 next year, and then like normalizing at 65 in 2024. So firstly, let's just get like the negative rating implication out of the way, which is that, like, of course, like for many commodity producers, I mean, a big negative commodity price shock would cause us to look very closely at what this means for public finances, possible materialization of contingent liabilities, possible lower flows into the oil fund and hence on external finances. I don't think that that's really much of a concern, certainly not this year for Kazakhstan. Yeah, but going forward, given the higher oil price expectation that even at the start of this year, obviously that the overall that is a net positive for Kazakhstan. So to give just one example, when we had the disruption to exports through the CPC earlier this year, right? I mean, the fact that we expect higher oil prices did help make up for the forecast, like the overall export figure in terms of the value, if not the volume, right? And we already consider the size of the NFRK, which the authorities are committed to keeping at around 30% of GDP. And that is, of course, quite dependent on oil revenues and hence the oil price. So higher oil prices would be positive from that perspective. And we also view positively, and we noted it in our latest rating action as well, the intent of the authorities to increasingly fund from domestic sources, because the NFRK does count as an external source of funding, and to keep the fund at or around 30% of GDP, regardless of where the oil prices are at. So yeah, I mean, further building of fiscal and external buffers would all other factors being equal, be positive for the rating.
Thanks so much, both Arvind and Max, for taking us through the positive rating triggers and your views regarding the higher commodity prices. So I just wanted to switch back to ESG. I was interested to hear how both Fitch and S&P assess ESG and also your views on Kazakhstan's performance. And Clément, please also feel free to jump in if you've been looking at ESG on your research as well. Would Arvind like to start, perhaps?
Sure. I'll make a short comment on that. So obviously for Kazakhstan, as for, I would say, all major commodity producers or commodity dependent economies, right? Obviously the E factor or the environmental factor becomes is something which we consider highly relevant to the credit rating, right? Because all things said, it does have a negative environmental impact. To be honest, at the present time, and perhaps even in the immediate future, we don't see ESG as necessarily having an immediate negative impact on the credit rating. So we don't consider it a direct negative rating sensitivity at the moment. That does not mean that it is irrelevant, because considerations of diversification don't just happen. I mean, of course, the primary logic for them come from an economic perspective, but increasingly it is also coming not just in Kazakhstan but in other countries from an ESG perspective as well, to reduce the negative impact on the environment, to boost the skills of the workforce, and ultimately to improve governance as well. Quick word on governance. So I alluded to some of the reforms which have been announced by the government, and we now have a new constitution in place. Right? The ultimate stated aim of these reforms is to improve governance, and governance by itself is somewhat difficult to measure. So the World Bank governance indicators are one way of looking at them, but we do look at that very closely, and if it leads to a credible improvement in the quality of governance, which we think will take time, then that could be positive for the rating in the long run.
Thank you so much, Arvind. Clément or Max, is there anything you'd like to add?
Sure. Again, maybe I can bring a perspective that's more centered on the growth aspect of things. For us, the question is, does an ESG compliant or pro ESG growth model look different from a growth model that would completely abstract away from ESG considerations? We feel in terms of the G of the governance aspects, it does not. I highlighted some aspects of the governance issues related to competition, related to state-owned enterprises. We feel that those are in any case important policy areas that the country should be working on and is working on. Where probably the model will change a tiny bit is related to the E of ESG. So we see the environmental demands as mostly in the perspective of diversification opportunities. And here we see environmental concerns on the global level changing the relative value of diversification opportunities. So of course, it creates headwinds in highly energy intensive exports, and CBAM is already maybe the first shot of more generally adopted trade barriers that will make energy intensive products or CO2 intensive products less attractive as diversification opportunities. But it also creates new opportunities, and here there's, especially for a country that does not have a very extensive manufacturing tradition across many manufacturing sectors, fast evolving technologies in the green tech space might actually be an opportunity to leapfrog some of the evolution and actually diversify into products of tomorrow without having manufactured the products of yesterday.
Great, thank you so much, Clement. I do have good news for all of you that just came in, and we're very honored to have Minister Kwantarov joining us very shortly. He is able to make time to greet us today, so I'm very excited to introduce Minister Kwantarov.
Hello everyone. Thank you, Anit, for moderating this session and give me the floor. I want, first of all, to apologize for being late, and want to thank Mr. Habzal, our Vice Minister, for substituting me, and also for, thank you for having me for these post greetings. Hello, Maximilian. Hello, Arvind, Clement. So I can see everyone here and all the participants. So I'm very grateful, and these AFD Asna Finance Days have been very productive these 3 days, and actually we had very intensive discussions with the global community representatives, with rating agencies, with different companies and investment banks, and also with the JP Morgan. So I think it will be for the good of our economy, for our people, and in general, I think for the regional economy. Since many of the global issues and also some regional issues have been discussed during this AFD, we will definitely take the notes and use them in forming the new economic policy that we are working on now, and also maybe in the net zero strategy that we are also drafting at the moment. So in general, so these are my greetings, and I also want to thank you for such an active participation and supporting us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. This has really been a fruitful discussion. And thank you so much, Minister, Vice Minister, Arvind, Max, and Clement for sharing your time and your views and very valuable insights with us today. And thank you, AFC, for inviting us to join this very meaningful panel and Astana Finance Days. And thank you all for joining the panel, and wish you enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.